Chapter 721. Arg! The assassin immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. Normally, as a powerful assassin trained by the Dark Shadow, his willpower was incomparably strong. Ordinary pain wouldn't make him scream, but the injury caused by Audiobook was different from ordinary injuries. The moment his sharp claws pierced into the assassin's body, the gloomy chi of death with corrosive power seeped into the assassin's body. That kind of pain was like coming from hell. It could make one's soul tremble. Even the assassin of the Dark Shadow couldn't bear it. Jiang Chen, I admit that I have fallen into your hands today. Kill me now. The assassin shouted harshly. I can kill you, but tell me the location of your nearest stronghold and I will kill you. Otherwise, this dark soul will have even more terrifying means to try on your body. I have already said that I have a lot of time. Jiang Chen's face carried a faint smile. This smile made the assassin shiver. Then, Jiang Chen's eyes concentrated and looked at Audiobook again. Audiobook, break his head. Don't. I'll tell you. The assassin's face was full of fear. He spoke as fast as he could. He wasn't an idiot. He could clearly see the situation in front of him. He was now being controlled by a first-grade minor saint dark soul. He didn't even have the ability to commit suicide, let alone escape. It was certain that he would die here today. Since he was going to die, he might as well be happy. Otherwise, he would have to endure endless torture. Jiang Chen, there is a green light city 8,000 miles away from here. There is a power called Moon Pavilion in this city. It is one of the strongholds of the Dark Shadow. I have already told you about it. Kill me now. The assassin said and told the location of the nearest stronghold of the Dark Shadow. The reason why he told Jiang Chen so readily was not only because he was afraid of the torture from the Dark Soul, but also because of the strength of this stronghold. In this stronghold, there was a powerful first-grade minor saint guarding it. There were also many powerful experts in the stronghold. If an ordinary person wanted to break into this stronghold, it was basically no different than courting death. Jiang Chen only had 4 people now. Even if they had the help of a powerful first-grade minor saint dark soul, it was still a dream to destroy the stronghold of the Dark Shadow. As long as Jiang Chen and the others dared to go to Qingguang City to deal with the Shadow Stronghold, they would not be able to come out alive. In that case, it could be considered as revenge for him. Kill him. Jiang Chen said indifferently. No one could lie in front of him. A person's eyes could not lie. Jiang Chen could tell from the assassin's eyes that the assassin did not lie to him. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, Audiobook's claws tore the assassin to pieces, killing him on the spot. Afterwards, Audiobook turned into a streak of light and entered Jiang Chen's universe ring. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at Guo Xiaofei. Have you heard of Green Luminescent City? I have heard that Xianguang City is the same as Danyuan City. It is also a force that is separated from the 8 major domains. Full Moon Inn is also extremely famous in Xianguang City. Full Moon Inn is a chamber of commerce. It does business and has a good reputation. I never thought that it would be the stronghold of the Dark Shadow Assassin organization. If the assassin didn't say it himself, I wouldn't believe it. Guo Xiaofei was very surprised. Don't look down on the Dark Shadow. This is an assassin organization that is extremely good at disguising. Jiang Chen said. This assassin is too terrifying. Being targeted by him is simply a nightmare. What are you going to do? Nangong Wendian looked at Jiang Chen. Destroy this stronghold. If you want to fight, I will make them suffer. Even if it is the Dark Shadow, if they dare to bully me, I will make them suffer. If I don't teach them a lesson, they will think that I am a pushover. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. He was a lawless person. There was nothing that he did not dare to do. Since the relationship between him and the Dark Shadow could not be good, then he would be ruthless. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Guo Xiaofei's expression instantly changed. He secretly thought that this Jiang Chen was too bold. As a genius of Xuanyu, he had heard about the Dark Shadow, but today was the first time he had come into contact with them. Offending this assassin organization was like a nightmare to anyone. Today, Jiang Chen actually wanted to destroy their stronghold. This was really too bold. Junior brother Jiang, I think it is better to be more careful. The stronghold of the Dark Shadow is not so easy to deal with. Guo Xiaofei frowned and said. What's there to be afraid of? If it is easy to deal with, then it is really boring. The harder it is to deal with, the more we have to kill it. Let's go and meet this Dark Shadow organization. I, Master Dog, would like to see if they have 3 heads and 6 arms. Don't forget, although the Dark Shadow is said to be amazing, they have already suffered 3 big losses in our hands. The Huang Dog wagged his thick and strong tail. This guy who wished to see the world in chaos really dared to do anything. That's right. The Dark Shadow is a nightmare to others, but I am going to become the nightmare of the Dark Shadow. Jiang Chen's tone was cold. From the moment the assassin appeared, he had decided to destroy the first stronghold of the Dark Shadow and destroy the prestige of the Dark Shadow. But, let's not talk about whether we have the ability to destroy the Moon Pavilion. Even if we do, the news will spread to the headquarters of the Dark Shadow. I'm afraid that the next time they come for us, it won't be just a 9th grade combat emperor. Guo Xiaofei said worriedly. Such a worry wasn't without reason. After destroying the Moon Pavilion, they would inevitably suffer the crazy revenge of the Dark Shadow organization. At that time, their days would be really hard. Don't worry, we will disguise ourselves. The Dark Shadow likes to attack in the dark, so we will also attack in the dark. Tonight, we will kill all the assassins in the headquarters of the Dark Shadow. No one will be left alive. No matter how powerful the headquarters of the Dark Shadow is, they won't know who did it. A cold light flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. It was imperative to destroy the Moon Pavilion. Moreover, it had to be done quietly. As long as the Moon Pavilion was destroyed, it would be a huge loss to the Dark Shadow organization. After that, they would have to behave themselves for a period of time. I say, old Guo, why are you acting like a girl? You always follow little Chenzi and do whatever you want without hesitation. If you are afraid, you don't have to follow us. Nangong Wendian patted Guo Xiaofei's shoulder and said without any trace of politeness. How could Guo Xiaofei stand it when he was despised? His chi fluctuated on the spot. Do it. Who said I don't want to do it? My life has been saved by Junior Jiang. Even if you ask me to kill the King of Hell, I will still do it. That's right. Nangong Wendian smiled. Alright, if that's the case, let's head to the Green Glow City now. Jiang Chen never hesitated when he said he would do it. He brought 2 men and a dog and changed their direction, heading to the Green Glow City. Since there was still some time before Wu Ningzhu would choose her husband, they would go to the stronghold of the Dark Shadow first before heading to the Danyuan City. There wouldn't be any delay. In the process of heading to the Green Glow City, Jiang Chen had refined the demon soul of the male lion. A 9th grade demon emperor's demon soul didn't make Jiang Chen advance to the 6th grade combat emperor. However, it was a 9th grade demon emperor's demon soul after all. The energy it contained was enormous. It helped Jiang Chen condense 1,500 new dragon marks, increasing the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body to 49,500. As long as he could condense another 500 new dragon marks, he would reach 50,000 dragon marks and advance to the 6th grade combat emperor. The advancement of the dragon transformation art is getting more and more difficult. Every advancement requires an enormous amount of energy. A 9th grade demon emperor only helped me condense 1,500 new dragon marks. I haven't even reached the 6th grade combat emperor, but even so, it has greatly improved my combat strength. With my current combat strength, I can fight many 9th grade combat emperors. As long as I can refine another 9th grade demon emperor's demon soul, I will be able to advance to the 6th grade combat emperor. At that time, even 9th grade combat emperors won't be my match. Jiang Chen thought. Although his strength had improved again, Jiang Chen's heart was heavy because the dragon transformation art was getting more and more difficult to cultivate. Each advancement required an enormous amount of energy. This also indicated that the path of cultivation of Jiang Chen would become more and more difficult in the future. The green fluorescent city was an incomparably bustling and huge city. It was the hub that connected two big domains. A city that had a minor saint was rarely seen in any of the big domains. It wasn't something that any ordinary city could compare to. When Jiang Chen and the others arrived at the green fluorescent city, it was already evening. A red glow appeared in the sky, but it disappeared very quickly. Jiang Chen and the others were floating in the sky outside the green fluorescent city, looking at this incomparably huge and luxurious city. This city didn't look special from the outside, but in Jiang Chen's eyes, he could feel a murderous qi, an extremely obscure murderous qi. This murderous qi wasn't purposely released, as if it had completely fused with the qi of the entire city. It was the qi of the city, just like the murderous qi that was released from the assassin's body. It was a murderous qi that came from the bones. It didn't need to be purposely released to make people feel cold. There is a murderous qi here. It seems like the assassin didn't lie to me. This full moon pavilion is a hidden stronghold of the dark shadow. Jiang Chen said with certainty. Little Chenzi, what are we going to do now? Are we going to kill them? Nangong Wendian asked. We can't kill them directly. There are too many people in this city. It will be too noisy if we attack them directly. Let's wait for the sky to turn dark and sneak into the city. Let's check out the situation of the full moon pavilion first. At that time, I will join hands with De Huang to set up the sky-concealing grand formation and seal the entire full moon pavilion. Jiang Chen's eyes were incomparably bright. Even the darkness of the night couldn't cover his expression. Kaka, just thinking about it makes me feel very satisfied. Chapter 722. The Full Moon Pavilion was the biggest merchant group in Green Light City. It was also one of the biggest forces in the city. The Full Moon Pavilion had almost ruled the entire city. On the surface, they were doing business, but no one knew that they had another identity behind the scenes. It was the base of the world's #1 assassin organization. The Full Moon Inn was very big. The entire tall building was 9 stories high. Its entire body was golden and filled with the aura of wealth. It was like a pagoda, giving people a high and mighty aura. Behind this tall building, there was a manor. This manor looked very ordinary on the surface, but it was this ordinary manor that was the true forbidden area of the Full Moon Inn. Throughout history, only the true core members of the Full Moon Inn could enter it. Even the people who worked in the Full Moon Inn didn't have the opportunity to enter this manor. The Full Moon Hall was also considered a force, but the people who could enter the manor were less than 1%. Even if they had stayed in the Full Moon Hall for a long time, and even if they had some status, they simply didn't have the opportunity to enter the manor, let alone know what the situation inside the manor was like. There were many lofts built in this manor. Even if it was night time, there wouldn't be any light in these lofts. Once night fell, this place would fall into complete darkness. Compared to the bright lights of the Full Moon Pavilion, it formed a sharp contrast. However, the faint murderous aura that lingered in the sky of Green Light City came from this manor. At this moment, in a loft located at the center of the manor, a middle-aged man was sitting. This middle-aged man seemed to be in his 40s. He had a full beard on his face. He was sitting on a chair. The room was incomparably dark. His chi seemed to have fused with the darkness. He squinted his eyes, but it couldn't conceal the sharp light in his eyes. The middle-aged man's cultivation grade was very strong. He had reached the peak of 9th grade combat emperor, only a step away from the minor saint realm. Judging from his chi, he was at the same level as Hua Gui and the 7 brothers of Feng Yun. Swoosh! At this time, a figure appeared in front of the middle-aged man like a ghost. After the figure appeared, he held his fists at the middle-aged man and said, "Leader, Sword Ming has failed." The middle-aged man was shocked when he heard the black-robed man's words. He suddenly opened his eyes and 2 rays of cold light shot out from them, causing the space in the room to tremble. Even Sword Ming has failed. He has failed 3 times in a row. This is something that has never happened in our dark shadow. This is a great humiliation. Could it be that this puny Jiang Qin has 3 heads and 6 arms? He is so difficult to deal with. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy, and his expression was somewhat ugly. He was the leader of this full moon and stronghold, and was in charge of all assassination missions. Failure meant death. Sword Ming was dead. He was the most outstanding assassin that the Dark Shadow had nurtured. His death was the greatest loss to the Dark Shadow. Roar! At this moment, a deafening roar rang out from outside. That was the roar of a peerless demon. It was filled with anger and sorrow, as well as an unconcealable sadness. What happened? The middle-aged leader frowned. It's the male lion. Its twin brother and Sword Ming went out to carry out a mission together. They both died. The male lion is inconsolable, so it roared. Its emotions are somewhat out of control. The black-robed man said. Damn it! What kind of existence is this Jiang Qin? The male lion, a 9th grade demon emperor, and Sword Ming didn't come back alive. It seems like we have to carry out a very strict assassination plan next time. There must be no mistakes. The middle-aged leader was incomparably angry. He couldn't remember when was the last time he was angry. The manor was silent. There were a total of dozens of people living here. All of them were the elite assassins of the Dark Shadow, and all of them were combat emperors. Each of them was a supreme expert. However, at this moment, these people didn't realize that there were 2 silhouettes shuttling back and forth in the sky above the manor. These 2 silhouettes were like shadows in the night. They came and went without any wind. Even these assassins who had sharp senses and often walked in the dark didn't notice them at all. More importantly, there were too many experts here. No one would have thought that someone would dare to come here and cause trouble, unless the person didn't want to live anymore. Those 2 silhouettes were none other than Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. In this world, perhaps only these 2 fellows were able to make small movements in the sky above the stronghold of the Dark Shadow. Jiang Qin wanted to deal with this stronghold. Naturally, he had to be well prepared. He wanted to seal the entire stronghold. Jiang Qin had already sneaked into the full moon inn when the sky turned dark. He had investigated everything clearly. The full moon inn was just a cover. This manor was the real center of the stronghold. Jiang Qin was the greatest saint. He was proficient in all kinds of formations. De Huang Dog was even more proficient in the heavenly book of formation source. The combination of a man and a dog would be enough to block all chi. Once this formation was completed, the entire manor would be completely isolated from the outside world. At that time, even if the sky was broken, the people outside wouldn't feel anything. The lion's roar attracted Jiang Qin's attention. He saw an incomparably majestic lion transforming into its original form. It was the same as the one he met during the day, a powerful 9th grade demon emperor. Seeing this lion, not only did Jiang Qin not feel any fear, his face was filled with excitement. It turned out that the lion had a twin brother. It seemed like he didn't need to worry about advancing to the 6th grade combat emperor anymore. Very quickly, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had completed the arrangement of the formation. Their bodies swayed and descended into the manor. Nangong Wendian and Guo Xiaofei followed them. 3 men and a dog came to the front of the lion. At this moment, there were 3 black-clothed men surrounding the lion. They were 3 combat emperor assassins, but their grade wasn't very high. The strongest among them was only a 7th grade combat emperor. In front of Jiang Chen's group, they weren't strong enough. Who are you? Who are you people? How dare you trespass the manor? Are you courting death? The 3 assassins were very vigilant. When they found out that Jiang Chen and his group were uninvited guests, they immediately shouted. Kill them. Jiang Chen's tone was cold. As soon as his voice faded, 3 silhouettes turned into 3 sharp swords and rushed out. The 3 assassins didn't even have the time to scream before they died under the hands of 2 men and a dog. It's you. Are you the one who killed my brother? The lion's eyes fell on Jiang Qin. His eyes were filled with resentment. Due to the fact that they were twins, he could feel the qi of his dead brother's demon soul from Jiang Chen's body. There was no mistake. His brother was killed by this young man in front of him. Since you have such a good relationship with your brother, you should accompany him down there. As soon as Jiang Qin said that, Ada dashed out and pierced the lion's head with his sharp claws. Killing intent filled the air. Jiang Chen raised the heavenly saint sword in his hand and picked out the demon's soul of the lion. Without saying a word, he swallowed it and refined it on the spot. After that, he kept Ada away. Little Chenzi, what should we do now? 2 men and a dog returned to Jiang Chen's side. Each of their faces were filled with excitement. There are people in all the rooms here. Clean them one by one. Remember, don't let any of the assassins escape. Jiang Chen gave the order. 2 men and a dog rushed to the rooms again. At this moment, their roles had changed. They had become the ghosts in the dark night, the bloodthirsty assassins. These real assassins had become the lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Hong. Not long after the 2 men and a dog rushed out, an incomparably strong wave of qi rushed out from Jiang Chen's body. A large amount of heaven elixir was swallowed by Jiang Chen. After refining the 9th grade demon emperor's demon soul, his grade had advanced to the 6th grade combat emperor. Who is it? At this time, a loud shout was heard from the manor. Then, silhouettes appeared one after another. However, no one could walk out from some of the rooms. In this short period of time, at least 10 assassins had died in the hands of De Huang Dog. One had to admit that the quality of the assassins of the Dark Shadow was incomparable to ordinary people. After Jiang Qin released his qi, all the assassins rushed out in a breath's time. The leader was naturally the middle-aged leader. Dozens of silhouettes filled with murderous qi surrounded Jiang Chen and his group. When they saw the corpses on the ground, their faces were filled with shock and anger. They were shocked because someone actually dared to come to the stronghold and cause trouble. What was even more shocking was that they had already killed people silently, but they didn't even sense it. They were angry because someone actually dared to secretly kill people from the Dark Shadow. For the Dark Shadow, this was a humiliation in itself. They had always been the ones assassinating people in the dark. When had they ever been assassinated? Jiang Chen was already a 6th grade combat emperor. He didn't put these 9th grade combat emperors in his eyes anymore. Therefore, he released his qi, wanting to kill all of them. The minor saint who was guarding the stronghold hadn't appeared yet. Even if he appeared, Jiang Qin wouldn't be afraid. With Ada and Air, they were enough to deal with a 1st grade minor saint. In front of these people, Jiang Qin didn't even need to disguise himself. He revealed his true face. He was very confident in the formation outside. Today, no one would be able to escape from this place. Who are you? How dare you come here to kill people? The middle-aged leader's eyes fell on Jiang Qin. When he saw Jiang Chen's face and the Dehuang dog beside him, he felt a sense of familiarity. Aren't you Dark Shadow trying to kill me everywhere? Today, I have come personally to save you all the trouble in the future. Jiang Chen's murderous intent was revealed. You are Jiang Qin. The middle-aged leader finally thought of someone and exclaimed in shock. That's right. I am Jiang Qin. Today, I will annihilate your stronghold and kill everyone here. My arrival will be your nightmare. Little bastard, you're courting death. Elder Xian was suddenly enraged. He had never seen such an audacious young man. Without another word, he suddenly stretched out a palm and grabbed at Jiang Qin. Chapter 724. The attack of a first-grade minor saint was undoubtedly destructive. To any combat emperor, it was like the pressure of Mount Tai. A minor saint could casually use the power of a domain to confine everything. Just like the current Elder Xian. His palm had locked onto Jiang Chen's qi, intending to pinch Jiang Chen to death. The middle-aged leader and the other assassins revealed a smile in their eyes when they saw Elder Xian personally attacking. In their point of view, Jiang Chen would certainly die if Elder Xian attacked. That was a powerful first-grade minor saint. Jiang Chen had no chance of surviving. However, Jiang Chen didn't even bat an eye at Elder Xian's attack. Two ghost-like silhouettes suddenly rushed out from Jiang Chen's body. The moment these two silhouettes appeared, the entire sky above the manor was filled with a cold and gloomy qi. It made people's soul tremble. Two deafening roars reverberated through the night sky. Everyone watched as two skeletons, each more than 100 feet tall, appeared. One of them reached out with a sharp claw and smashed Elder Xian's palm into pieces. Swoosh swoosh, Ada and Air surrounded Elder Xian from the front and back. With the two of them here, Elder Xian was afraid that he wouldn't be able to protect himself, let alone killing Jiang Qin. What are these things? Elder Xian couldn't help but feel shocked when he saw the two Dark Soul Kings. He could feel an indescribable qi of death from Ada and Air. These two were obviously dead creatures. The decaying qi of death was very terrifying and it was extremely harmful to humans. As long as one was injured by the Dark Soul King, the qi of death would enter his body and the consequences would be unimaginable. What kind of monsters are those? They look so scary. They are all minor saints. How could this Jiang Qin have so many tricks up his sleeves? Such a strong yin qi and qi of death. These are dead creatures, dark souls. Damn it. How could these things exist in this world? They are too dangerous. Even Elder Xian might not be able to deal with them. This is Jiang Chen's trump card. The death of Sword Ming and Male Lion is definitely not a coincidence. How could this be? We, the Dark Shadow, have always had a clear understanding of the people we want to assassinate. But this time, there was such a big change. Damn it. Regardless of whether it was the middle-aged leader or the other assassins, the moment they saw the apparition of the apparition, their emotions completely changed. They originally thought that as long as Elder Xian appeared, Jiang Qin would definitely die. They didn't expect Jiang Qin to have such a trump card. He directly controlled two powerful apparition kings and completely blocked Elder Xian. In this way, they would have to face Jiang Qin again. If this continued, perhaps everyone would die here. Ada and Air, kill him. Jiang Qin didn't even look back as he directly gave an order to Ada and Air. After being edified by Jiang Qin, Ada and Air were obedient to Jiang Chen's words. They didn't dare to disobey him. If Jiang Chen ordered them to kill someone, they wouldn't hesitate. The two powerful apparition kings let out an unpleasant roar. The ghostly fire in their eyes flickered and they attacked Elder Xian. They were the true kings of the dark. They came and went without wind, just like real ghosts. Elder Xian did not dare to be careless at all. He immediately released his domain, wanting to use the power of the domain to deal with Ada and Air. The vast domain directly enveloped Ada and Air. However, in the face of absolute power, the power of a domain was useless. His domain could suppress the origin energy of others, but Yin spirits like Ada and Air didn't have any origin energy ripples at all. They only had violent and swift power. Qi La Ada and Air were too ferocious. Their sharp claws tore apart Elder Xian's domain. Elder Xian himself had just advanced to the minor saint realm not long ago, so he wasn't very familiar with the control of his domain. Now that he was fighting two opponents at the same level as him, he felt a little inferior. Ha! Elder Xian bellowed out furiously. Light shone from all over his body as he threw out two punches. This was a violent battle skill that charged towards Ada and Air. However, Ada and Air showed no fear at all. They were like natural killing machines, and they fought without any regard for their lives. Hong Long. The heaven and earth shook. The battle between the three minor saints had instantly destroyed the entire manor. All the buildings collapsed at this moment, turning into ruins. There was a huge crater in the middle of the manor. Black smoke billowed and rippled continuously. Dang dang dang. In the process of colliding with Ada and Air, Elder Xian was pushed back a dozen steps before he could stabilize his body. He felt that his blood and qi were tumbling inside his body, making him feel indescribably uncomfortable. His eyes almost spurted out fire. Although these two apparitions didn't have any yuan force, their death qi was too terrifying. It had seriously affected Elder Xian's performance. If there was only one apparition, Elder Xian could still deal with it, but now that there were two of them, he couldn't deal with them at all. Although these two apparitions were huge, their movement was incomparably fast and their attacks were sharp. Every part of their body was like a weapon that could collide with ordinary minor saint weapons. Junior brother Jiang has brought these two apparition kings with him. It's like bringing two sharp weapons. Guo Xiaofei sighed. If it wasn't for Ada and Air, Jiang Chen would never dare to attack Dark Shadow's stronghold. What are you standing there for? Kill them all. Jiang Chen turned his head and yelled at Guo Xiaofei and the other two who were still standing at the same spot. Two men and a dog immediately reacted and charged at those assassins again. Anyway, the minor saint assassins were blocked by the dark souls. No one here could cause any harm to them anymore. Arg! Screams filled the sky. Men and horses were thrown off their feet. Those assassins who had been frightened by the apparition were disheartened when they saw Elder Xian being controlled by the apparition. They were no match for De Huang Dog and the others. In just a blink of an eye, a few more assassins were killed. Arg! On the other side, another 9th grade combat emperor died under Jiang Chen's heavenly saint sword. Up until now, 4 9th grade combat emperors had been killed by Jiang Chen. There were only 2 9th grade combat emperors left. One of them was the middle-aged leader. At this moment, both of their faces were extremely unsightly. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was like the god of death. When they looked at the sword in Jiang Chen's hand, even their souls felt cold. Everyone listen to me, leave this place quickly. Elder Xian, who was being attacked by Ada and Air, hastily yelled at the assassins. He couldn't save them now. If the battle continued like this, all of them would die. The Dark Shadow had spent a huge amount of resources to nurture these assassins. The death of any one of them would be a great loss. They couldn't let all of them die here. Everyone here was a powerful combat emperor. In addition, they were assassins. Their ability to escape wasn't weak. Even if they couldn't defeat the assassins, escaping wasn't a problem. As long as they could escape today, these mad men would have to bear the Dark Shadow's crazy revenge. At that time, no matter how big this world was, there wouldn't be a place for them to stay. Retreat now. The middle-aged leader roared. The stronghold of Full Moon Pavilion was built by the Dark Shadow for many years. He didn't expect that they would have to flee today. To the middle-aged leader, it was a great humiliation. However, if they didn't flee now, death would be waiting for them. All of them had to die. Jiang Qin didn't plan to let them go today. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. As soon as the middle-aged leader's voice faded, all the assassins flew out of the manor. Many of them went into the void. There were still a lot of assassins. If they wanted to flee in an instant, no matter how strong the Huang dog was, they wouldn't be able to stop them. Fortunately, they were prepared in advance. Peng peng peng. One by one, the assassins were bounced back by the sky-concealing grand formation that was jointly set up by Jiang Qin and the Huang dog. What's going on? Why can't we get out? Motherfucker, the void here has been sealed. This is a mysterious grand formation. Brute force can't break it. Damn it. The assassins were in complete despair. It was fine if they couldn't defeat the enemy, but escaping had become a luxury. Jiang Qin, what have you done? The middle-aged leader was also bounced back. He yelled at Jiang Qin. At this moment, Jiang Qin had just killed the 5th 9th grade combat emperor. The entire manor has been sealed by me. The entire manor has been sealed by me with a grand formation. You all have become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Today, all of you are going to die. No one will walk out of here alive. It is your misfortune that you have offended me. From today onwards, I, Jiang Qin, will be your nightmare. Today is your stronghold, and in the future, it will be your headquarters. Sooner or later, I will erase your name from Saint Origin World. Jiang Chen's chi was like a rainbow. While he was speaking, he had already arrived in front of the leader. The heavenly saint sword mercilessly pierced through the middle-aged leader's body. Under the middle-aged leader's despairing eyes, a destructive energy shot out from the heavenly saint sword, destroying his internal organs and completely ending his life. Pu Qi Jiang Qin slowly pulled out his sword and charged at the other assassins. Bastard! Elder Xian's eyes were red as he watched the people of the Dark Shadow die in front of him one by one. His fury almost burned to the top of his head. However, he was firmly trapped by Ada and Air. He could not even take care of himself and could not save the other assassins at all. He could only watch them die in the hands of the enemy one by one. Org. Chapter 725. The night was dark and the wind was strong. The smell of blood permeated the air. The manor had turned into ruins. Corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a river. The whole scene was extremely miserable. This was no longer the splendid manor, but the real Azura hell. After killing so many people, Jiang Qin didn't even frown. His methods had always been ruthless. He knew who he should kill. These people were all his enemies, people who wanted to kill him. Facing such enemies, Jiang Qin would never show any mercy. The only way to solve the problem was to use the sharpest method to destroy them. That was the only way to solve the problem. Bastard! Elder Xian saw everything that happened. His chest heaved up and down in anger. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. Part of the blood was caused by the joint attack of Ada and Air. The other part was due to his anger. The stronghold of Full Moon Pavilion was built by the Dark Shadow organization for many years. The headquarters had sent him to guard this place. Every assassin here was an elite. They had spent a huge amount of resources to nurture them. Today, all of them were killed under his eyes. Such a scene was something that he had never dreamt of. Elder Xian's eyes fell upon Jiang Qin. His eyes were filled with endless hatred. Jiang Qin didn't even bat an eye at such a gaze. His face was incomparably calm. He sent out a divine sense to aid and air. The two Dark Soul Kings roared again and rushed towards Elder Xian. Clang! Elder Xian's anger soared to the sky. He took out his combat weapon. It was an extremely terrifying combat saber. This combat weapon was only an Emperor weapon. Although it was the peak of the Emperor weapon, there was still a certain gap between it and the minor Saint weapon. In Saint Origin world, combat weapons were always precious, especially Saint weapons. It was very difficult for an ordinary first-grade minor saint to obtain a minor saint weapon. Hong Long. After the combat saber appeared, Elder Xian's combat strength soared, but he was entangled by Ada and air. He couldn't even take care of himself. Let alone killing Jiang Qin, his own life was in danger. Junior Jiang, a minor saint expert, is no small matter. Although these two Dark Soul Kings are suppressing Elder Xian, I'm afraid it won't be an easy task to kill him. If Elder Xian escapes, we'll be completely exposed, said Jiang Qin with a frown. Guo Xiaofei said worriedly. How could a minor saint expert be killed so easily? Even if they couldn't defeat him, it wouldn't be a problem for them to escape. Now that their identity had been exposed, once Elder Xian escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that time, the headquarters of the Dark Shadow would be furious and would hunt them all. Don't worry, this old man won't be able to leave today. His heart is filled with rage, and his mind is in a mess. Coupled with the fact that his body has suffered quite a bit of shock, he's no match for Ada and Air. He'll die sooner or later. Jiang Chen's face was calm. He had always done things in a meticulous and confident manner. It's even more impossible for him to escape. If he didn't fight with the two Dark Soul Kings and ran away directly, he might still have a chance. However, with his current condition, he won't be able to break through my formation. Let me tell you, this formation that I have set up is the sky-concealing grand formation from the Heavenly Book of Source Formations. This formation is extremely mysterious and has almost no flaws. Anyone who tries to break it with brute force will be devoured by the sky-concealing grand formation. In the end, the one who will be hurt will be himself. The Huang Dog said confidently. The ancient formation that came from the Heavenly Book of Source Formations was absolutely extraordinary. However, this old man is a minor saint expert after all. His strength is relatively strong. Apparitions were indeed powerful killing machines, but they were only capable of fighting and killing. It was impossible for a dead thing to set up a formation. You want to trap me with a mere formation? You are too naive. Elder Xian didn't say anything. He immediately raised the saber in his hand and slashed at the formation in the sky. The saber carried an incomparably bright light, carrying the powerful energy of Elder Xian. It was going to tear the formation into pieces. Bang! However, an unbelievable scene happened. Just as Elder Xian's terrifying attack hit the surface of the formation, the energy was immediately bounced back by the formation. Although it was only 70 to 80% of the energy that was bounced back, it was still shocking enough. Under the impact of this energy, Elder Xian was caught off guard and his body was bounced back. How is this possible? Elder Xian couldn't help but be shocked. He had never thought that the formation that covered the sky of the manor would be so terrifying. Roar Ada and Air didn't waste any time. They attacked at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. The current Elder Xian was facing the attack of three different forces at the same time, including the energy that was bounced back by the formation. In addition to that, his mind was in a mess. How could he deal with it? Chi-La, Ada and Air were incomparably ferocious. They grabbed both of Elder Xian's arms with lightning speed. With a roar, they tore both of Elder Xian's arms off. Even though Elder Xian was a first-grade minor saint, he couldn't withstand such a violent attack. Arg! Losing both of his arms at the same time, and even his combat saber was snatched away. Even a first-grade minor saint couldn't bear such an injury and let out a blood-curdling scream. "Kill him!" Jiang Qin shouted. Ada and Air received the order. Without giving Elder Xian any chance to react, two sharp claws pierced through Elder Xian's body. At this time, Jiang Qin moved. He casted the 9 phantom wolves and appeared in front of Elder Xian like a ghost. The Heavenly Saint sword was swung down at lightning speed. Elder Xian's head fell to the ground. Such a scene was too shocking. Guo Xiaofei was dumbfounded. That was a minor saint. In his eyes, that was a high and mighty existence. It was the goal that he wanted to achieve in his life. He had never thought that a minor saint would be killed. Today, he witnessed it with his own eyes. This Elder Xian could be considered a tragedy. He had encountered a monster like Jiang Qin and was completely trapped in a conspiracy. Otherwise, although he could defeat a first-grade minor saint with just Ada and Air, he absolutely wouldn't be able to kill a first-grade minor saint. After killing Elder Xian, Jiang Qin circulated the Great Soul Derivation technique again. His terrifying soul power swept through the entire manor. There was no one left alive. All the assassins of the Dark Shadow had been killed. None of them were spared. He sent out a thought, summoning Ada and Air into his spatial ring. Then, he scanned the battlefield. A cold smile was revealed at the corner of his mouth. This was just a stronghold. Sooner or later, he would destroy the entire Dark Shadow. Little Chinzi, if we leave like this, I'm afraid that our chi will be left behind. The experts of the Dark Shadow will be able to sense our chi. Nangong Wendian said worriedly. It doesn't matter. I will set a big fire and burn everything here. When the experts of the Dark Shadow come, they won't be able to sense anything. Jiang Chen had always been considerate when he did things. He would never leave any traces for his enemies. Kaka, the destruction of Full Moon Pavilion will certainly be a heavy blow to the Dark Shadow. It seems like the Dark Shadow will have to settle down for some time. Chapter 726. Late at night, the manor that had already turned into ruins was ablaze with a raging fire. The fire was very fierce and very sudden. A huge pillar of fire soared into the sky, alarming the entire green fluorescent city. The first to feel the huge movement was naturally the full moon Inn that was closest to the manor. What's going on? Where is the fire? It's the manor. The manor is on fire. Quickly go and have a look. Let the experts of the Full Moon Inn take action and extinguish the fire. No, the manor is a forbidden area. No one is allowed to enter. There are peerless experts inside. This raging fire is nothing to them. Let's wait first. The people of the Full Moon Inn were alarmed. Each and every one of them looked at the burning manor in shock. The raging fire was very strange. The range of the fire was only within the manor. Even though the Full Moon Inn was so close to the manor, it was still not affected by the fire. Oh my God, quickly look. The Full Moon Inn is on fire. Who set it on fire? Daring to set fire to the Full Moon Inn. This is simply courting death. The Full Moon Inn is the #1 force of Green Fluorescent City. Unexpectedly, there is someone so daring to provoke the Full Moon Inn. He must be tired of living. The fire looks very fierce. It has illuminated the entire night sky. I don't know who dared to do it. The entire Green Fluorescent City was alarmed. Everyone looked at the monstrous fire with lingering fear. None of the people of the full moon inn dared to enter the manor to extinguish the fire. It was because the rules of the full moon inn were too strict. The manor had always been a forbidden area. Except for the core figures, no one dared to take half a step inside. However, the people of Full Moon Inn were waiting for the peerless masters in the manor to extinguish the fire, but they didn't appear. Until dawn, the raging fire automatically extinguished, but there was still no movement in the manor. Now, the people of Full Moon Inn finally felt that something was wrong. Someone plucked up the courage to walk into the manor, and the scene he saw made him directly open his mouth wide in shock. There was nothing left. Everything had been destroyed by the fire in the middle of the night. Such a huge manor had disappeared into thin air. The core figures who lived in the manor had all disappeared. This place had completely turned into ruins, mixed with the smell of death. The manor was gone, the people were gone. The green fluorescent city was going to change. At this moment, the real culprit had already left Greenlight City and was heading towards Dan Yuan City. After eliminating one of the strongholds of the Dark Shadow, Jiang Chen had advanced to the 6th grade Combat Emperor after refining the 2 lions. His face was brimming with satisfaction. His heart was filled with a gloomy feeling. At least in a short period of time, he wouldn't have to worry about the revenge of the Dark Shadow. It was basically impossible for the headquarters of the Dark Shadow to find out that he was the culprit. Junior Jiang, you have really gained a lot this time. You have eliminated one of the strongholds of the Dark Shadow, eradicating the biggest threat and advancing to the 6th grade Combat Emperor. I am no match for you now. When we reach Dan Yuan City, those geniuses will encounter you. They are really unlucky. Guo Xiaofei said with a smile. His words were very sincere. He was really not as good as Jiang Chen. Last night, Jiang Chen fought against 6 9th grade combat emperors with his 6th grade combat emperor cultivation, including a peak 9th grade combat emperor leader. Guo Xiaofei had witnessed it with his own eyes. With Jiang Chen's current combat strength, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to kill Jiang Chen even if he had the right to attack. I'm determined to win this time's selection. Senior Brother Guo, tell me about this king of elixirs. Every inch of the city wall was decorated with gold and jade, showing off its wealth. In the sky above Dan Yuan City, there was always the smell of medicine floating in the air, causing the natural yuan qi in the city to be twice as dense as the outside. It was indeed rare to see a city this prosperous. In such a huge Dan Yuan City, there was only one force, Dan King County. The entire Dan Yuan City was under the control of Dan King County. Because Dan King's beloved daughter was going to select a son-in-law, there were a lot of people coming and going in front of the gate of Dan Yuan City. They came from all directions. I heard that many geniuses from the 8 big regions have arrived. They all want to see Miss Wu Ningzhu's beautiful face. Miss Wu Ningzhu's face is covered with a veil all the time, but it absolutely can't cover her peerless beauty. Miss Wu Ningzhu has already said that she will unveil the veil for whoever wins the son-in-law selection. I wonder who will be so lucky. There are too many geniuses from the 8 big regions. Many of them have already arrived. Dan Yuan City is going to be bustling with noise and excitement. Let's hurry and go in and watch the show. We won't have the chance to compete in the son-in-law selection. We can only hope to see Miss Wu Ningzhu's peerless beauty. Outside the gate of Dan Yuan City, many people started discussing. Jiang Chen and the others were among the crowd. Hearing the name Wu Ningzhu, Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog and Nangong Wen Tian all laughed. What kind of peerless beauty does this Wu Ningzhu have? How could she attract so many people? Guo Xiaofei sighed. Back in the southern continent, Wu Ningzhu was the most beautiful woman in the southern continent. However, Wu Ningzhu has already promised to marry our little Chenzi. She won't look at other men for the rest of her life. This son-in-law selection is to test little Chinzi. Nangong Wentian said. The most beautiful woman in the southern continent. If I have the chance, I must meet her. Junior Jiang is really lucky. However, this test isn't too challenging for Junior Jiang. How can those geniuses from the 8 big regions be compared to Junior Jiang? Only those geniuses from the ancient families in the pure land of the divine prefecture can be compared to Junior Jiang. Guo Xiaofei was very fond of Jiang Qin. In his opinion, with Jiang Chen's current combat strength, no one below the minor saint realm could possibly win against him. The city gate of Dan Yuan City was very tall. 3 huge golden words were floating on top of the gate. Each word was 3 meters in size, Dan Yuan City. Those who were guarding the 2 sides of the city gate were the guards of Dan King County. There were too many people entering the city at this time. Anyone who wanted to enter the city had to pay a certain amount of heaven elixir. With such a huge flow of people, it would be a considerable income in a day. I was wondering who it was. Isn't this Guo Xiaofei of the Nebula sect? I didn't expect you to be interested in the young miss of Dan King County. At this moment, a strange voice was heard from behind. Jiang Chen and the others halted their steps and turned their heads to look. They saw 2 young men walking towards them arrogantly. Their cultivation grade was very high, both of them were 9th grade combat emperors. The clothes that they were wearing weren't unfamiliar to Jiang Chen and the others. It was the uniform of Sky Hill School. Jiang Chen, Nangong Wentian and De Huang Dog looked at each other, thinking that enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. They didn't expect to meet each other here. Yu Yuan, Liang Chan, you 2 have also come to Dan Yuan City to join in the fun. Guo Xiaofei said Leng Leng, then transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen and the others. These 2 are the number 1 and 2 in the sky ranking of Sky Hill School. Chapter 727. As a disciple of the Sky Hill School, even if they didn't participate in the training in the Death Mountain, they would still know about the existence of Jiang Qin. He was the archenemy of the Sky Hill School. The sect had given them an order to kill Jiang Qin without mercy whenever they saw him. Those who could kill Jiang Qin would receive boundless rewards from the sect. Their status in the Sky Hill School would also be greatly improved. Yu Yuan and Liang Chan didn't put Jiang Qin and the other 2 in their eyes at the beginning. They thought that they were just a few followers of Guo Xiaofei, but the symbol of De Huang Dog was still there. It was too conspicuous. It made them think of Jiang Qin instantly. When the name Jiang Qin was mentioned, Yu Yuan's eyes suddenly shot out 2 rays of cold light. That was an undisguised murderous intent. The murderous intent was very cold. The murderous intent released by a 9th grade combat emperor wasn't small. It immediately attracted the attention of many people. Many of the cultivators who were about to enter the city halted their steps and looked at them. That's right. I am Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders. His facial expression didn't change. He didn't put Yu Yuan and Liang Chan in his eyes at all. He had just arrived in Dan Yuan City and didn't want to cause any trouble, but Jiang Qin had never been afraid of trouble. If these 2 fellows of the Sky Hill School really wanted to find trouble with him, Jiang Chen's means wouldn't be something that they could withstand. There wasn't much to discuss between Jiang Qin and the Sky Hill School. Good. You can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, but you find it by chance. Jiang Qin, you have killed the geniuses and elders of my Sky Hill School. Since we have met here today, I will settle this score with you. Yu Yuan's chi fluctuated. His eyes were locked on Jiang Qin. His face revealed a happy expression. From his point of view, he deserved this great merit. As long as he killed Jiang Qin, his status in the Sky Hill School would increase by a lot. Yu Yuan, I advise you not to attack. I'm doing this for your own good. Guo Xiaofei shook his head and kindly reminded Yu Yuan. His warning was indeed kind. If Yu Yuan wanted to kill Jiang Qin, it was no different from seeking his own death. Even the stronghold of Dark Shadow had been destroyed. A mere Yu Yuan wouldn't be a threat in front of Jiang Qin. Even if he didn't use the Dark Soul King, Jiang Qin's 6th grade combat emperor was enough to kill Yu Yuan. Humph. Guo Xiaofei, you guys are afraid, right? Junior brother Liang, you block Guo Xiaofei, and I will kill Jiang Qin. Today, in front of the gate of Dan Yuan City, we will kill Jiang Qin and raise the prestige of our Sky Mountain sect. Yu Yuan coldly snorted and ordered Liang Chan, senior disciple Yu, this Jiang Qin is not easy to deal with, he is the man who killed Elder Yen. Liang Chan transmitted his voice to Yu Yuan. He was a little worried. Back then, outside the Death Mountain, Yen Changming, who was a peak 9th grade combat emperor, was killed by Jiang Qin. This was enough to show how strong Jiang Qin was. What are you afraid of? Jiang Qin killed Elder Yen because he borrowed the power of the Dark Soul King. Now that the Dark Soul King has been released back to the Death Mountain by Jiang Qin, what else can he rely on? I can kill him in one move. Yu Yuan sneered. In his eyes, Jiang Qin had already become his prey. He couldn't let him go. All right. Liang Chan responded. His body swayed and he stood in front of Guo Xiaofei. However, what surprised him was that Guo Xiaofei did not move at all. Guo Xiaofei crossed his arms in front of his chest and seemed to have no intention of making a move. You don't need to stop me. I won't help you. Don't you want to kill Jiang Qin? Just go ahead and kill him. I won't help you. Guo Xiaofei shrugged and said something that made Yu Yuan and Liang Chan dumbfounded. In their opinion, if they wanted to kill Jiang Qin, Guo Xiaofei would definitely resist them with all his might. They didn't expect that Guo Xiaofei not only wouldn't resist, but also said such words. It's good that you know your limits. Jiang Qin, stand out and accept your death. I can give you a chance to commit suicide so that you won't have to suffer any physical pain. Yu Yuan looked at Jiang Qin Lang and said. Did you see that? This is the meeting of enemies. They are going to fight. That is the genius of Xuanyu Sky Hill School. These people are all from Xuanyu School. I don't know the background of this white-clothed youth, but he is only a 6th grade combat emperor. He will certainly die if he fights a 9th grade combat emperor. Yeah, it's too tragic. I reckon that he came to Dan Yuan City for the sake of catching a glimpse of young lady Wu Ningzhu's peerless appearance. Now, he's going to die here before even entering the city gate. How tragic. The surrounding people were discussing in a low voice. However, they could only watch the show. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to intervene in the battle between powerful high-grade combat emperors. After listening to Yu Yuan's words, De Huang Dog and Nangong Wentian sighed at the same time. Then, the two of them walked to the side and stood next to Guo Xiaofei. Looking at their expressions, it was as if they were watching a drama. Such an unusual situation made Liang Chan's heart beat faster. If that's the case, I will kill you with my own hands. Yu Yuan was infuriated when he saw that Jiang Qin didn't care about him. His chi fluctuated and he struck a palm at Jiang Qin. Paw! Just as Yu Yuan moved, Jiang Qin moved as well. As soon as Jiang Qin moved, a loud slap was heard. A shocking scene appeared. Yu Yuan's body swayed and almost fell down. Looking at one side of his face, there was an incomparably clear and eye-catching palm mark. That's right. That's right. That's right. Many of them didn't see what happened because Jiang Chen's movement was too fast. However, this eye-catching palm mark told them a lot of things. Because of this, many of them were shocked. My God! What kind of monster is this white-clothed youth? He actually slapped a 9th grade combat emperor. This is unbelievable. Is he really a 6th grade combat emperor? How could a 6th grade combat emperor defeat a 9th grade combat emperor? It was the 9th grade combat emperor who attacked first, but he was slapped by the white-clothed youth. This is too shocking. Since when did such a powerful young man appear in Xuanyu? A 6th grade combat emperor fighting a 9th grade combat emperor. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. No one wasn't shocked. Being slapped during a battle was a very normal thing, but if it was a 6th grade combat emperor slapping a 9th grade combat emperor, the meaning would be completely different. Yu Yuan, I have warned you just now. It was you who didn't listen and provoked Jiang Qin. My junior brother Jiang isn't someone to be trifled with. Guo Xiaofei said in a strange tone. Yu Yuan's face darkened. No matter what, he was the #1 genius on the Sky ranking of Sky Hill School. He had just arrived at Dan Yuan City and hadn't even entered the city gate yet, but he was slapped in front of everyone. This was too shameful. Not only did he lose his face, but also the face of Sky Hill School. However, Yu Yuan's heart was filled with astonishment. As the saying goes, an expert's skill would be known the moment he made his move. It could be said that he didn't gain any advantage from the confrontation between him and Jiang Qin just now. He could feel that Jiang Qin's attack was entirely based on his own strength. He didn't use any external force. I've been too careless. Yu Yuan comforted himself. There was a strong energy floating in his palm. He was ready to launch his second attack. He didn't believe that he couldn't defeat a 6th grade combat emperor with his powerful strength. Swoosh! Just as Yu Yuan was mobilizing his qi, Jiang Qin moved again. His movement technique was extremely fast. He appeared in front of Yu Yuan in the blink of an eye, and slapped Yu Yuan's face again. Paw! Paw! Arg! Yu Yuan cried out in alarm. Even with his strength, he couldn't even dodge. This slap landed solidly on his face once again. He felt that half of his face was about to swell up, and he felt a burning pain. Pooey! Yu Yuan opened his mouth and spat out 3 of his front teeth. Jiang Qin's slap seemed to be light, but it wasn't the case. Yu Yuan was, after all, a powerful 9th grade combat emperor. If Jiang Qin didn't use some of his strength, it would be very difficult to subdue him. He had used the 9 phantom wolves when he attacked just now. His slap had also utilized all the Yuan force in his body. Hong Long. Jiang Qin didn't show any mercy. He struck again. He raised his hand and conjured the true dragon palm. A blood-red dragon claw fell from the sky and enveloped Yu Yuan. Currently, Yu Yuan's heart was filled with anger and shock. His mind was in a mess, he couldn't exert his true strength. Plus, there was a certain gap between his combat strength and Jiang Qin's. How could he resist the true dragon palm of Jiang Qin? Bang! The true dragon palm pressed down like a mountain, slamming Yu Yuan to the ground. Barf! Yu Yuan felt that his internal organs were about to shatter. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. Before he could struggle, Jiang Qin's foot landed on Yu Yuan's face. A trash like you dares to threaten to kill me. You are courting death. Jiang Qin said coldly. He exerted force on his foot, pushing Yu Yuan's head into the ground. He slowly drew out the Heavenly Saint sword, aimed at Yu Yuan's squirming body, and was about to stab it. Stop! Liang Chan, who was at the side, yelled hastily. He was dumbfounded by the scene just now. He and Yu Yuan had never thought that Jiang Qin had become so powerful. A 9th grade combat emperor wasn't a match for him. He finally knew why Guo Xiaofei and the other 2 didn't have any intention to help. It was because there was no need for them to do anything. Yu Yuan was like a clown in front of Jiang Qin, making him a laughing stock. Pu Qi, however, Jiang Qin didn't care about Liang Chan at all. The heavenly saint's sword pierced through Yu Yuan's body. The terrifying sword Qi severed all of Yu Yuan's life. The #1 genius of Sky Hill School died under Jiang Chen's sword. He didn't even have the time to enter Dan Yuan City. Chapter 728. Yu Yuan was dead. Liang Chan could only watch as Jiang Qin killed Yu Yuan, the #1 genius of Sky Hill School. However, he didn't even dare to be angry, there was only fear in his heart. In his heart, Jiang Qin was too terrifying. Meeting Jiang Qin today was their misfortune. Swoosh! Jiang Qin pulled out the long sword from Yu Yuan's body and appeared in front of Liang Chan with lightning speed. The heavenly saint's sword was already placed on Liang Chan's neck. Liang Chan sucked in a breath of cold air. Although Jiang Qin hadn't moved, he could already feel the coldness from the sharp sword. Don't kill me. Liang Chan could feel his voice trembling. He felt that the name he had given Jiang Qin wasn't good, even his soul was trembling now. Give me a reason why you won't die. Jiang Chen's tone was cold. Liang Chan began to tremble again. He didn't know how to answer Jiang Chen's words. It was too difficult to find a reason to not die. What reason did Jiang Qin have to spare his life? He wanted to kill Jiang Qin just now. There wasn't much to talk about between Jiang Qin and Sky Hill School. Pu Qi. Jiang Qin moved like lightning. The heavenly saint's sword chopped off Liang Chan's head. Blood spurted out, causing the crowd to exclaim. Many people's faces turned pale. That was a powerful 9th-grade combat emperor. In their hearts, he was an unreachable existence. Now, he was killed by this white-robed young man as if he was chopping vegetables. Liang Chan had to die. Killing one was killing two was also killing. Jiang Qin wouldn't let a powerful 9th-grade combat emperor go. Moreover, Liang Chan couldn't find a reason not to kill him. After killing the 2 great experts of Sky Hill School, Jiang Qin kept his heavenly saint sword and waved his hand to ignite the fire. The 2 corpses were incinerated in the blink of an eye, not even ashes were left. When he blew his Yuan force, nothing was left, as if there had never been a battle here. The body of a 9th-grade combat emperor was incomparably strong. It would be extremely difficult for an ordinary flame to burn their body in an instant, but Jiang Chen's flame wasn't an ordinary one. The combination of the true thunder fire and true dragon fire could melt even the hardest dark steel, let alone a human's body. After doing all these, Jiang Qin didn't turn his head back. He strode into Dan Yuan City. De Huang Dog and the other 2 followed behind Jiang Qin. If one didn't know them, he would think that the leader of this group was Guo Xiaofei. Who would have thought that he was a 6th-grade combat emperor? At this time, there were already many people gathered outside the city gate. When Jiang Qin and his group walked towards the gate, everyone automatically made a path for them. They looked at Jiang Chen's handsome face and then looked at the place where Yu Yuan and Liang Chan disappeared. Fear still lingered in their hearts when they thought about it. The noisy city gate was now quiet. No one dared to speak. Jiang Qin and his group walked to the gate and smiled at the 4 guards who were looking at him blankly. How much do you need to pay to enter the city? How many days of elixir? The leader of the guards was the first to react. He quickly waved his hand and said, "No, we don't need to pay. Please come in, young master." As the guards of Dan King County, they weren't fools. They had good eyesight. This young man was so powerful that he could even kill a 9th-grade minor saint so casually. He might be a genius from some major power. They couldn't afford to offend him. If they offended such a genius just because of the entrance fee, it wouldn't be worth it. Moreover, if this white-robed young man became the son-in-law of Dan King County, they would have a good impression of him. The guards didn't need to pay, but Jiang Chen had to pay. They were the people of Dan King County. If he wanted to leave a good impression on them, he would have to start with these guards. Jiang Chen waved his hand and threw a storage pouch to the guard. This is 1,000 heaven elixir pills. Take it and treat your brothers to a drink. After he finished speaking, Jiang Chen placed both of his hands on his back and walked into Dan Yuan City in an unrestrained manner. The leader of the guards was holding the storage pouch in his hand. He was stunned for a moment and only reacted after a few breaths of time. Boss, who is this young man? He is too generous. He gave us 1,000 heaven elixir pills and asked us to drink. Motherfucker, 1,000 heaven elixir pills. We won't be able to finish it even if we drink for a lifetime. A guard came to the leader of the guards. Did you see that? This is a true big shot, a true genius. A 6th grade combat emperor could easily kill a 9th grade combat emperor. Have you seen it before? Who has seen it before? Plus, this young master is very generous. If he could become our son-in-law, that would be the best. The leader of the guards praised Jiang Chen endlessly. Boss is right. This is a true big shot. He is a genius but not arrogant. He is much stronger than those geniuses from the 8 domains. Those guys are too arrogant and arrogant. They are even more arrogant than the God of Heaven. I feel annoyed just by looking at them. Jiang Chen used 1,000 heaven elixir pills to leave a good impression on the people of Dan King County. Although it was just a few guards, Jiang Chen felt that it was worth it. This time, not only did he want to defeat all of them, he also wanted to give face to Wu Ningzhu. He wanted to let the whole Dan King County and the whole Dan Yuan City know that the man of Wu Ningzhu was a famous big shot. This young man is really a dragon among men. 1,000 heaven elixir pills were thrown away like rubbish. For people like him, 1,000 Mount Tianyuan is nothing. This man is strong and cruel. For those geniuses from the 8 domains, he is a formidable opponent. It seems like the son-in-law selection of Dan King's beloved daughter is going to be very lively. I don't know what his name is. He seems to be a disciple of Xuanyu Nebula sect. I think he is a popular candidate for the son-in-law selection. Let's go into the city. It is said that before the son-in-law selection, Miss Wu Ningzhu will appear at the Blue Moon Lake and meet the heroes of the world. This is a great opportunity to see Wu Ningzhu's beauty. The battle was over, but Jiang Chen's image had been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Many people remembered that handsome young man in white. Dan Yuan City was very big and luxurious. On both sides of the wide road, there were a lot of restaurants. Not long after entering the city, one could smell the fragrance of meat and wine from the restaurants. Jiang Chen and the others were fine, but the Huang dog couldn't stand it anymore. Wherever this guy went, his saliva would float. Shameful. Being with you is really shameful. Nangong Wentian slapped the dog's head and said without any trace of politeness. Piss off. I haven't been to a restaurant for a long time. The Huang dog said with an incomparably wronged expression. Junior Jiang, it is still early. There is still half a month before the son-in-law selection. In my opinion, let's find a restaurant to spend some money first, then find an inn to stay in. Guo Xiaofei suggested. In Dan Yuan City, restaurants were just a form of consumption. For most of the cultivators, they didn't need to eat anymore. They relied on the natural yuan qi to cultivate, so they wouldn't feel hungry. However, delicious food was attractive to everyone. It was called enjoyment. Especially the meat of some rare demon beasts, it was incomparably delicious. These restaurants in Dan Yuan City were designed to bring enjoyment to people. There were a lot of restaurants in this city and their business was very good. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Since they had already arrived at Danyuan City, he wasn't in a hurry to meet Wu Ningzhu. 3 people and a dog randomly chose a high-class restaurant and walked in. Looking at De Huang Dog's appearance, it seemed like he was going to make a big mess today. Danqing County. Danqing County was located at the center of Danyuan City. There were many lofts, it was incomparably luxurious and respectable. In a beautiful bamboo forest, there was a loft. There was a beautiful sound of zither coming out from it. The sound was very pleasant to listen to. The butterflies in the bamboo forest were dancing along with the rhythm. Just a few notes were enough to cause the resonance of nature. It showed that the person who played the zither had an extremely high attainment in music. At this moment, there was a garden in front of the loft. In the garden, there was a girl in black clothes. Her face was covered with a thin layer of black veil. She was holding a zither in her arms. Her jade-like fingers were moving back and forth on the zither like a fish playing in the water. It was an incomparably beautiful scene. A peerless beauty matched with the natural charm. At this time, a silhouette suddenly passed through the bamboo forest and came to the front of the girl. It said to her, "Miss, Jiang Chen has appeared." It was a girl who was dressed like a servant, but her cultivation grade wasn't weak. She was a first-grade combat emperor at such a young age. When she heard Jiang Chen's name, the girl stopped what she was doing. The sound of the zither disappeared. The butterflies and birds also scattered in all directions. The girl in black slowly raised her head. Her pair of bright and beautiful eyes were like the brightest stars in the heaven and earth. Just a glance was the most beautiful thing in the world. The girl in black wasn't someone else. She was Wu Ningzhu. "You have finally come." Wu Ningzhu revealed a smile at the corner of her mouth. Although her face was covered by the veil, it could still be seen that she was smiling. Ever since she came to the Divine Continent, she had never met Jiang Chen. It had been a long time, but there was only a shadow of him in Wu Ningzhu's heart. "Miss, you are so beautiful. If only Dong Mei had 1/10 of your beauty, it would be great," the servant said with a smile. "Flattering me again." Wu Ningzhu glared at Dong Mei, but she wasn't angry at all. It showed that the relationship between the two of them wasn't bad. "Miss, that Jiang Chen is really powerful. He killed the moment he arrived," Dong Mei said. "Oh. What has happened?" Wu Ningzhu was stunned. Just now, in front of the main gate of Danyuan City, Jiang Chen and Su Anyu had a conflict with the 2 geniuses of Sky Hill School. He killed the 2 geniuses on the spot. They were 2 powerful 9th-grade combat emperors and that Jiang Chen was only a 6th-grade combat emperor. "This is really scary," Dong Mei said. She was ordered by Wu Ningzhu to inquire about Jiang Chen's information. Every action of Jiang Chen in Danyuan City was seen by Dong Mei. The 2 geniuses of Sky Hill School really asked for it. They shouldn't have provoked him, but they had to provoke him. Chapter 729. Mrs. Dreamlover is really not an ordinary person. He is a young genius, a 6th-grade combat emperor who could kill a 9th-grade combat emperor. This is my first time seeing such a peerless character. Dong Mei's heart is thumping madly. He is so cool. The maid, Dong Mei, said in a weird tone. Wu Ningzhu wasn't angry. She glared at Dong Mei and said, "Impudent. Miss, there is still half a month before the selection of the son-in-law. Do you want to meet that Jiang Chen?" Dong Mei said. "No need. I want to wait for him to defeat all the geniuses for me, then marry me openly. This is his promise to me." Dong Mei, spread the news that I will appear in the Blue Moon Lake 10 days later. I want to meet all the geniuses first. I also want to see how much has that guy grown. Wu Ningzhu said with a smile. Jiang Chen had killed 2 ninth-grade combat emperors on the first day. This news made Wu Ningzhu heave a sigh of relief. It also made her see the hope of Jiang Chen dominating the world. However, being able to kill 2 ninth-grade combat emperors didn't mean that he could defeat all the geniuses. This time, many geniuses had come for the Dan King's reputation. It could be said that there would be a heaven-defying existence among the geniuses. Jiang Chen was only a 6th-grade combat emperor. It would be difficult for him to suppress all the geniuses. That night, Jiang Chen and his friends found an inn in Danyuan City and stayed there, waiting for the selection of the son-in-law to arrive. During this period of time, they could meditate in Danyuan City without worrying about being disturbed. The only threat to Jiang Chen was the Dark Shadow organization. However, the stronghold of the Moon Pavilion had been destroyed by Jiang Chen. The Dark Shadow organization would need some time to recuperate. As for the enemies of Xuanyu and the other 3 major powers, Jiang Chen didn't care about them. The death of the 2 geniuses of the Sky Hill School had sounded the alarm in Xiaoyao Palace and Tan family. Even if they sent someone here, they wouldn't dare to find trouble unless they were tired of living. The inn Jiang Chen stayed in was huge, and rich men like them naturally had the best living environment. They chose a quiet courtyard with a great cultivation environment. Jiang Chen stood in the courtyard with his hands behind his back. He raised his head and looked at the full moon in the sky. Thinking back to the journey he had taken, he was filled with excitement. What a great journey! The Huang dog came to the side of Jiang Chen. Both of his eyes were radiating with brilliance. His dog nose kept sniffing and said, "Kid, there are treasures in this city." Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes instantly lit up. This time, he came to Danyuan City just for Wu Ningzhu. He didn't expect to obtain any treasures. However, since the Huang dog sensed it, it meant that there must be some extremely rare treasures in Danyuan City. With the Huang dog's current ability, ordinary treasures wouldn't be able to enter his eyes. However, looking at the Huang dog's expression at this moment, it was enough to show that the treasures here weren't ordinary. "Where is it?" Jiang Chen asked. "Southeast." The Huang dog looked to the southeast. "Let's go and take a look." The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a smile. If there was a good treasure, he naturally wouldn't miss it. If he could obtain it, it would be an unexpected harvest. The Huang dog grinned. 1 man and 1 dog hit it off, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the courtyard. This wasn't the first time they had done something like this. It could be said that it was a piece of cake for them. Jiang Chen and the Huang dog didn't disturb Guo Xiaofei and Nangong Wentian, who were in the middle of their cultivation, and headed towards the southeast. Departing from the inn where Jiang Chen and the Huang dog were staying, the southeast direction was the center of Danyuan City. It was also the most prosperous place. Jiang Chen and the Huang dog chose to walk. They didn't fly, nor did they use their spatial energy. There were peerless experts in Danyuan City, so it would be very easy for them to be discovered. On the contrary, walking on the ground would not be easy for them to be discovered. Moreover, Jiang Chen and the Huang dog's speed was extremely fast. They were like 2 wisps of green smoke shuttling through the streets of Danyuan City. With their techniques, even if they passed through the crowd, they wouldn't be discovered. "De Huang, have you sensed the location of the treasure?" After running for more than 10 minutes, they had already reached the center of Danyuan City. Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask. "Soon, it's just in front." The Huang dog licked his lips. The aura of the treasure was getting stronger and stronger. The Huang dog could already sense the specific location of the treasure. Very soon, a man and a dog appeared in front of a magnificent golden gate, then they stopped at a distance. On the gate, there was a golden horizontal board. On the board, there were 3 words, Dan King County, carved in flamboyant calligraphy. Seeing that, Jiang Qin rolled his eyes. He turned his head and looked at De Huang Dog. The treasure you mentioned, is it here? That's right, it's here. It seems to be in Dan King County. De Huang Dog nodded, confirming that the treasure was in Dan King County. Come, let's go back. Jiang Qin turned his head and walked away. Damn, it's not easy to come here. We should go in and have a look. That's definitely a good treasure. De Huang Dog was unwilling. They came here to find the treasure. Now that the treasure was right in front of them, they had to turn around and leave. This was not Jiang Qin's style. We can't intrude into Dan King County without permission. Don't forget our purpose of coming here. When we meet Ningzhu, she will know what kind of precious treasure is in Dan King County. If this treasure is useful to us, we will find a way to get it. If it's useless, we won't talk about it anymore. Jiang Qin said. If the treasure was in any other place in Danyuan City, he would certainly go there without hesitation, but Dan King County was different. There were at least a few minor saints in Dan King County. Dan King himself was a powerful 5th-grade minor saint. In addition, Dan King was a powerful alchemist. His soul power was very strong and his senses were very sharp. Since it was the most precious treasure of Dan King County, it must be heavily guarded. If Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog went in, they would be discovered by Dan King immediately. A 5th-grade minor saint was incomparable to a 1st-grade minor saint. Sneaking into Dan King County to steal the treasure in the middle of the night. Once they were discovered, not only would they lose their face, their lives would also be in danger. If the situation turned out to be like this, Wu Ningzhu would be extremely disappointed. The main purpose of Jiang Qin's visit was to find Wu Ningzhu. It could be seen that Wu Ningzhu was very important to Dan King. Wu Ningzhu must know what kind of treasure was in Dan King County. As long as the treasure was useful to Jiang Qin would naturally have other ways to get it. De Huang Dog sighed. His enthusiasm to search for the treasure was gone instantly. He wasn't an idiot. He knew that what Jiang Qin said was right. With their current cultivation, it was basically impossible to sneak into Dan King County to find the treasure without being discovered. In the following days, Jiang Qin and the others stayed in the inn. Only De Huang Dog wandered around outside when he had nothing to do. He would go to the street to flirt with some young girls. The news of Jiang Qin killing the 2 great geniuses of Sky Hill School had spread. Although they didn't know who the white-robed youth was, this matter had attracted a lot of attention. Many geniuses from the 8 domains were paying close attention to this matter. A 6th-grade combat emperor who could kill a 9th-grade combat emperor, no one dared to ignore this matter. There were also people from the Xiaoyao Palace and the Tan family from Xuanyu. After their geniuses heard about this matter, they immediately thought of Jiang Qin. Killing the 2 geniuses without hesitation was a huge grudge. Moreover, a 6th-grade combat emperor could kill a 9th-grade combat emperor. Other than Jiang Qin, there wouldn't be a second person in the entire divine continent who could do this. The geniuses of the 2 major powers had received the order from their superiors to kill Jiang Qin if they saw him. But now, it seemed that if they really met Jiang Qin, it would be better for them to stay as far away from him as possible. No one from the Moyne cult came. After all, they belonged to the evil cult. If they appeared in such an occasion, they would be rejected. 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. Today was the busiest day in Danyuan City. Tonight, the daughter of Dan King, Wu Ningzhu, would appear at the Blue Moon Lake. The Blue Moon Lake was located at the center of Danyuan City. It wasn't far from Dan King County. This was the biggest lake in Danyuan City. It was also the most beautiful place in the city. The whole lake had a circumference of a few dozen miles. The water was rippling. Under the moonlight, the surface of the lake had lustrous ripples. It was extremely beautiful. Today, before the sky had turned dark, the lakeside of the Blue Moon Lake was already crowded with people. The whole Blue Moon Lake was brightly lit as if it was daytime. At the center of the Blue Moon Lake, there were 6 pavilions. Each pavilion was decorated with a layer of beautiful embroidery. It was extremely charming. At this moment, a tyrannical silhouette was flying towards the pavilions. All of these people were the elites of the major powers of the 8 major domains. They were the geniuses of the geniuses. The lowest grade among them was an 8th grade combat emperor. Look, all the geniuses are here. Today, Wu Ningzhu has appeared. These geniuses can't sit still anymore. That's for sure. These geniuses are here for Wu Ningzhu. Even if they can't get her back, they still want to leave a good impression. If they can befriend Dan King County, it will be very beneficial to their power. I really envy them. Each of them is a peerless genius. Many geniuses are going to appear today. I'm afraid that the 6 pavilions won't be enough. We won't have the chance to go to the pavilions. You still want to go to the pavilions? Stop dreaming. Today's pavilions are the place for geniuses. There aren't many people who are qualified to go to the pavilions. The people on the shore were discussing among themselves. Experts were flying towards the pavilions continuously. There was a battle in one of the pavilions. A low-grade 7th grade combat emperor was thrown into the lake. This incident had made many people give up the idea of going to the pavilions. A 7th grade combat emperor was thrown into the lake. If they really offended those geniuses, they would die in vain. At this moment, 4 silhouettes appeared from the crowd on the shore. They were Jiang Chen and the others. Let's go to the pavilions and have a seat. We will meet these geniuses. Chapter 730. De Huang is right. I want to have a closer look at Sister Ning's current appearance. TSK, I'm sure she's still as beautiful as before. Nangong Wentian had a fascinated look on his face. His eyes kept moving back and forth on Jiang Chen's body. Brother Nangong, how did Brother Jiang and this Wu Ningzhu get to know each other? Guo Xiaofei asked curiously. It's a long story. This brat removed the veil of the girl and that's what happened. Nangong Wentian said with a smile. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. He was speechless when he thought of the time when he removed Wu Ningzhu's veil. It was unintentional, he didn't expect that it would lead to a marriage. 3 men and a dog soared to the sky from the shore and flew to the pavilion in the center. Look, someone else is going. He looks like someone from the same faction. Fuck, that's a dog. Even a dog wants to enter the pavilion. This is too ridiculous. Could it be that a dog is going to choose a son-in-law? What kind of trash is this? A De Huang dog wants to enter the pavilion. He will definitely be stewed alive by those geniuses. And that white-robed youth, he looks like a 6th grade combat emperor. I think he will be thrown into the lake. That white-robed youth seems to be the one who killed the 2 9th grade combat emperors outside the city. That's right, it's him. He has a De Huang dog following him. He has finally shown himself. If those geniuses dare to provoke him, they will regret it. It can't be. So that's him. I was being snobbish just now. Someone recognized Jiang Chen. His eyes fell on the pavilion that Jiang Chen and the others were going to. When geniuses clashed, there would be sparks. This white-robed youth wasn't someone to be trifled with. He wanted to kill someone in anger. Who could stand it? Swoosh in the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen and the others arrived at the pavilion. There were already more than 10 geniuses sitting in the pavilion, and there were only 2 empty seats left. Nangong Wendian and Guo Fei didn't want to pass on the responsibility. They immediately sat down, completely ignoring Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Everyone's eyes fell on Nangong Wendian and Guo Fei. Needless to say, Guo Fei was a 9th grade combat emperor. Naturally, he was qualified to sit here. Although Nangong Wendian was only a peak 8th grade combat emperor, no one dared to provoke him due to his unparalleled qi. However, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were different. They didn't manage to get a seat and could only stand there. At the same time, everyone's eyes fell on the man and the dog. Of course, some people laughed. Motherfucker, a dog dares to come to the pavilion. Is this a joke? What a joke. Sitting together with a dog is a humiliation to us. And this brat, a 6th grade combat emperor, doesn't he have any self-awareness? You all better jump into the lake before we get mad. Jiang Qin said coldly. What a joke. Haha, kid, you look like a smart man, but why are you so blind? You don't have any self-awareness. Get out of here quickly. Laughter sounded in the pavilion. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had become a joke. Everyone here was a genius from different domains. How could they put a puny 6th grade combat emperor in their eyes? You dare to be disrespectful to a dog. Do you know what the consequences are? Have you considered the consequences of your actions? You are looking for trouble for yourselves. De Huang Dog straightened his majestic body like a human. His 2 front hooves pointed at those geniuses, as if he was teaching them a lesson. Pu Nangong Wendian and Guo Fei couldn't help but laugh. This dog was too funny, but they didn't say anything. If these people offended Jiang Qin and this dog, the consequences wouldn't be good. Motherfucker, where did this stupid dog come from? How dare he lecture us? He's courting death. Get out of here. An 8th grade combat emperor with a majestic body couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up from his seat and strode to De Huang Dog. He reached out his hand, seemingly wanting to throw De Huang Dog into the lake. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Just as the youth raised his hand, he was knocked away by De Huang Dog, falling into the lake with a splash. The impact from De Huang Dog was afraid that all the bones in his chest would be broken. This was considered as a mercy. A puny 8th grade combat emperor was showing off his prowess in front of De Huang Dog. This was no different from courting death. After knocking the youth away, De Huang Dog grinned and swaggered to the seat of the youth and sat down. The others were shocked. They didn't expect this dog to be so powerful. An 8th grade combat emperor wasn't his match, but they still felt awkward to sit together with a dog. Everyone, is there anyone who jumped into the lake and gave up a seat? Jiang Qin spoke. Now that everyone had a seat, he was the only one who didn't have a seat. It was somewhat awkward for him to stand here. As soon as his words came out, everyone had the urge to spurt out blood. That dog had just acted arrogantly, and now, a puny 6th grade combat emperor was acting arrogantly as well. The weakest among them was an 8th grade combat emperor, and they were all geniuses from the major powers of the 8 domains. They represented a respectable status and identity. How could they give up their seats to a puny 6th grade combat emperor? What kind of occasion was this? Was this a place where a 6th grade combat emperor should be? He simply didn't have the slightest self-awareness. Brat, I think you are tired of living, right? A puny 6th grade combat emperor dares to come here and show off his prowess. There really are all kinds of people. If you take the initiative to jump into the lake now, we'll forgive you for your disrespect just now. Brat, jump into the lake yourself. Save us the trouble of having to deal with you. Otherwise, you will suffer some physical pain. All the geniuses were mocking Jiang Qin. Since Wu Ningzhu hadn't appeared yet, they were bored. Using Jiang Qin to entertain themselves was a good idea. If that's the case, this pavilion will be reserved by me. All of you jump into the lake now, I will forgive you for your disrespect. Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. Everyone was stunned by his words. No one had thought that Jiang Qin would say something like this, completely reversing their words. What he said was really asking for a beating. This was going to incur the wrath of the crowd. Jiang Qin looked at Jiang Qin in an indifferent manner. Sure enough, Jiang Qin succeeded in infuriating everyone. A hot-tempered 8th grade combat emperor stood up. There were a total of 5 8th grade combat emperors in the pavilion and the rest were 9th grade combat emperors. I don't know where did this punk come from. How dare you come here to show off your prowess? If that's the case, I will break one of your arms and throw you into the lake. The 8th grade combat emperor said. His hand was already reaching out to grab Jiang Qin. However, his movement was too slow in front of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin grabbed his arm with one hand and locked his shoulder with the other. What? That person turned pale with fright. He didn't expect that he would be controlled by Jiang Qin in just one move. He circulated his yuan force, wanting to shake off Jiang Qin's hands, but to his horror, Jiang Qin's hands were like 2 iron pincers. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake them off. As you wish, I will break one of your arms and throw you into the lake. After saying that, Jiang Qin suddenly exerted his strength. Qi-la sound was heard and the man's arm was torn off. Blood gushed out. Then, Jiang Qin grabbed the man's collar and threw him into the lake with a miserable scream. This scene caused an uproar among the crowd. Not only the people in the pavilion, but also the people in the other pavilions in the shore had witnessed this scene, causing a huge commotion. There is a fight going on over there. That white-robed youth is very powerful. 2 people have already been thrown into the lake. He is the young man who killed the people outside the city gate. I saw him killing 2 9th grade combat emperors with my own eyes. That 8th grade combat emperor dares to provoke him, he is courting his own death. This is too powerful. There will be a good show to watch. No one wasn't shocked. Many of them were looking at this place. When 2 geniuses met, sparks were bound to be created. This was just the beginning, but there was already such a big commotion. Kid, how dare you hurt the people of my Sky Origin sect? You are courting death. In the pavilion, a 9th grade combat emperor in gray clothes strode towards Jiang Qin. Without saying a word, he attacked. He and the man who was thrown into the lake by Jiang Qin were both genius disciples of Sky Origin sect in vertical domain. Bang! Without saying a word, Jiang Qin struck out the true dragon palm. The 9th grade combat emperor was slammed into the lake and flew out from the lake. He was infuriated. A combat weapon appeared in his hand and he slashed at Jiang Qin. He was a dignified representative of Sky Origin sect, but he was thrown into the lake. This was too shameful. If he didn't vent his anger, he wouldn't have the face to see Miss Wu Ningzhu. Roared Jiang Qin struck with his palm. The fire dragon seal flew up and heavily hit the 9th grade combat emperor's body. The 9th grade combat emperor let out a wail and was sent flying away again. He fell into the lake and didn't come out for a long time. With Jiang Qin's current combat strength, it would be hard for him to find an opponent below the minor saint realm. This scene stunned everyone in the pavilion. Everyone's expression changed when they looked at Jiang Qin. Only now did they remember the 6th grade combat emperor who killed the people outside the city gate. Without a doubt, this guy in front of them was that person. Some of them felt regretful. Why did they offend such a person? If they knew this earlier, they would have given up 2 seats to Jiang Qin. While everyone was still in a daze, Jiang Qin moved again. He was like a whirlwind, blowing past everyone. Bang bang bang. Chapter 731. This scene was too shocking. What was called overbearing? This was what it meant to be overbearing. This wasn't seizing a seat, it was seizing a pavilion. Exclamations were heard from the shore. Jiang Chen had become the focus of attention. My God! Where did this man come from? How could he be so overbearing? A 6th-grade combat emperor could defeat a 9th-grade combat emperor. Could he be a genius from the pure land of the divine continent? Domineering. Simply too domineering. He threw everyone into the lake. Those are all geniuses from the major powers. Every single one of them has an esteemed status and a tyrannical cultivation base. Now that they've been thrown into the lake, all of their faces have been lost. It seems like the selection of a son-in-law for Miss Wu Ningzhu will be very lively. This white-robed young man is definitely the biggest dark horse. Perhaps he will become the son-in-law of Dan King County. At that time, he will be able to climb up the tree that is Dan King County and gain endless resources. No one wasn't shocked. The scene just now was absolutely unimaginable. The geniuses would certainly clash and fight. These geniuses were very overbearing, but the overbearing white-robed young man was the real overbearing one. No matter who the opponent was, he would throw all of them into the lake. The geniuses in the other pavilions also looked over. Their faces changed when they looked at Jiang Chen. To them, this was a strong enemy. Damn it! How could this guy grow so fast? No wonder the 2 disciples of Sky Hill School were killed by him. It seems like it will be very difficult for us to take revenge. Yeah, this man's growth is too fast. If we don't get rid of him soon, he will be a great threat to us. If he succeeds in the selection of a son-in-law, he will gain the recognition of Dan King County. At that time, he will get more resources and grow even faster. The Nebula sect will have the support of Dan King County, which will be disadvantageous to us. The faces of the geniuses of Xiaoyao Palace and Tan family darkened. Others might not know about the existence of Jiang Chen, but they who came from Xuanyu knew him very well. The current Jiang Chen was a famous person in Xuanyu. No one didn't know about him. However, judging from the situation, after the selection of a son-in-law, Jiang Chen's reputation wouldn't only be in Xuanyu, the whole divine continent would know about him. Don't worry, he is only a 6th-grade combat emperor. As far as I know, the geniuses from other domains have powerful trump cards. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen is, he won't be a match to them. The leader of the geniuses of Tan family sneered. Interesting. It seems like the selection of a son-in-law will be very interesting. A black-clothed young man's eyes fell on Jiang Chen like a knife. His mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. He was also a 9th-grade combat emperor. Although he had seen the scariness of Jiang Chen just now, he didn't seem to be afraid of him. It was as if he was sure that Jiang Chen would win the selection of a son-in-law. Other than this black-clothed young man, there were a few others who seemed to have a well-thought-out plan. Even though Jiang Chen had shown his powerful strength, they still didn't put Jiang Chen in their eyes. Jiang Chen ignored the astonished eyes around him. He simply found a seat and sat down. There were only 3 people and a dog in the big pavilion. Although there were many empty seats in the pavilion, no one dared to go there. This pavilion had been reserved by Jiang Chen. Whoever went there at this time would only bring trouble to themselves. All those experts who were thrown into the lake flew out from the lake one by one. They had Yuan force to protect their bodies. The water on their bodies had been evaporated, but even so, it couldn't hide their sorry state. One of them who had a fat and strong body was filled with anger. He was floating above the lake, pointing his finger at Jiang Chen and shouted, "Brat, tell me your name if you have the guts. Xuanyu Nebula Sect Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin announced his name loudly without any concealment. This time, he came to Danyuan City for Wuningzhu. What he wanted was to be overbearing. Danqing County was a major power. If he could befriend them, it would bring great benefits to Nebula Sect. That was why Jiang Qin had to make his name known. Jiang Qin, I, Lu Wang, will remember today's matter. If I meet you on the day of the son-in-law selection, I will definitely take revenge. Lu Wang left a ruthless sentence, then he stepped into the sky and left. The other geniuses who rushed out from the lake also felt that they had no face to continue staying here, so they also left. That fat man is Lu Wang. I heard that this person is very famous in the vertical domain. His swift blade is unstoppable in the world. With Lu Wang's support, I didn't expect that he would be defeated by Jiang Qin today. However, such a person must have a very powerful trump card. Of course, those who came to participate in the son-in-law selection, which one of them doesn't have a tyrannical trump card? However, they won't reveal their trump card now. They will only reveal it on the day of the son-in-law selection. The moonlight was like waves, sprinkling on the surface of the lake. Today's moon was very round and very bright. Coupled with the bright lights of the Blue Moon Lake, the entire Blue Moon Lake's night scene was emitting a colorful radiance. It was extremely beautiful. This kind of night scene was very rare, just like today's Blue Moon Lake. Everyone was waiting for Wu Ningzhu to appear, and no one felt impatient. Suddenly, a melodious sound of a zither was heard from afar. The sound was clear and sweet, and it was extremely comfortable to listen to. Then, in the middle of the Blue Moon Lake, a flower boat appeared out of nowhere. This boat wasn't big, and there was only a house built on top of it. This house was extremely beautiful, and it was covered with silk and satin. There was also a layer of colorful radiance that constantly flickered. In front of the house, a beautiful silhouette was sitting. In front of her, there was a table completely made of crystal. On top of the table, there was a zither. The girl's slender jade-like hands were like butterflies moving back and forth on the zither. Beautiful notes floated in the air, directly creating layers of ripples on the surface of the lake. The sound of the zither was too beautiful. For a moment, on the surface of the Blue Moon Lake, other than the sound of the zither, no other noise could be heard. The sound of the zither was like the most beautiful thing in the world, making people unable to stop themselves. Everyone was infatuated with it. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon the beautiful silhouette, and he couldn't move his gaze away anymore. The feelings between him and Wu Ningzhu were gradually formed. From the moment her veil was lifted, their feelings for each other had gradually changed. From the Eastern continent to the Divine continent, they had experienced too many things. It had been a very long time. When Wu Ningzhu came to the Divine continent with him, there hadn't been any news about her. Jiang Chen had always been worried about her. Even though he knew that Wu Ningzhu had become the adopted daughter of the Dan King, he still couldn't let go of this worry. It was just like how he couldn't forget Yan Qinyu in the Island of Ice even though he was far away. Until now, when Wu Ningzhu appeared in front of him again, he could finally let go of this worry. Wu Ningzhu's face was still covered by a thin veil, and there was a beautiful maid standing beside her. After the sound of the zither ended, Wu Ningzhu slowly stood up and walked into the room. Only now did the people come back to their senses. What a beautiful zither sound. I can't imagine that Wu Ningzhu has such a skill. Too beautiful, too beautiful. Did you guys see Wu Ningzhu's figure? Even though she is wearing a veil, her beauty is enough to cause the downfall of a city. If any man can obtain the love of Wu Ningzhu, it will be a happy thing. If I can find a partner like her in this life, even if I can only live for one day, it will be worth it. Everyone was amazed. The zither sound was beautiful, and the person was even more beautiful. Even though they couldn't see Wu Ningzhu's real face, it was already a great satisfaction. Miss Wu Ningzhu, I am Wu Xing from the lower heaven domain. I request to have a chat with you on the boat. I wonder if Miss Wu Ningzhu will do me the honor. At this time, a young man stood up from the pavilion and cupped his fists towards Wu Ningzhu's boat. I am Huang Xingwen from the lower heaven domain. I have come especially for Miss Wu Ningzhu. If I can obtain Miss Wu Ningzhu's favor, I will have no regrets in my life. Those geniuses in the pavilion began to show off their talents. Everyone hoped to obtain Wu Ningzhu's permission to enter the boat and meet her. That would be a great honor. There were 8 major domains in the divine continent, namely heaven, earth, profound, yellow, qian, kuan, vertical, horizontal, and horizontal. Apart from these 8 domains, there was also a central region called the Pure Land of the Divine Continent. That Pure Land was the most powerful place in the entire Saint Origin world. Wu Ningzhu was completely indifferent towards these geniuses. At this time, the servant girl, Dong Mei, took a step forward and cupped her fists towards the geniuses in the pavilion. She said in a clear voice, "Fellow geniuses, I am Dong Mei. I understand that all of you are eager to meet my Mississippi. You don't have to be anxious. On the day of the son-in-law selection, all of you will be able to see my Mississippi. My miss has already witnessed your elegance. Today, my miss is very happy to meet all of you. Therefore, she has decided to allow one of you to enter the boat and have a chat with her." As soon as Dong Mei's voice fell, the scene immediately became restless. Everyone was guessing who would be the lucky one. The group of geniuses all had nervous expressions on their faces. Some of them tidied up their clothes, revealing their most handsome and elegant side. I don't know who will be the lucky one. The one who is received by Miss Wu Ningzhu today must be the one who is favored by Miss Wu Ningzhu. He is also the one who has the highest chance to become the son-in-law of Danking County. That's right. There are so many geniuses here, but it's not easy for Miss Wu Ningzhu to take a fancy to them. Similarly, whoever gets on the boat today will become the target of hatred and attacks from all the geniuses. But it's worth it. Everyone was talking about the lucky one. All of a sudden, the scene became strangely quiet. Chapter 732. Jiang Chen slowly stood up from his seat and clasped his fists at Dong Mei. "Young Master Jiang Chen, my young lady invites you to the boat." Dong Mei's voice wasn't soft. Not to mention those geniuses in the pavilions, even those cultivators on the shore could hear her clearly. For a moment, countless envious and jealous gazes were directed at Jiang Chen. It was truly a great fortune for him to be invited to the boat by Miss Wu Ningzhu. Those geniuses from the 8 major regions looked at Jiang Chen with eyes that were about to spit out flames. Losing face, it was really losing face. Which one of the geniuses here wasn't a prestigious figure? With their identity and status, they had countless girls chasing after them. Now, they were licking their faces and asking to see Wu Ningzhu, but in the end, they were invited to the boat by a boy who didn't even bat an eyelid. Damn it, it's him again. Why is this guy so lucky? Miss Wu Ningzhu actually likes him. It must be because of his performance just now that he has attracted Miss Wu Ningzhu's attention. I really regret it. If I had known this earlier, I would have shown my best performance just now. Even if I had to use my trump card, would have thrown Jiang Chen into the lake. Perhaps, the one who caught Miss Wu Ningzhu's attention is me. Humph. This Jiang Chen is really hateful. However, it's useless even if he boarded the boat now. There are still a few days before the selection of the son-in-law. When the time comes, we will enter Danking County and see who can become the son-in-law of Danking County. It all depends on one's true strength. Many geniuses who had trump cards and means felt regretful. In their point of view, the reason why Wu Ningzhu chose Jiang Qin was because of Jiang Chen's previous performance. This time, everyone was here to participate in the selection of son-in-law based on one's strength. Jiang Chen was so strong that he had thrown everyone into the lake. Naturally, Wu Ningzhu would like a man like him. However, in this way, Jiang Qin, who was originally rejected by all the geniuses, became the target of public criticism. He was treated as the number one enemy by all the tyrannical geniuses. It was not hard to imagine that Jiang Qin wouldn't have an easy time on the day of the selection of the son-in-law. Junior Jiang, if looks could kill, you would have died without a burial place. Guo Xiaofei shook his head. He was completely convinced by his junior brother Jiang. No matter where he went, he would always be the center of attention. Jiang Qin grinned. He didn't care about those looks that wanted to devour him. With a leap, he directly jumped onto Wu Ningzhu's flower boat. Young Master Jiang Qin, please come in. Dong Mei made a gesture to invite him in. Jiang Qin slightly hesitated. He flipped his palm and a long and narrow sword appeared in his hand. The moment the sword appeared, it emitted an ice-cold murderous aura. Dong Mei's eyes lit up when she saw the sword. She was also a combat emperor now. With her eyesight, she could naturally see how terrifying this sword was. This sword is for you. Treat it as a gift for our first meeting. Jiang Chen casually threw the long sword to Dong Mei. Dong Mei subconsciously caught the long sword, but she was immediately stunned. She didn't expect that Jiang Qin would give her such a generous gift when they first met. It was too generous. Why aren't you thanking young Master Jiang Qin? A voice came from inside the room. It was the voice of Wu Ningzhu. Dong Mei recovered from the shock and quickly bowed to Jiang Qin. Thank you, young Master Jiang Qin, for your generous gift. Thank you, young master. Dong Mei's words were filled with excitement. This sword was a true emperor weapon, and it was a high-grade weapon among all emperor weapons. The sword was filled with killing intent. One look and anyone could tell that it was a weapon that had been through hundreds of battles. Such a terrifying weapon, even those geniuses who came to participate in the selection of son-in-law might not be able to match it. However, Jiang Chen had given it to her so casually. This had instantly improved her impression of Jiang Chen to the extreme. She had almost decided that Jiang Chen was her son-in-law. This scene was clearly seen by the people outside. All of them couldn't help but praise Jiang Chen's extravagance. It had reached an unacceptable level. From the day he gave 1,000 heaven elixir pills to the guards at the city gate, to today, he casually gave a high-level emperor weapon to someone. It made people feel that he was a prodigal son. Even those geniuses were speechless. That kind of combat weapon couldn't even be compared to the ones in their hands. Even if they had one, they couldn't just casually give it to someone else. It was more appropriate to give it to Wu Ningzhu, but this guy actually gave it to a servant girl. As for Jiang Qin, he didn't care about this thing at all. This weapon was obtained by him after he killed Jian Ming. It was the weapon of the dark shadow. Giving it to Dong Mei was tantamount to presenting Buddha with borrowed flowers. At the same time, it also made Wu Ningzhu gain face. Moreover, Jiang Qin had a lot of weapons in his hands. Not to mention the number of weapons he obtained from the Death Mountain, just by destroying the stronghold of the Dark Shadow, all the weapons he obtained were emperor weapons. Dozens of emperor weapons were in Jiang Chen's hands. This amount of wealth was incomparably shocking. Jiang Chen already had the Heavenly Saint sword. These weapons weren't of much use to him, so giving them to Dong Mei was tantamount to presenting Buddha with borrowed flowers. Under countless jealous and murderous gazes, Jiang Chen walked into his room on the flower boat and closed the door. There was a sweet fragrance in the room. It was a type of flower that could make people feel relaxed and happy. It was extremely precious, but it was nothing to a Dan King. There was a crystal table in the room. When Jiang Chen came in, he saw Wu Ningzhu standing with her back facing him. "Miss Wu Ningzhu, aren't you going to invite me to have a seat?" Jiang Chen teased. After that, he didn't stand on ceremony. He strode to the table and sat down. The instant he sat down, Jiang Chen conveniently took off the veil on Wu Ningzhu's face. "Impudent." Wu Ningzhu glared at Jiang Chen. However, her expression didn't look like she was angry. She was very happy to see Jiang Chen again. "Sister Ning, you are too much. You came to the divine continent and you didn't even inform me. You made me worry about you every day." Jiang Chen said with a smile. "Are you really worried about me every day?" Wu Ningzhu teased. She sat beside Jiang Chen and gave him a charming look. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Here it comes again. Chapter 733. Wu Ningzhu's facial expression was very unnatural. Obviously, Jiang Chen had already guessed her identity, but he was only willing to tell her about it now. Although he had been inquiring about her identity everywhere since he came to Danqing County, he couldn't find any information about her identity. The Pure Land of the Divine Region was an incomparably sacred place. The power of the 8 major families wasn't something that Wu Ningzhu could imagine. Wu Ningzhu would never think that her mother was a descendant of the ancient people of the Pure Land of the Divine Region. The Pure Land of the Divine Region was high and mighty. Even the identity of Dan King couldn't penetrate into it. "Little Chenzi, how much do you know about the ancient people?" Wu Ningzhu asked. "I can only tell you that they are the pinnacle power of Saint Origin World, dominating a part of the Pure Land of the Divine Region. This kind of colossus isn't something that the ordinary powers of the 8 major domains can compare with. I'm afraid that only the Great Lightning Tune Temple of the Western Domain can compare with the great families of the Pure Land of the Divine Region. The Western Domain is the horizontal domain of the 8 major domains. Because it is located at the westernmost part of the continent, it is also called the Western Domain. Ancient people had great saints and countless minor saints. With our current strength, we are no different than ants compared to the ancient people," Jiang Chen said. He knew about the 8 major families of the Pure Land of the Divine Region very well. Back when he was dominating the world, he had fought with the 8 major families many times. "No matter what, I must find my mother." Wu Ningzhu's face revealed a trace of determination. Finding Gulan was her biggest purpose of coming to the Divine Region. She didn't have any good impression of the powerful ancient people. In the past, the ancient people forcibly separated her parents and took her mother, Gulan, away. Such a heartless family, even if it was the #1 family in the world, Wu Ningzhu didn't care about it. "Don't worry. I have promised you that I will help you find Auntie. However, now is not the time to go to the ancient people. Our strength is still too weak. Let's reach the minor saint realm first." Jiang Chen comforted them. They were only advanced combat emperors, there was still a long way to go before they could reach the minor saint realm, let alone the great saint realm. "Thank you." Wu Ningzhu looked at Jiang Chen affectionately, revealing her true feelings. "There's no need to stand on ceremony with me." Jiang Chen smiled. Sooner or later, Wu Ningzhu's business would be his business. Naturally, he would not neglect it. "By the way, Sister Ning, De Huang sensed the existence of a treasure in Danqing County. You should know what it is, right?" Jiang Chen thought of the treasure in Danqing County and couldn't help but ask. With Wu Ningzhu's identity and position in Danqing County, there was nothing she didn't know. "Baby. My foster father has collected a lot of treasures. I wonder what kind of treasure De Huang sensed." Wu Ningzhu was stunned. It must be an extremely precious treasure of the heavens and earth that could be sensed by De Huang. Jiang Chen said. As a matter of fact, he wasn't too interested in the treasure in Danking County. What he lacked the most now were treasures. However, the treasure that De Huang Dog sensed, Jiang Qin still wanted to know what it was. If it was useful to him, he would have to find a way to get it. My foster father has a mulberry divine tree. It was planted in his herb garden. This mulberry divine tree is very special. Because of the existence of this tree, it affected the growth of other spiritual herbs. The heaven and earth yuan qi in the entire Danking County is at least 10 times stronger than the outside world. The treasure that De Huang sensed might be this mulberry divine tree. Wu Ningzhu said. As soon as his voice fell, Jiang Qin suddenly stood up from his seat. His face was filled with shock and surprise. There is actually a mulberry divine tree in Danking County. I have worn out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Jiang Qin couldn't help but be surprised. He cultivated the 5 elements combat dragon seal and needed to collect the spirits of the 5 elements. Now, he had already collected 3. This mulberry divine tree was an extremely rare spirit of wood. If Jiang Qin could get it, the wood dragon seal would immediately transform. Moreover, once the spirit of wood was absorbed, Jiang Qin could help Tan Lang and Tan Ji Hao to repair their broken meridians. However, this kind of mulberry divine tree was extremely rare. It was almost the same as the pure land of heaven and earth pure water. He didn't expect that there would be one in Danking County. He was really lucky. You want to get the mulberry divine tree? Wu Ningzhu looked at Jiang Qin. That's right. I cultivate a 5 elements combat skill. I need to collect the spirits of the 5 elements. This mulberry divine tree is a rare spirit of wood. I must get it. Jiang Qin said. However, the mulberry divine tree is regarded as a precious treasure by my foster father. It is impossible for him to give it to others. It is too difficult for you to get the mulberry divine tree. It is almost impossible. Wu Ningzhu shook her head. If Jiang Qin wanted other treasures, she could make the decision herself. However, this mulberry divine tree was out of the question. Dan King would never let go of it. If Jiang Qin insisted on getting it, it might even cause Dan King to be disgusted. Dan King is a powerful alchemist. He has been obsessed with alchemy all his life. To an alchemist, the most precious thing is definitely not a spiritual herb, but something deeper. Sister Ning, don't worry. I will personally ask Dan King for the mulberry divine tree. Jiang Qin said with a smile. If this mulberry divine tree was in the hands of others, it would be extremely difficult for Jiang Qin to get it. However, it was in the hands of Dan King. He could take out something that was more precious than the mulberry divine tree in Dan King's eyes. Could it be that you can take out something more precious than the mulberry divine tree? Wu Ningzhu looked at Jiang Qin in disbelief. When have I ever done something that I am not sure of? Jiang Qin smiled. His face was full of confidence. Wu Ningzhu could only shake her head helplessly. Based on her understanding of Jiang Qin, he had never done anything that he was not sure of. He was a super abnormal person who could always create miracles. Alright, but I won't bring you into Danking County now. You have to wait until the day of the selection of son-in-law and defeat everyone in the Danking County's arena. At that time, my foster father will naturally notice you. Wu Ningzhu said. Little Chinzi, why did you come out so quickly? The lingering time is too short. Don't tell me you are impotent. Nangong Wendian said in a weird tone. Your words will easily be thrown into the lake. Jiang Qin said and grabbed Nangong Wendian's shoulder, throwing him into the lake. What the fuck? Jiang Qin, you are being serious. Nangong Wendian felt like spurting out blood. Chapter 734. Jiang Chen and his group didn't care about the others and left the Blue Moon Lake, returning to their inn. After Jiang Chen left, Wu Ningzhu's boat also left. Those geniuses who were still standing in the pavilion were dejected. Today was a depressing day. Jiang Chen had appeared out of nowhere and suppressed everyone's sharpness. Brother Jiang, when I was in the pavilion, I saw the geniuses of Xiaoyao Palace and Tan family. There were 4 of them and they were the first and second in the sky ranking of their sect. In the courtyard, Guo Xiaofei said. So what? Jiang Chen didn't put them in his eyes at all. The geniuses who came to participate in the selection of son-in-law were all 9th grade combat emperors. The strongest among them was only at the peak of 9th grade combat emperor. This was already the highest standard in the 8 domains. It wasn't an easy task to break through to the minor saint grade. He was afraid that only those big families in the Pure Land would have minor saint grade geniuses. However, with Dan King's reputation and influence, it was far from enough to affect the Pure Land. The big families in the Pure Land wouldn't come and lick Dan King's ass. They had their own powerful alchemists. They even had great saint alchemists, let alone a minor saint. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't feel the slightest pressure in this selection of son-in-law. His current combat strength was enough to deal with all the geniuses. Although these 4 people aren't your opponents, you can't underestimate them. They hate you to the core and will certainly think of ways to deal with you, especially after they saw your rapid progress. When you entered the boat, I have been observing their movements closely. I saw that they have joined forces and secretly joined forces with the geniuses of other major powers. It seems like they are going to harm you. Guo Xiaofei said. Damn it, just kill them and be done with it. The Huang dog bared his teeth. That's right, kill them all. Nangong Wendian sneered. I would like to see what kind of tricks they are going to come up with. Jiang Chen smiled casually and didn't care. In his mind, these 4 fellows wouldn't be able to cause any big waves. Late at night, there was a desolate mountain 1,000 miles away from Danyuan City. The desolate mountain was very quiet at night. 6 silhouettes appeared soundlessly on the desolate mountain. Every one of them had powerful combat strength, all of them were 9th grade combat emperors. They came from Danyuan City. If someone was here, he would be able to recognize them. 2 of them were in the same pavilion as Jiang Chen and were thrown into the lake by Jiang Chen. One of them was Quick Blade Lu Wang. The other 4 were from Xuanyu's Xiaoyao Palace and Qinjia village. It was easy to imagine what these people wanted to do when they gathered together. Now that they had a common enemy, they could naturally become friends. Brother Qin, is your great array reliable? That kid is not easy to deal with. Lu Wang looked at an incomparably handsome youth in front of him and said with a frown. Brother Lu, don't worry. Brother Zhipeng has been proficient in all kinds of great arrays since young. No matter how strong that Jiang Qin is, as long as he enters the array set up by Brother Zhipeng, the 6 of us will unite and kill him. Another disciple of the Qinjia village said confidently. That Jiang Chen is arrogant and despotic. Today, he didn't give Brother Lu any face and threw Brother Lu into the lake. It's really hateful. I think Brother Lu won't be able to swallow this anger. Let's get rid of him in advance. Not only will we vent our anger, but we will also get rid of a strong competitor before the selection day. One of the people from Xiaoyao Palace said. Brother Lu, don't forget that there are 6 of us and we have the support of the Great Array. The ultimate killing array that I set up is formed by combining the Qian Kun 8 trigrams. There are traps everywhere. With the 6 of us controlling the Great Array, even if there were 2 Jiang Chens, they would still die in it. In the ultimate killing array, other than the killing array, there are also trapping and bewildering arrays. Once Jiang Chen falls into it, we can see him but he can't see us. The 6 of us can even switch our strength back and forth through the great array. How can Jiang Chen be a match for us? Ji Peng's face was full of confidence. He was the #1 figure in the heaven list of the Qinjia village and was known as a peerless genius by the Qinjia village. Not only was his combat strength tyrannical, he was also proficient in arrays. Since young, he had been studying all kinds of strange great arrays. This ultimate killing array was created by him and it was very terrifying. However, this great array required 6 people of equal strength to execute. Hence, Ji Peng, Xiaoyao Palace, and Quick Blade Lu Wang joined forces. Ji Hao had also received the order from his family to kill Jiang Qin. As long as he killed Jiang Qin, he would get the enormous Jiang Qin. From the beginning, he didn't put Jiang Qin in his eyes. He thought that as long as he met Jiang Qin, he would be able to eliminate Jiang Qin with just a wave of his hand. However, when he saw Jiang Qin today, it wasn't the case at all. Jiang Qin's growth was too fast. The current Jiang Qin wouldn't be a match for him unless there was a minor saint. That was why Ji Peng thought of this plan, to join forces with Xiaoyao Palace. Coincidentally, Jiang Qin had offended a lot of people in the Blue Moon Lake, which allowed Ji Peng to rope in the geniuses of the vertical domain. With 6 ninth-grade combat emperors and the ultimate killing array, he didn't believe that they couldn't kill Jiang Qin, who was only a 6th-grade combat emperor. Humph. In order to kill Jiang Qin, I naturally have a trump card that I haven't used yet, but it will be used on the day of the son-in-law selection. Jiang Qin dares to offend me, he must die. Today, we will join forces and eliminate this man. Lu Wang harumphed coldly. The embarrassing scene that night had infuriated him. With his status and identity, no one had ever treated him like this. It seemed that the scene of him being thrown into the lake had been seen by Miss Wuningzhu. When he thought about how he had left such a bad impression in Wuningzhu's heart, Lu Wang couldn't wait to skin Jiang Qin alive. However, we have to lure Jiang Qin here first. The genius who was following Lu Wang said. I will go and lure him here. A person from Xiaoyao Palace's chief fluctuated. His name was Lu Shuang, #1 on the sky ranking of Xiaoyao Palace. Brother Lu, be careful. Ji Peng said to Lu Shuang. Don't worry. This man is proud and arrogant. He will be lured here. You just need to set up the ultimate killing array in advance. Lu Shuang said. This place is suitable for setting up the ultimate killing array. I will set up the ultimate killing array now and arrange our positions. After that, Brother Lu can go. After Ji Peng finished speaking, both of his hands suddenly made a series of mysterious seals. His body swayed, like a lightning, wandering back and forth in the sky above the mountain range. Within a radius of 10 miles, it was covered by the ultimate killing array. One had to admit that Ji Peng was indeed a genius in array. The array that he set up was mysterious to the extreme. There were almost no flaws. Once someone was trapped in it, they would immediately become a turtle in a jar. After the ultimate killing array was set up, Ji Peng and Lu Wang went into hiding. Lu Shuang's body swayed and flew towards the direction of Danyuan City. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. In the courtyard of the inn, 3 people and a dog were sitting around a stone table, drinking to their heart's content. Jiang Chen had now become an influential figure in Danyuan City. Everyone knew about him. There were still a few days before the selection of the son-in-law. These days, Jiang Chen was happy to have a peaceful life. Such a peaceful life was really rare. Although he had offended a lot of geniuses, among these geniuses, the ones with real strength were here for Wuningzhu. They would not make a move before the selection of the son-in-law and expose their trump cards. As for the other geniuses, even if they were given the courage, they would not dare to go against Jiang Qin. Whoosh! However, at this moment, a golden light pierced through the night sky. It was like a sharp sword shooting towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin reacted quickly. He grabbed the light with his big hand. It was a signaling talisman. With a thought from Jiang Qin, the talisman suddenly exploded. A message appeared in front of the three people and a dog. Jiang Qin, if you have the guts, come out and fight me. I am Lu Shuang from Shaoyao Palace, on the desolate mountain range 1,000 miles northwest of Danyuan City. Damn it. Master Dog was worried that I had nothing to do. This guy actually dared to come to my door. The Huang Dog jumped up from his seat. This was a challenge. However, not only did the Huang Dog's face not have the slightest hint of fear, instead, it was filled with excitement. It seems that you want to get rid of me. Jiang Qin sneered coldly. Brother Jiang, this may be a trap. Lu Shuang isn't an idiot. He should know that he isn't your opponent. Shaoyao Palace and Tan family must have formed an alliance. There might even be other geniuses. They have set up an inescapable net in Danyuan City, waiting for you to come. Guo Xiaofei frowned and said. There were too many people who wanted to kill Jiang Qin at this moment. Haha. What's there to be afraid of? I will still go and kill him. Nangong Wendian laughed loudly. These people were the kind of people who wanted to see the world in chaos. When they saw someone provoking them, they couldn't control themselves. Furthermore, Nangong Wendian's current cultivation grade had reached the peak of 8th grade combat emperor. His chi was a little restless, showing signs of advancing to 9th grade combat emperor. There was a possibility of advancing to 9th grade combat emperor at any time. What he desired the most was a battle. Nangong Wendian had obtained endless benefits in the herb garden of the Death Mountain. Now, his entire body was like a supreme treasure. It wouldn't be surprising if he could advance anytime and anywhere. Let's go. Since they want to kill me, let's go and see what kind of inescapable net this is. Jiang Qin stood up. Lu Shuang and the rest wanted to kill him. This feeling of being stared at by a poisonous snake was really unpleasant. If that was the case, he would personally deal with this poisonous snake. Swoosh! 3 men and a dog vanished in the void. In the next moment, they appeared outside of Danyuan City. They were heading towards the northwest direction. 1,000 miles of distance was covered in a blink of an eye. In front of them was a desolate mountain range. The moment Jiang Qin and his group appeared, Lu Shuang and Tan Jiping also appeared. The 6 of them stood in a mysterious position with a sneer on their face. Jiang Qin had already entered the range of the formation. Chapter 735. Jiang Qin, I didn't expect you to really dare to come. Lu Shuang said loudly. Although Jiang Qin had brought 3 helpers, Tan Jipeng and the others didn't care. In their opinion, other than Guo Xiaofei, who was a bit of a threat, they didn't put the other 2 in their eyes. Their main target was Jiang Qin. As long as they entered the ultimate killing formation, it didn't matter if there were 1 or 4 of them. Lu Shuang, Tan Jiping, I didn't expect you 2 to ally with the people from the outer domain to deal with us. Guo Xiaofei's tone revealed a trace of anger. As a genius of the Nebula sect, he was very clear about existences like Tan Jiping and Lu Shuang. Cut the crap. Jiang Qin, since you dared to come today, it will be your death. Guo Xiaofei, you really shouldn't have appeared together with us. But since you are here, let's die together. Tan Jipeng's tone was cold, but it contained great confidence. It was the confidence of a formation master towards his own formation. Jiang Qin, today at the Blue Moon Lake, you made me lose face. I, Lu Wang, will definitely tear you into pieces. Lu Wang shouted loudly. A huge blade appeared in his hand. The blade didn't look domineering or heavy, but the edge of the blade was exceptionally sharp. The cold light emitted from the blade was enough to make people tremble in fear. His blade was very fast, like lightning. The reputation of Swift Blade Lu Wang wasn't just for show. Cut the crap. Make your move. Jiang Chen's arm swayed, and the heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. Since they were enemies, there was nothing more to say. Since they wanted to kill him, Jiang Chen wouldn't be polite. Today, this desolate place would be the burial place of these 6 people. Do it. Tan Zhiping shouted. The surroundings were filled with colorful lights. The formation automatically operated. Jiang Chen and the others were surrounded by glittering whirlpools. The moment the ultimate killing formation was activated, Tan Zhiping and the others disappeared in front of Jiang Chen's eyes. Or it could be said that the formation had blocked their sight. This is a bewildering formation. Being in the formation, we will be confused by the light of the formation. We won't be able to see where the enemy is, but the enemy can see us clearly. It seems that Tan Zhiping does have some skills. However, this formation has no effect on my great soul derivation technique. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He didn't put the grand formation in his eyes at all. Big Yellow didn't care about it either. He was proficient in the heavenly book of source of formations. His attainment in the art of formations wasn't comparable to Tan Zhiping. Big Yellow could come and go as he pleased in this grand formation. It would be very easy for him to break it. You guys block them first. Master Dog, I will break their formation. The Huang Dog raised his 2 front hooves and waved them in the air, making mysterious hand seals. It was not difficult for him to break this ultimate killing formation. Nangong Wentian and Guo Fei were a little depressed after being trapped in such a formation. Their faces were a little ugly because their eyes were completely fooled by the formation. Their attainments in formations were far from Tan Zhiping's, and now, they couldn't even see their opponent's figure, let alone fight against him. Swoosh! A cold light suddenly appeared in front of Nangong Wentian's face. It was extremely fast. Because of the bewildering formation, Nangong Wentian didn't even have the chance to react. However, Jiang Chen could see it clearly. It was Lu Shuang's sword. It seemed like he wanted to kill Nangong Wentian and Guo Fei first before killing him. Clang! Lu Shuang was fast, but Jiang Chen was even faster. The heavenly saint sword collided with Lu Shuang's sword in a blink of an eye, producing a loud clang and creating a large amount of sparks. In the next moment, Jiang Chen appeared in front of Lu Shuang like a ghost and slashed with the heavenly saint sword. What? You can actually see where I am. Lu Shuang was shocked. However, he didn't have time to think too much. Jiang Chen's attack was already in front of him. The heavenly saint sword was too powerful. The extremely strong pressure coming from it made Lu Shuang feel suffocated. Come back! Tan Zhiping shouted. Fortunately, he was able to control the situation. He immediately pulled Lu Shuang back, saving Lu Shuang from a disaster. Brother Qin, what happened? Why isn't Jiang Chen affected by the bewildering formation? Lu Shuang couldn't help but feel scared. If he didn't fight with Jiang Chen, he would never know how scary Jiang Chen was. When Jiang Chen struck with his sword, Lu Shuang had a feeling that he was facing death. This man is very mysterious. He was able to ignore my bewildering formation, but it doesn't matter. The most powerful part of the ultimate killing formation isn't the bewildering formation, but the ability to gather our combat strength together. Now, we will combine our strength to deal a fatal blow to him. No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to withstand the combined attack of the 6 of us. In addition to the enhancement of the formation, we will certainly be able to kill him," Tan Jiping said. He was still very confident in his ultimate killing formation. "All right," everyone shouted. Each of them unleashed their combat strength to the fullest. Endless seven-colored energy interweaved into a huge energy net. Combat techniques and combat weapons danced in the air. The entire sky was filled with destructive chi. The combined attack of 6 ninth-grade combat emperors was unprecedentedly powerful. Hong Long. The void shook and the space was torn apart. The dark night sky was completely illuminated. Gloomy chi was everywhere. The barren hills below began to collapse. Some of them were flattened and some of them had huge pits. Humph. Jiang Chen let out a cold humph. Even though he was facing the combined attack of 6 people, his face didn't show any signs of fear. The Heavenly Saint's sword in his hand seemed to have come alive. The runes on the surface of the sword were rippling, then it was covered by layers of dragon marks. It was like a real dragon, bursting out an incomparably powerful and terrifying sword chi. How the Heavenly Saint's sword let out a deafening roar and slashed at the energy net in front of it. Hong Long. 2 incomparably powerful destructive energies collided with each other. The void was completely torn apart in an instant. That kind of power was too strong. It had almost reached the peak of the combat emperor realm. The destruction caused by it was also unimaginable. The whole battlefield was filled with thick smoke and cold wind. It made people's souls tremble. Deng Deng Deng. Jiang Qin retreated 3 steps before regaining his balance. The combined attack of 6 ninth-grade combat emperors was indeed powerful. Even for him, it was extremely strenuous for him to deal with it. However, this scene made Tan Jiping and the others even more shocked. There was no way that they wouldn't be shocked. The combined attack of 6 of them, together with the help of the ultimate killing formation, only managed to push Jiang Chen back. Forget about killing him, he wasn't even injured. Motherfucker, how could this guy be so strong? The geniuses of the vertical domain had the urge to spurt out blood. They were the elites of the vertical domain, but they had never seen such an abnormal existence. A 6th-grade combat emperor could be so powerful. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Don't think too much, attack again. Tan Jiping yelled again. Jiang Chen's strength was beyond their imagination, but they couldn't back down now. Today, they and Jiang Chen were irreconcilable enemies. It was either you die or I die. They had no other way out. They had to rely on the ultimate killing formation to kill Jiang Chen. If this guy was left alive, he would be an absolute disaster. De Huang, what are you waiting for? Jiang Chen said to De Huang. It's here, open for me. In front of De Huang Dog, a dazzling illusory compass was condensed. The surface of the compass was covered with talisman marks, it was very mystical. Under De Huang Dog's control, the compass was violently struck at a point in the formation. Hong Long. Along with a loud bang, the ultimate killing formation was broken inch by inch, and finally, it was completely shattered. The formation that Tan Jiping had spent so much effort to set up was easily destroyed by Big Yellow. To Tan Jiping, this was a huge blow. Wah! Tan Jiping's chi was originally connected to the formation. Now that the formation was destroyed, he immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body was greatly shaken and his face became extremely pale. Even the other 5 people's faces turned extremely ugly because the ultimate killing formation was suddenly destroyed. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This dog actually broke through my great formation. Tan Jiping couldn't believe that this was real. The formation that he was so proud of was actually destroyed by a dog. This was something that he had never dreamt of. This result left a huge blow to Tan Jipeng's heart. Kaka, you want to block this master dog with this broken formation? Aren't you just messing around? De Huang dog laughed loudly. Playing with a formation in front of him was an extremely ridiculous thing. De Huang, well done. Nangong Wentian patted De Huang dog's head to show his appreciation. Cut the crap. Kill them all, don't let a single one of them escape. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated and his murderous intent soared to the sky. He turned into a ray of light and dashed forward. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lu Shuang. The heavenly saint's sword fiercely slashed down. Lu Shuang had no choice but to raise the long sword in his hand to defend himself. However, he was already scared out of his wits. How could he be Jiang Chen's opponent? The long sword in his hand was instantly knocked away by Jiang Chen. At the same time, the heavenly saint's sword swung and chopped off one of Lu Shuang's arms. Blood gushed out. However, before Lu Shuang could let out a scream, Jiang Chen swung his sword again. Puchi! A head was chopped off along the way. The number 1 genius of the Xiaoyao Palace on the heavenly ranking had fallen. Boundless sword technique. Guo Xiaofei moved as well. He performed the boundless sword technique and slashed towards the second genius on the heaven list of Xiaoyao Palace. Ever since he obtained the boundless sword technique, Guo Xiaofei could be considered to have made some progress. If the Nebulous sect were to conduct the assessment now, Guo Xiaofei would definitely be the number 1 genius on the heaven list. Chapter 736. The limitless star transformation was unleashed by Nangong Wendian. It was also extremely imposing. He rushed out and fought against Tan Jipeng. Although Tan Jipeng was powerful, he had suffered from the backlash of the Grand Formation, causing his battle strength to drop. Nangong Wendian was more than enough to deal with him. Seeing Nangong Wendian confronting Tan Jipeng, Jiang Chen only smiled. He didn't want to help Nangong Wendian. He knew that Nangong Wendian was on the verge of breaking through. Fighting with Tan Jipeng and using the pressure from Tan Jipeng to break through was a good thing for Nangong Wendian. Lu Shuang was killed. Tan Jipeng and the other genius from Xiaoyao Palace were blocked by Nangong Wendian and Guo Xiaofei. Originally, there were 6 of them, but now, there were only 3 left to deal with Jiang Chen. Facing the powerful Jiang Chen, the 3 of them didn't have the slightest confidence. De Huang dog didn't take any action, he just stood at a distance and watched the show. There was no need for him to do anything, Jiang Chen was more than enough to deal with him. Let's go, let's attack together. Lu Wang shouted. The blade in his hand instantly unleashed dozens of blade lights. Each of them was extremely sharp, capable of cutting the void apart. All of them rushed towards Jiang Chen. The other 2 didn't dare to be careless. Jiang Chen was too powerful, no one could defeat him alone. Even if they joined forces, they might not be able to defeat Jiang Chen. 9 Phantom Wolves. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid at all. He turned into a killing god and unleashed the 9 Phantom Wolves. In an instant, the entire void was filled with Jiang Chen's silhouettes. The 3 of them were stunned for a short moment, but this short moment was undoubtedly fatal in front of Jiang Chen. Puchi. The heavenly saint sword pierced through the head of the genius from Tan clan, killing him on the spot. This scene frightened Lu Wang and the other genius from vertical field. Both of their faces turned extremely pale. In their hearts, Jiang Chen was too terrifying. He wasn't a human, but a peerless devil, a true murderous devil. Senior brother Lu, don't hide anymore. Quickly use your trump card and kill him. The genius of vertical domain was scared out of his wits. He shouted at Lu Wang. Not only him, Tan Peng and the disciple of Freedom Palace who was fighting with Guo Xiaofei had also placed all their hopes on Lu Wang. They knew that Lu Wang had a powerful trump card. Now that the ultimate killing formation had failed, Jiang Qin was unstoppable. If this continued, it wouldn't take long for them to die here. At this moment, only Lu Wang could save them. Lu Wang, if you have any trump cards, use them. I'll give you a chance. Jiang Qin pointed his sword at Lu Wang. Lu Wang's blade was indeed fast, but it posed no threat to him at all. Jiang Qin's sword was even faster. Damn it, Jiang Qin, don't force me. You and I will mind our own business. Let's forget about what happened today. How about it? Lu Wang said to Jiang Qin. He would rather bury the hatchet with Jiang Qin than use his trump card. This trump card was his only trump card. He had to use it on the day of the son-in-law selection. If he used it now, he would lose the ability to fight for Wuningzhu. No, if you don't use it, I will not let you have the chance to use it. I will kill you now. Lu Wang, you have offended me, do you still want to live? Let me tell you, you will die today. Even if you have a trump card, you will still die. Jiang Qin was ruthless. From the moment he appeared in this desolate mountain range, he had already sentenced the 6 of them to death. Today, none of them would be able to escape. All of them had to die. Jiang Qin, in that case, don't blame me. Lu Wang's eyes were red. His eyes were filled with bloodlust and ferociousness. He hated Jiang Qin to the core. He must kill Jiang Qin to vent his hatred. Lu Wang flipped his palm and a golden talisman the size of a palm appeared. The instant the talisman appeared, it emitted an intense pressure, causing the void to tremble. Jiang Qin, this is the source of combat strength talisman of a first-grade minor saint. Let me see how you are going to resist it. Lu Wang shouted. After that, his divine sense penetrated the talisman. The talisman immediately exploded. Tan Peng and the other 2 couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when they saw the talisman. They had guessed that Lu Wang might have a source of combat strength talisman. This was a talisman refined by a first-grade minor saint. It could unleash an attack of a first-grade minor saint. That kind of attack wasn't something an ordinary combat emperor could withstand. Jiang Qin, you have caused me to use my only source of combat strength talisman. Go to hell. Lu Wang roared as he unleashed his only trump card. It made his heart ache. Ordinary people wouldn't concoct the source of combat strength talisman because it would consume the cultivator's source. A powerful minor saint expert wouldn't concoct a talisman unless it was for his beloved descendant. From this, it could be seen that Lu Wang's identity wasn't ordinary at all. Lu Wang's body trembled. Tan Peng had such a high status in the Tan family, but he didn't have a source of combat strength talisman with him. Jiang Qin also had a source of combat strength talisman, but it was given to him by Great Master Ran Feng. It was infused with the attack of a 9th-grade minor saint. It wasn't something that Lu Wang's talisman could compare to. However, Jiang Qin wasn't willing to use it. He would only use it at the most critical moment. Hong Long, the source of combat strength talisman, exploded and turned into a white-robed elder. This elder was just an illusion. Even his face couldn't be seen clearly. After the elder appeared, he reached out his palm and grabbed at Jiang Qin. This grab had completely locked the void, giving Jiang Qin no way to escape or dodge. He had to face it head-on. Lu Wang's eyes revealed a sneer and a sense of pride. He absolutely didn't believe that Jiang Qin had any method to resist this attack. A single attack from a first-grade minor saint was definitely enough to turn Jiang Qin into a meat patty. However, what happened next made Lu Wang and the others fall into despair. Insignificant skill. Jiang Qin sneered. he stood there without moving. A terrifying and eerie skeletal claw suddenly rushed out from his body and collided with the elder's palm. Long the entire battlefield was boiling. Under this attack, Jiang Chen was forced to take 2 steps back. However, the illusory figure of the elder had vanished completely. The source of combat strength talisman was a one-time use item. It would be gone once it was used. What? Lu Wang exclaimed. He rubbed his eyes to make sure that he wasn't dreaming. Jiang Chen was still standing there, unscathed. He couldn't accept such an ending. That attack just now was his greatest trump card, but it still couldn't do anything to Jiang Chen. No, this is impossible. Lu Wang couldn't believe it. Not only him, Tan Jipeng and the other 2 were in despair. He could feel the qi of death from the sharp claw just now. He seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed. Jiang Chen, you didn't release the Dark Soul Kings that you brought out from the Death Mountain. That's right. Unfortunately, it's too late for you to know this. Jiang Chen sneered. Lu Wang having a first-grade minor saint source of combat strength talisman wasn't a big deal. He had 2 powerful first-grade minor saints following him. Chapter 737. Tan Jiping suddenly had the urge to spurt out blood. He had planned all of this to deal with Jiang Chen, but he didn't expect that the Dark Soul King that Jiang Chen brought out from the Death Mountain wasn't really released. He had even deceived the 5 masters of Xuanyu. Under such circumstances, the higher-ups of the Tan family sent them to kill Jiang Chen. This was simply ridiculous. What was the difference between this and seeking death? Tan Jiping suddenly felt that what he had done was very childish. Jiang Chen didn't put them in his eyes at all. There were 2 powerful first-grade minor saints beside him. Who could be a match for him? What is that thing? Lu Wang asked with red eyes. He wanted to know what kind of method Jiang Chen had used to block his source of combat strength talisman. That gloomy feeling just now was too scary, it made his soul tremble. That's right. To you, knowing or not doesn't make any difference. Jiang Chen said. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of Lu Wang. The Heavenly Saint sword slashed at Lu Wang's head with a mountain uplifting force. Lu Wang wasn't a match for Jiang Chen. Plus, he had already fallen into a state of despair. It was useless for him to block Jiang Chen's attack. Pu Qi, the Heavenly Saint sword, was exceptionally sharp. Its divine power was matchless. It directly slashed Lu Wang's body into half. A genius of the vertical domain had fallen just like that. The scene was too bloody and horrifying. The other genius was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Looking at Jiang Chen was like looking at the god of death. He couldn't help but feel endless fear. Even Lu Wang was dead. How could he fight against Jiang Chen? Run. That's right. At this moment, running away was the only way out. Although he might not be able to run away, he wasn't afraid at this moment. What awaited him the next moment would be death. It's too late to run now. How could Jiang Chen give his opponent the chance to escape? He made a grabbing motion, and a blood-red dragon claw that was more than 30 meters long descended from the sky, pressing down on that genius. The true dragon palm turned into an indestructible cage, firmly trapping that genius inside. He couldn't even move, let alone escape. The genius's heart instantly sank to the bottom. The huge dragon claw cage had already made him feel incomparably uncomfortable, and now, Jiang Chen's Heavenly Saint sword was right in front of him. No. That prodigy felt that he couldn't resist this. He could feel the aura of death. At this moment, other than letting out a scream, he couldn't do anything else. Puchi. Screaming was useless, as it couldn't change the reality. Jiang Qin never gave his enemies any chance. The heavenly saint sword pierced through his skull, and another genius died. After killing these people, Jiang Qin made a grabbing motion with his hand, collecting all the combat weapons that were scattered on the ground. These were all emperor weapons, and each of them represented a great fortune. A total of 6 people had joined hands to kill Jiang Qin. So far, 4 of them had already been killed by Jiang Qin, and the remaining 2 were still fighting against Guo Xiaofei and Nangong Wentian. Arg! A blood-curdling scream resounded. Guo Xiaofei's opponent, who was ranked second on the celestial ranking of Xiaoyao Palace, had one of his arms chopped off by Guo Xiaofei. The boundless sword art seemed to be tailor-made for Guo Xiaofei. It could perfectly display his combat strength. His opponent's state of mind was already unstable, so he wasn't a match for Guo Xiaofei. Ha! Guo Xiaofei gained the upper hand in one move and laughed out loud. He brandished the sword in his hand like a flower. Rays of incomparably resplendent sword light floated and interweaved into a sword net. The boundless sword art carried the feeling of boundless. The huge sword net directly enveloped that genius. Arg! Another blood-curdling scream rang out, but this time, it wasn't as lucky as losing an arm. Under the sharp sword net cast by Guo Xiaofei's vast expanse sword art, the genius' entire body was strangled, and he couldn't be more dead. On the other side, Tan Zhiping had already lost all hope when he saw that everyone had been killed. Now, he was entangled by Nangong Wentian, and Jiang Qin and Guo Xiaofei were around him. It was impossible for him to escape even if he wanted to. Today, he could only die. Unwillingness. Tan Zhipeng's heart was filled with unwillingness. He still had a bright future ahead of him. He was a rare genius of the Tan family, and he was the one who had the highest chance of advancing to the minor saint realm among the young generation of the Tan family. In the future, he would be a highly respected formation master. However, today, everything would become a bubble, and all his future would just be a dream. Tan Zhiping, if you can defeat him today, I will let you go. Jiang Qin said to Tan Zhiping. Jiang Qin, are you serious? After listening to Jiang Qin's words, Tan Zhiping's eyes suddenly brightened, as if he had seen a great hope. He was already in despair before this, plus the fact that he had suffered from the backlash of the formation, which left a certain degree of injury on his body. That was why he was entangled by Nangong Wentian, but Nangong Wentian was only an 8th grade combat emperor. After listening to Jiang Qin's words, Tan Zhiping suddenly saw hope. Nangong Wentian was an 8th grade combat emperor. He wouldn't put any ordinary 9th grade combat emperor in his eyes, but Tan Zhiping wasn't an ordinary 9th grade combat emperor. Nangong Wentian would have a hard time dealing with Tan Zhiping. Of course. Jiang Qin smiled. He wanted to give Tan Zhiping hope, so that Tan Zhiping could use all his strength to deal with Nangong Wentian. Nangong Wentian was in urgent need of a breakthrough, and today was a great opportunity. Once he broke through, Tan Zhiping wouldn't be Nangong Wentian's opponent. He would die in Nangong Wentian's hands. Although Jiang Qin had given Tan Zhiping a glimmer of hope, he knew Nangong Wentian's character very well. He would never let Tan Zhiping go. Only when a person was on the verge of death would he be able to summon the will to live, just like Tan Zhiping. He had unleashed all of his abilities. The spear in his hand emitted an ear-piercing sound, piercing towards Nangong Wentian. Nangong Wentian's aura was unparalleled. The million stars ruler absorbed the power of the stars, turning into a ray of bright light, colliding with Tan Zhiping's long spear. Hong Long. The void was destroyed once again. However, Tan Zhiping's survival strike was incomparably powerful. It actually forced Nangong Wentian to retreat. This situation made Tan Zhiping very happy, but this happiness didn't last for long. What happened next made him feel despair. Roar Nangong Wen Tian, who was pushed back, suddenly let out a roar towards the sky. Waves of qi burst out from his body like a fountain. Every wave of qi was extremely bright, illuminating the night sky within a radius of 10 miles. At this moment, Nangong Wen Tian had finally broken through during the battle, successfully advancing to the 9th grade combat emperor. How could this be? Tan Jiping spurted out a mouthful of blood. His last hope was gone. During the battle with Nangong Wen Tian, he had seen how terrifying Nangong Wen Tian was. If both of them were at the same grade, he wouldn't be a match for him. Now that Nangong Wen Tian had advanced to the 9th grade combat emperor, his combat strength was unparalleled. Limitless Stars Transformation. Nangong Wen Tian's hair fluttered in the wind. His majestic body was like a peerless war god. The million stars ruler in his hand rippled. The power of the stars in the sky turned into strands of blue light, surging towards the ruler. Hong Long. A huge ravine appeared in the void as the terrifying all-stars ruler cleaved down. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Tan Jiping. Arg! Feeling the terror of this attack, Tan Jiping let out an unwilling roar. He barely raised the spear in his hand to block the attack, but it was useless. In the end, he was killed by Nangong Wen Tian. I have finally broken through. This feels great. Nangong Wen Tian laughed loudly. Advancing to the 9th grade combat emperor was an indescribable pleasure. The next step was to advance to the minor saint realm. Brother Jiang, all the people from the 3 major sects of Xuanyu who came to Danyuan City to participate in the selection of son-in-law have been killed by you. If this news is spread out, Xiaoyao Palace and Sky Hill School will spurt out blood on the spot. Their intention to kill you will be even stronger. Guo Xiaofei said. His face was filled with excitement. He had to admit that fighting beside Jiang Qin was an incomparably exciting thing. There would never be a lack of passion. It could make one's blood boil all the time. It doesn't matter. The grudge between me and them has always been irreconcilable. Tan Jiping and the others wanted to kill me. Of course, I have to kill them. Jiang Qin smiled. He didn't put the 3 major sects in his heart. Their higher-ups were restrained by the Nebula sect and the Moyin cult. Jiang Qin was most worried about the northern and southern dynasties. This guy was the one who gave him a headache. Why are you thinking so much? I will kill whoever is courting death. Nangong Wen Tian slowly kept the million stars ruler. His current objective was very simple. As long as he was beside Jiang Qin, he wouldn't need to think about anything else. When he was needed, he would fight with all his might, no matter who the opponent was. Ah, Nan, congratulations on your breakthrough. Jiang Qin patted Nangong Wen Tian's shoulder. The stronger the people around him were, the happier he would be. After that, Jiang Qin set them on fire, burning their bodies to ashes. The 3 of them and the dog continued their journey towards Danyuan City. Not long after they left, 2 silhouettes suddenly appeared in the void. These 2 people were like ghosts. They stood there without emitting any qi, as if they had completely merged with the void. The person standing in front had a medium build. He was wearing a yellow Dan robe. His eyebrows were filled with heroic spirit. He looked to be around 40 years old. His face was fair and clean, but his cultivation grade wasn't weak. He had already reached the 5th grade minor saint. This middle-aged man wasn't someone else, he was Dan King, the lord of Danyuan City. The old man beside Dan King was also a powerful 3rd grade minor saint. His position in Dan King County wasn't weak. Such a young and peerless genius, I'm afraid that it's hard to find one in the pure land of divine continent. Dan King looked at the disappearing figure of Jiang Chen and said indifferently. A 6th-grade combat emperor who could easily kill a 9th-grade combat emperor genius is indeed rare. This person seems to be a dragon or phoenix among men, a person with great luck. Chapter 738. Dan King nodded. A young man like Jiang Chen was indeed very rare. Even with his experience, it was the first time he had seen such a young man. However, there was something else that surprised him. He lowered his head and looked at the place where the 6 people were burnt to ashes. Elder Lu, did you notice that the flames he used just now were not ordinary flames? Dan King said. The old man who was addressed as Old Lu also noticed the burning corpses. Although he was not an alchemist, he had been by the Dan King's side for a long time and was influenced by him. He knew a little about alchemy. In the path of alchemy, other than a strong soul energy, one also needed a strong flame. The flame was filled with the aura of extreme yang, like the fire of heaven and earth. It was even more terrifying than your flowing cloud scarlet flame. This is too rare. How could such a mystical flame appear on a young man's body? Could it be that he is also an alchemist? Elder Lu felt the aura of the flame and was incomparably shocked. Even if he is not an alchemist, he has the talent to become one. It seems like Ning Er is very interested in this young man. Dan King's lips curled into a smile. This time, he was choosing a husband for Wu Ningzhu because he wanted to find a peerless genius with extraordinary talent. In fact, these days, Dan King had been secretly observing these geniuses. Jiang Chen's performance at the Blue Moon Lake had shocked Dan King. Since Wu Ningzhu was also interested in Jiang Chen, it couldn't be better. Yes, Miss Ning appeared at the Blue Moon Lake and invited him to the boat alone. Elder Lu said with a smile. And this young man is not bad. Let's see how he performs on the day of the selection. Dan King nodded. With regards to a genius like Jiang Chen, there was no one who didn't admire him. His enemies wanted him dead, but his own people liked him very much. That young man with the huge ruler was covered in spiritual medicines from head to toe. It was like a body made from spiritual medicines. Moreover, they were all extremely rare and precious spiritual medicines. What a miracle! Dan King's eyes were sharp. He saw Nangong Wendian as well. As an alchemist, Nangong Wendian was like a medicine pot. If he was thrown into a cauldron to refine, he would become a peerless spiritual medicine. However, Dan King didn't think so. There must be a reason for miracles like Nangong Wendian to exist. It was luck. There were still a few days before the day of the selection. Many geniuses were in seclusion to prepare for the selection. The emergence of a strong enemy like Jiang Chen had made them feel uneasy. As for the death of Tan Jipeng and Lu Wang, no one would care about them. Not to mention those geniuses, even the ordinary cultivators wouldn't care about them. There were too many geniuses in Danyuan City. Losing a few of them wouldn't attract any attention. These few days, Dan King County was decorated with lanterns and streamers, preparing for the wedding of Wu Ningzhu. Wu Ningzhu had made it clear that as long as there was someone who could surpass all the geniuses on the day of the selection, she would get married immediately. On the 3rd day of the incident at the Blue Moon Lake, Wu Ningzhu had successfully broken through to the 9th-grade combat emperor. A strong wave of qi came out from the bamboo forest where she lived. The aura of a 9th-grade combat emperor was rippling in the sky, causing a huge shock in Dan King County. With such a huge commotion, even the king of elixirs was alarmed. It's Ning Er. She has advanced to the 9th-grade combat emperor in such a short time. This is really out of my expectation. Dan King's eyes were filled with ecstasy. With a sway of his body, he came to the side of the bamboo forest. He saw Wu Ningzhu sitting cross-legged in front of the pavilion. She had completely advanced to the 9th grade combat emperor and was constantly gathering her qi. Haha, Ning Er, I didn't expect you to advance to the 9th grade combat emperor in such a short time. Your father is exceptionally happy. Dan King laughed loudly. Wu Ningzhu quickly stood up and bowed slightly to Dan King. Father, the reason why I could advance so quickly was because of the help of a benefactor. Oh. A benefactor. Dan King was stunned, but his eyes brightened up immediately. His gaze fell on Wu Ningzhu's body. With his sharp senses, he could immediately sense that Wu Ningzhu's advancement was due to some kind of pill, because the overflowing pill in her body hadn't disappeared yet. It was because of this that Dan King was even more shocked, because he found out that after Wu Ningzhu took the pill to advance, not only did it not bring any discomfort to Wu Ningzhu, but Wu Ningzhu's essence, qi, and soul were much more vigorous than before. Her flesh and bones had undergone some changes, as if she had been reborn. One should know that it was very difficult to advance from 8th grade to 9th grade combat emperor. It wasn't impossible to use the pill to forcefully advance. Dan King could also concoct this kind of pill, but the repercussions of the advancement would be great. It would cause the cultivator's foundation to be unstable, and it might even cause the cultivator's progress to stagnate, losing the chance to break through to the minor saint grade in the future. However, Wu Ningzhu was obviously different. After she took the pill, not only did her foundation become more solid, her potential was stimulated once again. It wouldn't be a problem for her to break through to the minor saint grade in the future. That was why Dan King was shocked, because he knew that there weren't many pills like this. In the entire divine continent, it was even rarer to concoct such a pill. Ning Er, what pill did you take? Who gave it to you? Dan King asked in a serious tone. 9 Sun-less Rond pill. Wu Ningzhu said honestly. 9 Sun-less Rond pill. The king of Dan felt that the name of the pill was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. In the next second, his body trembled violently as if he was struck by lightning. His expression changed drastically as his eyes shone with a bright light. He exclaimed, Ning Er, what did you say? 9 Sun-less Rond pill. It's the legendary 9 Sun-less Rond pill. How could such a pill exist in this world? Tell me quickly, who gave it to you? I must meet this person. There isn't a person who can concoct the 9 Sun-less Rond pill in this world. Looking at Dan King's excited expression, Wu Ningzhu thought that as expected. As a Dan King, nothing was more attractive to him than the 9 Sun-less Rond pill. Wu Ningzhu could imagine that when he mentioned the name Jiang Qin, this name would leave a heavy impression in his heart. It's Jiang Qin. Wu Ningzhu said. Jiang Qin. The young genius from Xuanyu. Dan King's eyes widened. He thought he had heard it wrong. That's right. That day when I invited him on the boat, he gave me a 9 Sun-less Rond pill. He concocted this pill himself. Jiang Chen is truly a heaven-defying man, a peerless genius. He attracted heavenly tribulation when he broke through to the combat soul realm, and when he broke through to the combat king and combat emperor realms, he attracted heavenly tribulation. He concocted the 9 Sun-less Rond pill during his heavenly tribulation, and he still has it with him. Wu Ningzhu said. Dan King felt like he was struck by lightning. He couldn't believe this was true. A young man who looked like he was in his 20s could actually concoct the 9 Sun-less Rond pill. If this didn't come from Wu Ningzhu's mouth, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. What a talented young man. He is indeed a peerless genius. I can't believe he attracted heavenly tribulation. However, attracting heavenly tribulation is one thing, and being able to concoct the 9 Sun-less Rond pill is another. The conditions to concoct the 9 sun less Ron pill are extremely stringent. It requires the 9 solar holy water and the force of lightning. Even if someone isn't afraid of lightning, it is still extremely difficult to concoct the 9 sun less Ron pill. This requires a very high level of attainment in alchemy. With Father's current level, even if I am given the right conditions, I won't be able to concoct the 9 sun less Ron pill. Dan King sighed. His impression of Jiang Qin had instantly become incomparably lofty. Age didn't matter when it came to cultivation. Just the fact that Jiang Qin was able to concoct the 9 sun less Ron pill was enough to convince Dan King. He didn't dare treat Jiang Qin as a junior anymore. Jiang Qin said that on the day of the son-in-law selection, he will take out the 9 sun less Ron pill and give it to Father as a betrothal gift. Wu Ningzhu said with a smile. Jiang Qin didn't say this, but Wu Ningzhu directly made the decision for Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin wouldn't dare to object at that time. Although the 9 sun less Ron pill was precious, could it be more precious than himself? Alright, just based on his attainment in alchemy, Father will treat him warmly. When the time comes, I will definitely discuss alchemy with him. Dan King was incomparably excited. The appearance of Jiang Qin was his biggest gain from this son-in-law selection. As an alchemist who was obsessed with alchemy, to be able to see a treasure like the 9 sun less Ron pill in his lifetime, his life wasn't in vain. To be honest, Father, I and Jiang Qin have feelings for each other since long ago. We've known each other since we were in the southern continent. This son-in-law selection is for him. He once promised me that he will defeat all the geniuses and marry me. I want him to fulfill his promise. Wu Ningzhu didn't hide anything anymore. She told everything about how she and Jiang Qin had known each other for a long time. Even if you don't say it, Father can still guess it. Ever since Jiang Qin entered Dan Yuan City, he first gave the guards 1,000 heaven elixir pills, then gave Dong Mei a high-rank emperor weapon at the Blue Moon Lake. He's so generous. Then, he directly gave you the 9 sun less Ron pill. How could he give such a precious thing away so easily? I can see that this person is sincere towards you. Dan King laughed heartily. He was quite satisfied with this prospective son-in-law. Father, please don't laugh at me. Wu Ningzhu smiled sweetly. Jiang Qin's visit to Dan Yuan City this time could be considered as making her proud. This was a real man who could make his woman proud at all times. The father and daughter were talking about Jiang Qin here. It was as if they had already regarded him as the son-in-law of Dan King County. If those geniuses who were waiting to participate in the son-in-law selection knew about this, their hearts would probably be filled with jealousy. Chapter 739. The view was bright and beautiful. The huge central square could accommodate at least hundreds of thousands of people, or even millions of people. Even in such a spacious place, it was still crowded with layers and layers of people. Today's big event would be recorded in the history of the entire divine continent. Countless geniuses from the 8 regions had gathered here, and only the king of elixirs had such a great influence. At the center of the central square, a tall battle platform was erected. The platform was supported by a pillar that was completely made of dark stone. It was 100 meters tall, piercing through the clouds. On top of it was a circular platform that was extremely sturdy. Dan King had personally set up a restriction on the battle platform. Even if a 9th-grade combat emperor were to fight on it, it wouldn't cause any damage to the battle platform. Not far from the battle platform, there was another platform that was as tall as the battle platform. There were 7 seats on the platform. Those were the seats for the people of Dan King County, but no one had appeared yet. At this moment, all the geniuses from the 8 domains had arrived at the central square. They were standing in different places. Each of their faces was filled with arrogance. They were the elites of the younger generation. They had the right to be arrogant. All of their eyes were fixed on the battle platform, filled with battle intent. Today, on this battle platform, Ronghui will leave behind my supreme glory. I want to let Miss Wuningshu witness my valiant stance. I want her to admire me completely. Boasting shamelessly. Today is destined to be a fierce battle. No one has the confidence to win. With your strength, why don't you think about how to defeat Jiang Chen first? Humph. Who does that Jiang Chen think he is? That day at the Blue Moon Lake, I didn't kill him. I only let him live for a few more days. If I meet him on the battle platform today, I will surely tear him into pieces and kill him on the spot. No matter whether I can win Miss Wuningshu's heart or not, I won't come here in vain if I can fight with so many geniuses today. The battle had not yet begun, but many geniuses were already impatient. Some were itching to give it a try, and it seemed like they wanted to directly rush onto the battle stage. At this moment, a few bright lights suddenly shot out from the direction of Danking County. The speed of these lights was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, they arrived at the central square and landed on the high platform. There were exactly 7 people. The one in the lead was a handsome man wearing a Dan robe. Although his stature was average, he was incomparably majestic. Especially that pair of bright and spirited eyes, it made people feel subdued. This middle-aged man was the true master of Dan Yuan City, a 5th-grade minor Saint Dan King. Beside Dan King, there were another 5 minor saint experts. It was impossible to see so many minor saint experts in a normal day. One should know that minor saint experts were the true upper echelons of society. Such experts would only focus on cultivation and wouldn't appear in normal days. As for the other person, she was dressed in tight black clothes. Her hair was so long that it reached her waist. Although her face was covered by a thin veil, it still couldn't hide her unparalleled beauty. Wuningshu's appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. She is truly a peerless beauty. There is actually such a beautiful woman in this world. I really don't know who would have such a great fortune to enjoy her. She is too beautiful. She is like a goddess. No one would dare to have any blasphemous thoughts towards her. For a woman like her, it is nothing even if I have to go against all the geniuses in this world. Everyone was sighing. The beauty of Wuningshu was every man's dream. King of Elixirs looked down and raised his hand. Instantly, the crowd quietened down. Everyone's gaze landed on King of Elixirs. Dan King's chi is truly extraordinary. His gestures are filled with the power of a superior. Guo Xiaofei couldn't help but praise. A 5th-grade minor saint is indeed very powerful. There isn't any 5th-grade minor saint in the entire Xuanyu. Nangong Wendian nodded. Although Jiang Chen didn't think much of a 5th-grade minor saint, he knew that Dan King wasn't an ordinary person. His body was flowing with yang qi. He could be considered as a rare hero. Everyone, today is the day of my daughter's selection. I would like to welcome all the geniuses here. Let's cut to the chase. The battle platform has already been prepared. The son-in-law of Dan King must be an expert. You will compete on the platform. My daughter and I will be watching your performance. Finally, we will choose an outstanding genius. The wedding will be held 3 days later in Dan King County. Dan King went straight to the point. All the geniuses were incomparably excited when they heard that the wedding would be held 3 days later. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Putting aside the fact that Wuningshu was already the #1 beauty in the world, becoming the son-in-law of Dan King would bring them endless benefits. Alright, let's begin now. The rules of today's battle platform is that there are no rules. All the geniuses can perform as they please. Dan King waved his hand and slowly sat on his seat. A battle without rules was the most difficult. For a moment, all the geniuses were deep in thought. No one wanted to be the first to go up the platform. Since it was a battle without rules, it was equivalent to an arena battle. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to be the first to go up the platform? Even if they could win 3 rounds in a row, would they be able to keep winning? One should know that all the geniuses here were geniuses. All of them had their own trump cards and techniques. If they continued to fight, they would be exhausted sooner or later. Eventually, they would be defeated. They couldn't possibly take a break in the middle of the battle. That would be too shameful. Therefore, those who had their own trump cards would wait until the end of the battle. At that time, they would only need to defeat the people in front of them. I will go first. A loud shout was heard. An incomparably sturdy man jumped onto the platform. He held his fists at the direction of Dan King County's platform and said, "I am Wang Suo of the Wang family of Earth Domain. I will be the first to go up the platform." Wang Suo was a 9th-grade combat emperor. Wang family was considered as one of the major powers in the Earth Domain, similar to the Tan family. In Wang Suo's point of view, Dan King and Wu Ningzhu didn't say that they must choose the final winner as their son-in-law. As long as he performed well, he would still have a chance. Lu Ping of the Tianyi Gate of Western Domain is here to give me some advice. At this time, a valiant silhouette appeared. He jumped onto the platform and stood opposite to Wang Suo. Both of them were 9th-grade combat emperors. Their battle was like a needle against an awl. It was supposed to be an extremely exciting battle. Both of them didn't say anything unnecessary. The battle began immediately. The sky above the platform was covered by a layer of restriction set by Dan King. Therefore, even though the ripples of their battle were extremely strong, it didn't leak out from the restriction. It wouldn't cause any disaster to the innocent. There were too many people in the central square today. If Dan King didn't take precautions, the ripples of the battle between 2 9th-grade combat emperors would be a disaster to any ordinary person. Hong Long. The two of them fought back and forth for more than 100 rounds. In the end, Lu Ping of the Tianyi Gate won. He defeated Wang Suo and became the first arena master. Who else is there? Lu Ping laughed heartily. He had won a match, and his entire aura had changed. He had started to be a little arrogant. The people of the Tianyi Gate are the best. Jiang Chen revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He took a step forward and jumped onto the platform, standing opposite to Lu Ping. He initially planned to go up after a few rounds, but he didn't expect that the people of the Tianyi Gate would appear. Jiang Chen absolutely couldn't tolerate it. He didn't have a good impression of the Tianyi Gate. Back in the Western Domain, he was framed by the Tianyi Gate, and it was Great Master Ran Feng who helped to settle the matter. Moreover, Jiang Chen speculated that the person who hired the assassins of the Dark Shadow to deal with him was the people of the Tianyi Gate. The Tianyi Gate was in the Western Domain. They didn't dare to offend the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Great Master Ran Feng had once said that Tianyi Gate was not allowed to touch him. Tianyi Gate didn't dare to disobey Great Master Ran Feng. That was why they hired the assassins of the Dark Shadow. Although this was only his guess, he couldn't think of anyone else besides the Tianyi Gate who could hire the assassins of the Dark Shadow. As for the other enemies, they didn't need the help of the Dark Shadow to deal with him. Only the people of the Tianyi Gate dared not to deal with Great Master Ran Feng. Who are you? Tell me your name. Lu Ping looked at Jiang Chen and asked. Seeing that Jiang Chen was only a 6th-grade combat emperor, his eyes revealed a trace of disdain. That day at the Blue Moon Lake, he wasn't there, so he didn't know that the man in front of him was Jiang Chen. It's Jiang Chen. He has finally made his move. It seems like there's going to be a good show. Jiang Chen has made his move. This Lu Ping still dares to look down on him. He's really courting death. I guess he's no match for Jiang Chen. Is there a need to guess? Unless he has an extremely powerful trump card, he won't be a match for Jiang Chen. Seeing that Jiang Chen had made his move, the crowd became restless. Jiang Chen was a dark horse and was the biggest attraction of this competition. Many of them came to watch Jiang Chen, but they didn't expect that Jiang Chen wouldn't hide his strength. He was the second one to make his move. Only a person with such confidence would do so. When Jiang Chen appeared on the battle stage, a smile appeared on Wu Ningzhu's face. It was a smile of satisfaction and pride. Dan King also smiled. His eyes fell on Jiang Chen. It seemed that he was very eager to see Jiang Chen's performance today. You are Jiang Chen. Lu Ping also reacted. With his strength, he could hear the discussion of the crowd even though he wasn't present at the Blue Moon Lake. Although he didn't participate in the incident at the Blue Moon Lake, he had heard about it. A 6th-grade combat emperor was afraid that only Jiang Chen would dare to go on the battle stage. More importantly, he wasn't unfamiliar with this Jiang Chen. The incident at the Tianyi Gate of the Western Domain had made Jiang Chen famous in the Tianyi Gate. Therefore, when he saw Jiang Chen, a trace of killing intent was revealed in Lu Peng's eyes. That's right, Xuanyu Nebula sex Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said with a clear voice. I heard that you have defeated a 9th-grade combat emperor when you are only a 6th-grade combat emperor, but I don't believe it. Today, I will see if it's true. Chapter 740. Lu Peng had never been to the Blue Moon Lake and had never seen Jiang Chen's attack. He didn't fear Jiang Chen at all. He firmly refused to believe that a 6th-grade combat emperor could defeat a 9th-grade combat emperor. Even if it was true, it was just an accident. He wanted to test it himself. Then, you can try. Jiang Chen's tone was flat, but the coldness in it made Lu Peng uncomfortable. Fiery fist. Lu Peng moved. He cultivated a fire attribute cultivation technique. His fist was covered with scarlet flames. The entire void trembled and the air was burning. Obviously, Lu Peng didn't dare to show any neglect to Jiang Chen. He immediately struck out his strongest attack. Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen, Lu Peng's cultivation technique is of the fire attribute. Jiang Chen shook his head. He didn't put Lu Peng in his eyes at all. This man's combat strength was weaker than Lu Wang's. Lu Peng was courting death by using the fiery fist in front of him. Jiang Chen's water dragon seal could restrain Lu Peng to death. However, Jiang Chen didn't even need to use the water dragon seal to deal with Lu Peng. He halted his steps and threw a punch. It was a simple punch, but it carried endless power. Bang! Ka-cha! Two fists collided with each other, producing a muffled sound. It was accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Under everyone's horrified gaze, Lu Peng was sent flying by Jiang Chen's punch. He retreated to the edge of the platform before stopping. Currently, Lu Peng was in an extremely difficult situation. One of his arms was broken by Jiang Chen. It was completely twisted. White bones could be seen on his wrist. He looked extremely miserable. Sweat was dripping down from his head. The severe pain had distorted his facial expression. My God, this is too powerful. This Jiang Chen is truly a peerless monstrous genius. It's terrifying. A single punch could injure a 9th-grade combat emperor. Who would believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes? He's too powerful. Lu Peng is no match for him. Although this Jiang Chen is only a 6th-grade combat emperor, it would be hard for him to find an opponent below the minor saint realm. I wonder if he could fight a minor saint when he reaches the 8th or 9th grade combat emperor. No one wasn't shocked. Jiang Chen's attack had shaken the entire place, igniting the atmosphere. On the high platform, Dan King's eyes lit up. The other minor saints were the same. They had nothing to say about Jiang Chen's performance. They could see that Jiang Chen hadn't used his full power. If he had used his full power, Lu Peng would be a dead man by now. Jiang Chen's mouth carried a smile, walking towards Lu Peng step by step. Feeling the pressure from Jiang Chen's body, Lu Peng fell into deep fear. He still couldn't believe what he had just seen, but he finally knew that the rumor in the Blue Moon Lake was true. Jiang Chen was too powerful, he was no match for him. I admit defeat. Lu Peng hastily said. He could already feel the dense killing intent from Jiang Chen's body. If he didn't admit defeat now, what awaited him next would be death. He knew the relationship between Jiang Chen and Tianyi Gate very well. Admit defeat. I won't allow it. Jiang Chen said. He clenched his hand and the true dragon palm turned into a huge cage, trapping Lu Peng inside. Admit defeat. This was a joke. If it was someone else, they would admit defeat, but the people of Tianyi Gate didn't even have the qualification to admit defeat in front of Jiang Chen. Only death awaited them. Arg! Jiang Chen made his move decisively. The true dragon palm pressed down like a mountain, killing Lu Peng. A 9th grade combat emperor died tragically on the battle stage. It was a miserable scene. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The faces of those geniuses from different domains darkened. This wasn't a competition, it was a battle of life and death. No one had thought that Jiang Chen would be so cruel. He killed Lu Peng as soon as he arrived. His opponent had already admitted defeat, but he still killed him. Motherfucker. What is this bastard doing? This is the selection of a son-in-law, not a battle of life and death. He killed Lu Peng as soon as he arrived. Is he treating this place as a slaughterhouse? This is too cruel. This man can't be left alive. It will be too dangerous for us to face him. Lu Peng has already admitted defeat, but he still won't let it go. This is too overbearing. Those who were eager to go up the stage gritted their teeth when they saw Jiang Chen's cruelty. The selection of a son-in-law and a battle of life and death were two completely different things. Many of them went up the stage with the thought of fighting against the geniuses. Even if they were defeated, it would still be beneficial to their cultivation. But now that Jiang Chen had started to kill people, the atmosphere of the competition had completely changed. Many of them didn't dare to go up the stage, at least they didn't dare to face Jiang Chen. However, it was different for those who were watching the show. The more intense the scene was, the more excited they were. Jiang Chen's overbearing manner had attracted countless admiring eyes. Nephew Jiang Chen, he has already admitted defeat. Why do you still want to kill him? King of Elixirs said. At this moment, he had to speak. This was a competition, not a battle of life and death. However, from his words, there wasn't the slightest hint of reprimand. At most, it was a reminder. King of Elixirs, you may not know this, but I have been to the western regions and was framed by Tianyi Gate. I almost lost my life there. Now that I have encountered him, I naturally have to kill him. I, Jiang Chen, will never be lenient to my enemies. If someone from Tianyi Gate comes up, I will kill him without hesitation. Jiang Chen's chi was tyrannical. There were indeed 3 people from Tianyi Gate below the stage. Their faces were extremely ugly and they probably wouldn't dare to go up the stage again. Everyone heard it. Nephew Jiang Chen can't kill people because he has a grudge against Tianyi Gate. In the next battle, as long as someone admits defeat, he must stop killing immediately. king of elixirs, said to the geniuses. This was equivalent to defending Jiang Qin. However, many of them felt relieved. At least there was still a chance for him to admit defeat. Otherwise, it would be too miserable. However, even if there was a chance to admit defeat, not many of them dared to go up and fight Jiang Qin. A battle without suspense was basically meaningless. If they knew that they would lose, why would they go up and embarrass themselves? It seems like we have to eliminate this Jiang Qin if we want to have a good battle today. Let me do it. At this time, a youth in red robe walked out. With a sway of his body, he went up the battle stage and stood opposite of Jiang Qin. His qi was very strong, many times stronger than Lu Peng. His cultivation grade had already reached the peak of 9th grade combat emperor. Tell me your name. Jiang Qin said. Huang Xingwen of Earth Domain. Huang Xingwen said. Make your move. Jiang Qin still had some impression of this Huang Xingwen. That day at the Blue Moon Lake, this guy and another guy called Wu Xing stood out and volunteered to meet Wu Ningzhu, but ended up being rejected. After that, Jiang Qin was invited to the flower boat. It seemed like this Huang Xingwen hated him to the bone. Swoosh! Huang Xingwen's arm swayed. A black blade appeared in his hand. This battle was incomparably strong, emitting an incomparably cold qi. This was a blade used to kill people. No one knew how much blood it had been stained with. Vast ocean blade light. Huang Xingwen didn't hesitate to use his strongest attack. He knew that he wasn't a match for Jiang Qin, but he still had to try. For a moment, endless blade light was floating in the sky. It was filled with killing qi, covering the entire sky above the battle stage. The place had become a battlefield of death. One had to admit that Huang Xingwen was indeed strong. The power of his blade was earth-shattering, killing and killing. However, this little bit of skill was still far from enough to deal with Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's qi fluctuated. The heavenly saint sword roared out. Under the activation of the dragon transformation skill, the heavenly saint sword had completely turned into a dragon sword. The sword hilt had turned into a ferocious blood-red dragon head. Numerous dragon marks wrapped around the heavenly saint sword like the shadow of a real dragon, making it look extremely mystical. Slash! Jiang Qin lightly shouted. The heavenly saint sword in his hand directly slashed out. The sword edge was indestructible. All the blade light cast by Huang Xingwen were destroyed by the attack of the heavenly saint sword. The whole scene was as if it was a piece of rotten wood. Slash! Jiang Qin unleashed another slash. His speed was too fast. Even though Huang Xingwen had been prepared for this, his expression still changed dramatically. He couldn't withstand this attack, and he was pushed to the edge of the fighting stage by Jiang Qin's attack. At the same time, the heavenly saint sword appeared on Huang Xingwen's left side like a ghost, cutting off one of his arms. Arg! Huang Xingwen let out a loud cry. He looked at his severed arm. His eyes revealed a trace of viciousness and remorse. He hated himself for forcing himself to compete with Jiang Qin. He should have used his trump card right away. Now that he had lost an arm, the loss was too great. It would be a huge obstacle to his future cultivation. You cut off my arm. Damn it. Jiang Qin, you deserve to die. Huang Xingwen was heartbroken. The anger in his eyes was like an erupting volcano. That kind of hatred had seeped deep into his bones. My God! Huang Xingwen of Earth Domain had his arm cut off in one move. How strong is this Jiang Qin? This ferocious bastard. That Huang Xingwen deserved it. He obviously had a trump card in his hand, but he still chose to fight with that abnormal being. Now that he has lost an arm, his future cultivation will be greatly affected. Too strong, too overbearing. He was simply the incarnation of invincibility. It was hard to find an opponent below the minor saint realm. No matter how strong a 9th-grade combat emperor was, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from Jiang Qin. You have lost. Jiang Qin arrived in front of Huang Xingwen, ignoring Huang Xingwen's anger, and said in an extremely cold tone. I haven't lost. Who said I have lost? Jiang Qin, you have cut off one of my arms. I will make you pay with your life. I want you to die. Huang Xingwen roared loudly. Chapter 741. The current Huang Xingwen had completely fallen into madness. The loss of one of his arms made him feel as if the whole world was going to collapse. His future was going to be bleak. Only by killing Jiang Qin would he be able to relieve the hatred in his heart. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Huang Xingwen took out a talisman. It was a golden talisman that was filled with a saint's aura. Intense combat intent was overflowing from it. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qin revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He already knew that the trump card of these geniuses was the source of combat strength talisman given by a first-grade minor saint. Lu Wang and Huang Xingwen were the same. What is that? Such a strong force is overflowing from it. How could Huang Xingwen have such a trump card? I know. That is the source of combat strength talisman. It seems to be a minor saint grade talisman. That is equivalent to an attack of a minor saint. Even a first-grade minor saint wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. No matter how strong Jiang Qin is, he is only a 6th-grade combat emperor. How could he withstand it? I didn't expect Huang Xingwen to have such a trump card. However, isn't it against the rules to use the source of combat strength talisman of minor saint grade during the battle? That is an external force, not Huang Xingwen's own strength. The moment the source of combat strength talisman appeared, everyone was shocked. The battle was supposed to be without suspense, but because of the talisman, Jiang Qin had fallen into a dangerous situation. Many of them began to worry about Jiang Qin. Unless Jiang Qin could also use the source of combat strength talisman, he would certainly die. Stop! Upon seeing this, Wu Ningzhu quickly stood up from her seat and shouted. Her face was filled with nervousness and worry. Ning Er, sit down. Dan King waved his hand, gesturing to Wu Ningzhu not to be nervous. Godfather, that Huang Xingwen is borrowing external strength and not his own strength. This is against the rules of the competition. I don't like people like that. Wu Ningzhu was incomparably worried. Initially, she was very confident in Jiang Qin and she wanted to see Jiang Qin defeat all the geniuses in the world for her. However, the premise was not to use Jiang Qin's life as a joke. Could Jiang Qin withstand the source of combat strength talisman of a first-grade minor saint? Ning Er, don't worry. Once you're on the battle stage, you can use all your techniques. This source of combat strength talisman might not be able to kill Jiang Qin. Dan King smiled. His face was incomparably calm. Elder Lu, who was beside him, was also smiling while stroking his beard. If they didn't see how Jiang Qin dealt with Lu Wang's source of combat strength talisman, they would have already stopped him. Even though Dan King said so, Wu Ningzhu was still worried. However, when she saw the smile on Jiang Qin's face, she felt relieved. In her impression, Jiang Qin would never fight a battle that he wasn't confident of winning. Many of the geniuses below the stage were sneering. They weren't surprised that Huang Xingwen had such a trump card. Among them, there were some who had such a trump card. It was the source of combat strength talisman that was concocted by the higher-ups of their sects and families for this competition. They couldn't get their hands on it during normal times because they wanted to gain the favor of Wu Ningzhu and build a good relationship with Dan King County. In their point of view, Jiang Chen was going to die under Huang Xingwen's talisman. Once they got rid of Jiang Chen, they would be able to put up a good fight in the remaining battles. Jiang Chen, you have cut off one of my arms. Now, I will take your life. Go to hell. Huang Xingwen roared loudly. He sent his divine sense into the talisman. The talisman suddenly exploded and turned into a dazzling golden palm. This palm was like a heavenly barrier that locked onto Jiang Chen's qi and pressed down on him. This was the terrifying attack of a first-grade minor saint. It had already locked on to Jiang Chen. There was no way for him to escape or evade. He could only take it head-on. Huang Xingwen's face revealed a ferocious smile. He seemed to have seen the scene of Jiang Chen dying under the palm. However, what happened next made everyone widen their mouths in shock. Under everyone's horrified gaze, Jiang Chen waved his hand. A ghastly skeletal claw rushed out. The claw was 3 meters wide and collided with Huang Xingwen's golden palm. Hong long. Terrifying waves spread out in all directions. The entire fighting platform was plunged into chaos. The void was torn into terrifying cracks. It was incomparably terrifying. The source of combat strength talisman was indeed powerful, but it was blocked by awe. Jiang Chen's body only swayed a little before returning to normal. What? Huang Xingwen exclaimed after seeing what happened. He looked at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at a ghost. He couldn't believe that this was real. He had used the source of combat strength talisman of a first-grade minor saint, but it couldn't do anything to Jiang Chen. Not to mention killing him, Jiang Chen didn't even lose a hair. His qi was still unparalleled. My God! Jiang Chen managed to block it. I can't believe it. That skeletal claw was so terrifying. It doesn't seem to be Jiang Chen's power. This Jiang Chen has too many trump cards. He actually has a treasure that can unleash the power of a first-grade minor saint. Huang Xingwen is finished this time. Amazing. Such a battle is truly exciting. It's rare to see a heaven-defying figure like Jiang Chen in Xuanyu. No one wasn't shocked. When they saw Huang Xingwen taking out the source of combat strength talisman, they thought that Jiang Chen was dead for sure. Even if he didn't die, he would at least suffer a crushing defeat. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen had a trump card that could fight against a first-grade minor saint? Wu Ningzhu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. She looked at Dan King beside her. Dan King's face was indifferent and didn't look surprised at all. It seemed like Dan King already knew that Jiang Chen had a trump card that could fight against a first-grade minor saint. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed Huang Xingwen to use the source of combat strength talisman. One should know that Jiang Chen was able to concoct the 9 yang less Ron pill. In Dan King's eyes, it was a miracle. How could Dan King bear to see Jiang Chen die here? Swoosh! Jiang Chen's body flashed and appeared in front of Huang Xingwen. The heavenly saint sword in his hand was vibrating, producing a buzzing sound. Intense murderous intent overflowed from Jiang Chen's body, scaring Huang Xingwen so much that his soul almost left his body. Jiang Chen, don't kill me. I admit defeat. Huang Xingwen said in a trembling voice. Go to hell and admit defeat. Jiang Chen's face was cold. The heavenly saint's sword was swung at lightning speed, cutting off Huang Xingwen's head. He would never show mercy to someone who wanted to kill him. If it wasn't for Ada in there, that source of combat strength talisman would have taken his life. Another person was killed. The battle platform was dyed red with blood. This had become a bloody battlefield. Jiang Chen was like a god of war. His black hair was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were like torches as he looked down the battle platform and shouted. All of you, come at me together. Don't waste my time. Hua. His words caused an uproar in the central square. All the geniuses' faces changed. Jiang Chen was looking down on them by asking them to come at him together. This was a serious humiliation to them. Motherfucker. So domineering. I didn't come here in vain. So domineering. Fighting against the world alone. This is what a real man should be like. Let's go together. Let's go together, thousands of people started to shout. They wanted to see the scene of Jiang Chen fighting against all the geniuses alone. Only then would it be exciting and hot-blooded. On the high platform, Wu Ningzhu's face was filled with a happy smile. For any woman, when there was a man who was willing to fight against the world alone, it was an indescribable happiness. Wu Ningzhu was feeling very happy at this moment. Look, that unparalleled man was her man. That was her, Wu Ningzhu's, eyesight. Ning Er, your eyesight is very good. Dan King couldn't help but praise. A man like Jiang Chen had powerful combat strength, majestic qi, and the ability to concoct the 9 yang less rond pill. He was perfect and flawless. The central square was filled with clamoring voices. The onlookers wanted the show to be even more exciting. They were eager for all the geniuses to attack together. However, these voices seemed to be cheering for Jiang Chen. It made the geniuses feel incomparably uncomfortable. Jiang Chen was too strong. Plus, he had the ability to deal with the source of combat strength talisman of first-grade minor saint. Under such circumstances, there was no doubt who would die. Among them, even if they had a trump card, it would only be a source of combat strength talisman of first-grade minor saint grade. So, after witnessing Huang Xingwen's tragedy, all of them had lost their confidence. However, in the face of such a situation, if they didn't attack and just admit defeat, it would be too disrespectful. Everyone, since this brat is courting death, why don't we attack him together? We will release all of our source of combat strength talismans at the same time. I don't believe that Jiang Chen can withstand it. Someone said. He was Wu Xing from Heaven Domain. Just like Huang Xingwen, he asked to see Wu Ningzhu at the Blue Moon Lake, but she wasn't rejected. All right. A few of us have source of combat strength talismans. When we release them at the same time, I don't believe that he can withstand it. That's right. We can't just retreat like this. That would be too shameful. Someone replied to Wu Xing. 5 to 6 people stood out. Including Wu Xing, there was a total of 7 of them. All of them had trump cards. They had powerful source of combat strength talismans in their hands. Their thoughts were the same as Wu Xing. Although Jiang Chen was powerful, they were afraid that he had the ability to withstand the attack of a first-grade minor saint just like them. However, if 7 source of combat strength talismans were released at the same time, the power would be unimaginable. Even Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to withstand it. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Jiang Chen didn't have the ability to withstand the source of combat strength talismans. Instead, he had 2 terrifying first-grade minor saints. Chapter 742. 7 peak 9th grade combat emperor geniuses leaped onto the platform. Each of them was filled with murderous intent. The nature of today's competition had changed completely. Ever since Jiang Chen stepped onto the platform, 2 of them had died. This platform had turned into a life-and-death battle. To geniuses like Wu Xing and the other geniuses, fighting 7 against 1 was simply a shameless act. They were people who valued their reputation and had their own pride. They had never thought of such a scene even in their dreams. However, it wasn't a matter of reputation anymore. They had to unite and kill Jiang Chen. As long as they could eliminate Jiang Chen, it would be worth it even if they lost their reputation. 7 against 1. It seems like they have the source of combat strength talisman. I wonder if Jiang Qin can withstand it. This scene is too intense. I hope that Jiang Qin can win. If that's the case, he will create a miracle. His name will be known by everyone in the 8 domains. Let's see. I guess there will be more deaths. Although Dan King County has set the rules, Jiang Qin doesn't look like a person who would follow the rules. Everyone's face was filled with excitement. They couldn't help but feel their blood boiling when they thought of such an intense scene. Many of them were worried about Jiang Qin once again. The difference between 7 of them fighting against one Huang Xingwen and one Huang Xingwen wasn't just a little bit. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, there were 3 people in the crowd who were smiling without a hint of worry. They were De Huang Dog and the other 2 geniuses. Others might not know about Jiang Qin's means, but they knew it very well. 2 first-grade minor saints were protecting him. No matter how many source of combat strength talisman he had, it would be useless unless these people could take out a higher grade talisman. However, that was obviously impossible. The source of combat strength talisman was extremely precious. It was already considered very good for a 9th grade combat emperor to have a 1st grade minor saint source of combat strength talisman. Facing the joint attack of 7 people, Jiang Qin's expression didn't change at all. He was as confident as ever. This kind of confidence made Dan King and Wu Ningzhu feel more at ease. If the 7 of you admit defeat now, I won't kill you. If you don't, what awaits you isn't defeat, but death. Jiang Qin's tone was incomparably cold. As long as these 7 people dared to attack him, he would not let them leave. In his battles, there was no victory or defeat, only survival or death. What bullshit rules? In Jiang Qin's eyes, life and death were the rules. In this world, the weak obey the rules, while the strong break the rules. Jiang Qin, don't talk too much. It's still uncertain who will live and who will die. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him. Wu Xing shouted at the other 6. Almost instantly, everyone took out the source of combat strength talisman and released it together. Hong Long. 7 first-grade minor saint source of combat strength talismans were unleashed at the same time. The powerful sound of the talismans was so loud that it could shatter one's eardrums. The 7 talismans turned into 7 different forms of attack. The entire battle platform was filled with 7 colored light. Each light was filled with destructive energy. Many people were staring at the battle platform, not daring to blink their eyes. This was an incomparably crucial moment. The combined power of this attack was many times stronger than Huang Xingwen's attack. It was hard to imagine how a combat emperor could survive in the center of such energy. Roar! Roar! Right at this moment, 2 bone-chilling roars suddenly sounded out. Then, 2 gigantic skeletons rushed out from Jiang Qin's body. Each of them was more than 30 meters tall, and they surrounded Jiang Qin from both sides to protect him. What is that? Such strong yin qi and death qi. Those are dark souls, dead creatures. They are first-grade minor saint existences. I can't believe that Jiang Qin could subdue such existences. On the high platform, the minor saints of Dan King County couldn't help but stand up from their seats. With their eyesight, they could naturally see the scariness of Ada Nair. So, this is Jiang Qin's trump card. Dan King was incomparably shocked, but after seeing Jiang Qin's trump card, he felt relieved. Those were 2 genuine first-grade minor saints. No matter how many source of combat strength talisman he had, he wouldn't be a match for them. The talisman could only be used once and it wouldn't be the full power of the owner of the talisman. However, these 2 giant dark soul kings could attack countless of times. Ada and Air roared. The powerful destructive energy around them didn't make them feel any fear. As dark souls, they didn't know what fear was. Now that they had been edified by Jiang Qin, they would listen to Jiang Chen's command without any hesitation. They and air were extremely fast. When they used their full strength, they blocked all the attacks in the blink of an eye. Although the powerful attacks caused the and air's bodies to sway, they did not harm them at all. What? What the hell is that? Jiang Qin, what the hell did you do? You are an evil devil. Everyone has the right to punish you. The 7 geniuses' facial expression changed completely. Their plan was ruined. It was impossible to kill Jiang Qin now. They regretted coming to the stage just now. They didn't think that Jiang Qin would have such a powerful trump card. Even if they had more source of combat strength talisman, they wouldn't be able to kill Jiang Qin. Ada and air. Jiang Qin shouted coldly at Ada and air. The 2 dark soul kings roared again. They stretched out their 4 sharp claws, trapping the 7 geniuses. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free from the claws of Ada and air. Jiang Qin, what are you doing? Let us go now. Wu Xing shouted. He felt fear and dread. Let you go. You've probably forgotten what I said before. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He signaled Ada with his eyes. Then, De opened his mouth and bit off Wu Xing's head with a ka-cha sound. The whole scene was extremely bloody and brutal. Everyone's hair stood on end. Some of them couldn't help but vomit. This Dark Soul King was just too ferocious. They simply couldn't bear to look at it. This scene completely terrified the other 6 people. All of their faces were pale to the extreme. It was the first time they felt that they were so weak. Before the Dark Soul King, they were like ants that were waiting to be slaughtered at will. Jiang Qin, we admit defeat. Don't kill us. Dan King, tell Jiang Qin to stop. We have already admitted defeat. You said that as long as we admit defeat, you can't kill us. Before the man could finish his words, he was attacked by air. His whole body was pierced by the sharp claws and torn into a few pieces. Dan King, they have used a first-grade minor saint source of combat strength talisman on me. This is a typical attempt to take my life. If we are talking about violating the rules, they are the ones who violated the rules again. Could it be that they are allowed to kill me but I am not allowed to kill them? What kind of logic is this? Besides, I have already reminded them before they went up the stage that they will die if they don't admit defeat. Jiang Chen's domineering aura was overwhelming. As soon as his voice faded, Ada and Air killed the other 5 geniuses without waiting for Dan King to say anything. All 7 of them died tragically on the battle stage. Upon seeing this, Dan King could only sigh. Initially, he wanted to stop them because they had already admitted defeat. However, Jiang Qin was too fast and didn't give him a chance to speak. Of course, he wouldn't blame Jiang Qin because of this. He needed to maintain a good relationship with such a rare genius. Moreover, Jiang Qin was going to be his son-in-law. Jiang Qin moved his divine sense, retracting Ada and Air. He returned to the edge of the battle stage and looked down. Who else is there? His question made countless people have the urge to spurt out blood. Who else is there? Motherfucker. Who else dares to go up? Isn't that asking for death? Everyone could see that the current Jiang Qin was unstoppable. No one could stop him. Plus, this man was brutal and overbearing. Anyone who went up to him would die. Even the 7 geniuses were killed, let alone the others. Wu Xing, Huang Xingwen and the others were the top geniuses of their respective domains. But they were killed by Jiang Qin. This was a great loss to their sects and families. By killing them, Jiang Chen had offended countless major powers. Jiang Chen, you have killed the #1 genius of Sky Origin sect. Just wait for the wrath of Sky Origin sect. Jiang Chen, our Wang family is absolutely irreconcilable with you. We won't let you go. Jiang Chen, you are finished. You have offended everyone in the world. Even if you have 9 lives, it won't be enough for you to die. Many people below the stage threatened Jiang Chen. They didn't dare to go up to the battle stage, so they could only vent their anger. In fact, these people weren't talking nonsense. What they said was the truth. After today's battle, Jiang Chen would definitely become famous. Everyone in the 8 domains would know about him. However, at the same time, Jiang Chen would also become the enemy of countless major powers. Today, he had killed so many geniuses, which meant that he had become the enemy of the whole world. Come and kill me if you have the ability. Jiang Chen was extremely arrogant. This was his character. It wasn't the first time that he had become the enemy of the whole world. A true expert needed to have countless enemies. He needed to step on the corpses of his enemies. He needed to create his own world in the face of adversity. In Jiang Chen's previous life, he had become the first saint in the world by killing. So handsome. He is my idol. If I can be like him one day, even if I am killed by the joint forces of the whole world, it will be worth it. Yeah, he is so domineering. How many people in the world dare to be so arrogant? Today's battle will definitely establish his reputation and position. The #1 genius of the young generation in the 8 domains. I am afraid that only the peerless genius of the Pure Land can compete with him. Chapter 743. Jiang Chen had killed the 9 great geniuses in a row. Jiang Chen's bravery and overbearingness had left a mark in everyone's heart. He was standing on the battle stage, no one dared to challenge him anymore. He was standing at the peak, looking down at the world. Good. Since no one else is going to challenge him, today's battle will be won by nephew Jiang Chen. However, winning the battle doesn't mean that he will become my son-in-law. He still needs to pass the test of my daughter. If she agrees, then he will pass the test. Dan King stood up from his seat. His voice was loud and clear. Everyone in the central square could hear it clearly. After that, Dan King looked at Wu Ningzhu with a smile. He knew that Wu Ningzhu was in a very good mood at the moment, but he still put on an act and asked, "Ning Er, are you satisfied?" "I will follow father's decision," Wu Ningzhu said with a smile. "Good. I hereby announce that Jiang Chen has surpassed all the geniuses. He has gained the approval of both me and Ning Er. From now on, Jiang Chen will be the son-in-law of Dan King County. The wedding will be held 3 days later," Dan King announced loudly. To Dan King County, it was a good thing to have a young man like Jiang Chen join them. Besides, Dan King couldn't wait to discuss with Jiang Chen on the topic of alchemy. He wanted to know if Jiang Chen was really a great alchemist. Ha! Great! Congratulations to brother Jiang Chen for winning the beauty. Congratulations! Brother Jiang Chen's name has spread far and wide today. You are the role model of our generation. Exclamations were heard in the central square. Many of them were congratulating Jiang Chen said loudly. Although Jiang Chen was only a 6th grade combat emperor, his performance today was enough to make everyone respect him. No one dared to look down on this young man. Countless of young men had regarded Jiang Chen as their idol. Under the lead of Dan King, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog went to Dan King County. As for the geniuses of the 8 domains, they were dejected and left Dan Yuan City. It was meaningless for them to stay. Were they going to Danking County to attend the wedding of Jiang Qin and Wu Ningzhu? They hated Jiang Qin so much that they were gnashing their teeth. They were afraid that Jiang Qin would be hunted down after they returned. The major powers who came to participate in the competition had suffered a great loss. According to the previous plan, even if they couldn't become Dan King's son-in-law, they wouldn't die. Unfortunately, they had met an abnormal person like Jiang Qin, which resulted in such an ending. However, it wasn't an easy task to take revenge on Jiang Qin given the current situation. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Qin was a disciple of Nebula sect, he had the backing of Nebula sect. Now that he had become Dan King's son-in-law, he was a member of Danking County. How could Dan King watch others kill his son-in-law? The interior of Danking County was like a beautiful garden. Because of the mulberry divine tree, the Genesis chi of heaven and earth in the entire Danking County was at least 10 times denser than the outside. It was simply a treasure land for cultivation. No wonder Dan King moved the battle stage to the central square instead of the Danking County. It was better not to expose a treasure like the mulberry divine tree. What a beautiful place. Cultivating here is much better than cultivating in Nebula sect. Dan King is indeed Dan King. Look, the whole Danking County is filled with elixirs. Guo Xiaofei and Nangong Wendian couldn't stop praising the scenery of Danking County, especially Nangong Wendian. This guy had eaten a lot of elixirs and had a unique insight. To put it bluntly, Nangong Wendian could tell the age and name of those elixirs with just a glance. This was the experience gained from eating them. The Huang dog's behavior was completely different. Ever since he entered the Danking County, he had been drooling non-stop. His eyes were staring at those elixirs and his saliva was flying everywhere. It was really embarrassing. Nangong Wendian and Guo Xiaofei took the initiative to distance themselves from the Huang dog. They pretended that they didn't know this dog. At least, they weren't familiar with him. Jiang Qin didn't dare to stay too far away from the Huang dog. He had to keep a close eye on this dog. Otherwise, this guy would directly rush out and destroy those elixirs. Although this was Danking County, no one dared to cause trouble here. Jiang Qin had never doubted the Huang dog's courage. That day, when he sensed that there was mulberry divine tree in Danking County, the Huang dog still wanted to come in and snatch it. Jiang Qin's performance in the central square had spread throughout the entire Danking County. Everyone in Danking County was looking at Jiang Qin with respect. Everyone was quite satisfied with their young Mrs. son-in-law. Wu Ningzhu prepared a courtyard for Jiang Qin and the others beside the bamboo forest where she lived. She and Jiang Qin hadn't met each other for a long time. Now that they finally got together, they had a lot to talk about. At noon, next to a small stream beside the bamboo forest, there was a crystal table. On it, the best dishes and wine of Danking County were placed. Jiang Qin, Wu Ningzhu, the Huang dog, Nangong Wendian and Guo Xiaofei. 4 people and 1 dog sat around the table on the stone benches. Such a scene could appear in the Divine Continent. It was something they had never dreamt of. The environment here is really good. Young Miss Wu is really a person who knows how to live. Your zither is also very beautiful. I'm afraid only in this kind of environment can you play the zither so beautifully. Guo Xiaofei was full of praise for Wu Ningzhu and the environment here. Senior brother Guo is overpraising me. Wu Ningzhu smiled. At this moment, she had already taken off her veil, which shocked Guo Xiaofei. Previously, Jiang Qin had already introduced Guo Xiaofei to them. Regarding Guo Xiaofei's identity, Wu Ningzhu also knew. Following Jiang Qin, she also called him Senior Brother Guo. However, Guo Xiaofei knew that in terms of strength, he would have to call him Senior Brother Jiang Qin. However, none of them were people who cared about trifles. Sister Ning is getting more and more beautiful. I really regret that I didn't take action earlier. Nangong Wendian sighed intentionally. Sister will introduce you to a good one later. Wu Ningzhu smiled. She had been in the divine continent for so long, but today was the happiest day. The Huang dog didn't have much nonsense to say. In front of delicious food, this fellow's resistance was completely non-existent. As old friends reunited, everyone chatted for a long time. Jiang Qin roughly told them about his experiences. Compared to Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's experiences, whether it was Han Yan, Wu Ningzhu, or Nangong Wendian who had been staying in the Death Mountain, their days were too comfortable. Until evening, everyone was still laughing. However, Wu Ningzhu felt that it was about time. She said to Jiang Qin, "Little Qinzi, that day when I told my foster father about the 9 yang less ron pill, he couldn't wait to see you. However, in order not to disturb our reunion, he didn't say anything. I guess he can't wait anymore. I also have something to talk to him about. Sister Ning, please bring me there." Jiang Qin stood up from his seat. He knew very well how tempting the 9 yang less ron pill was to an alchemist. It was normal for a Dan King to be unable to resist the temptation. If he could, it would be abnormal instead. Coincidentally, Jiang Qin also wanted to obtain the mulberry divine tree. This matter must be discussed with the Dan King personally. No one else could make the decision, not even Wu Ningzhu. "Alright, I will bring you to see my foster father now." "Ah Nan, Senior Gua, you guys can chat with De Huang here first," Wu Ningzhu said. "No problem. I say, little Qinzi, you should be more polite when you see your father-in-law. The divine tree isn't that easy to obtain," Nangong Wendian said. At the center of Dan King County, there was a big garden. In the middle of the garden, there was a big hole. Currently, all the minor saints of Dan King County were gathered in the hole. Half of them were alchemists. Currently, their faces were filled with anticipation. Dan King was pacing back and forth as if he had a lot on his mind. "Dan King, are you sure that Jiang Qin is able to concoct a divine pill like the 9 yang less ron pill? He is only a 6th grade combat emperor. How could he have such an ability? Could it be that little miss is lying?" A 3rd grade minor saint alchemist asked. His tone was filled with disbelief. "No, Ning Er won't lie. Plus, the pill that she has consumed has allowed her to break through to the 9th grade combat emperor. More importantly, after using the pill to advance, not only did it not affect her foundation, it also allowed her to be reborn. Based on our lifetime of experience in alchemy, other than the legendary 9 yang less ron pill, what other pill could have such an effect?" Dan King said. He had no doubts about what Wu Ningzhu said. This man is a peerless genius. It's rare to see someone who could trigger the heavenly tribulation at such a low level. If he really can concoct the 9 yang less ron pill, it means that his attainment in alchemy is much higher than ours. I have encountered a lot of problems in alchemy these few years. I would like to consult him. I want to see if he is the real deal or not. Everyone had serious doubts about Jiang Chen's alchemy skills, but the appearance of the 9 yang less ron pill was real. This filled them with anticipation. Therefore, they were eager to meet Jiang Chen and seek advice from Jiang Chen. At this time, 2 silhouettes walked in from the outside. They were Wu Ningzhu and Jiang Chen. This was the most important place of Dan King County. Only Wu Ningzhu could enter without any obstruction. "Father, elders, Jiang Chen is here." Wu Ningzhu greeted them. "Greetings to Dan King and elders." Jiang Chen held his fists at Dan King and the others. "Hee, shouldn't you call me father like Ning Er?" Dan King chuckled. Chapter 744. Foster Father. Jiang Chen bowed towards Dan King and called him foster father. No matter what, Dan King had saved Wu Ningzhu and even gave Wu Ningzhu very good cultivation resources. Wu Ningzhu's elder was also his elder. After all, being reborn was equivalent to starting all over again. Other than his identity as the greatest saint, he had an even more important and realistic identity. He was the hedonistic son of Fragrant Sky City, Jiang Chen. In this life, he had a father and relatives. He was no longer the lonely martial fanatic of his previous life. Good. Dan King laughed heartily. He was very happy with Jiang Chen. Today, Jiang Chen's performance on the battle stage had shocked the world. Such a young talent was unparalleled in the world. His future achievements would be immeasurable. Young master, I heard that other than your tyrannical combat strength, you are also a powerful alchemist. You can even refine a pill like the 9 Suns Les Rond pill. I wonder if it is true. An old man couldn't wait to ask. Although Dan King had accepted Jiang Chen as his son-in-law and made Jiang Chen the young master of Dan King Manor, as a minor saint alchemist, he had always been a person of virtue and prestige. He didn't care about the young master's identity. He only cared whether Jiang Chen was really a powerful alchemist or not and whether he could really refine the 9 Suns Les Rond pill. Chen, that day when you killed Lu Wang and the others outside the city, I saw it with my own eyes. I saw that you have an incomparably mystical flame. Later on, I heard from Ning that you gifted her the 9 Suns Les Rond pill. Chen, your alchemy skills are definitely not weak. Dan King also said. Now, everyone was very interested in Jiang Chen's identity as an alchemist. If Jiang Chen was really an alchemist, he would receive a different kind of treatment. It wouldn't be as simple as being the young master and son-in-law of Dan King Manor. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. He flipped his palm and another 9 Suns Les Rond pill appeared in his hand. The moment the pill appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. At the same time, the pill floated above his palm, surrounded by dense lightning. At the same time, Jiang Chen also released the true dragon fire and lightning fire. He also released the aura of the 9 Suns holy water. At this moment, the aura of the pill completely fused with his own body. There was no need for further explanation. The people in front of them were all alchemists who had a certain amount of fame in alchemy. Their eyesight was sharper than the other, and they could see through everything. 9 Suns Les Rond pill. Heavens, this pill contains both the power of lightning and the power of 9 Suns holy water. Its color is like jade, and it's extremely masculine. It's exactly the same as the 9 Suns Les Rond pill described in the legends. This is the real 9 Suns Les Rond pill. I never thought that this old man would be lucky enough to see such a supreme treasure like the 9 Suns pill in my lifetime. Look, the aura of this pill has almost fused with the young master's body. That is the power of lightning. Only those who have passed through the heavenly tribulation can absorb this kind of power of lightning. The young master was able to pass through the heavenly tribulation at such a young age. He is simply a monster. And that flame, it is actually the fusion of 2 kinds of flames. Compared to his flame, all of our flames are trash. Amazing, too amazing. This 9 Suns Les Rond pill is actually refined by the young master himself. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. Not to mention the precious materials needed to refine this 9 Suns Les Rond pill, and the support of a sacred item like the 9 Suns holy water, just the absorption of the power of lightning under the heavenly tribulation is something that no one has ever done. Even those supreme alchemists of the great sage level couldn't do it. Otherwise, the 9 Suns Les Rond pill wouldn't only exist in legends. The young master is really an extraordinary person. Everyone was shocked. The group of highly respected old men stared at the 9 suns less Ron pill in Jiang Chen's hand. They didn't have any of their usual calmness. They were very excited. At this moment, everyone's impression of Jiang Chen changed instantly. That kind of change was earth-shaking. It was a kind of respect. That's right, it was respect. Any alchemist should show respect to the person who could refine the 9 suns less Ron pill. Dan King widened his eyes. From the moment Jiang Chen took out the 9 suns less Ron pill, his eyes had never left it. The more powerful an alchemist was, the more restless his heart would be at this moment. He finally knew that Wu Ningzhu wasn't lying. The pill in front of him was the best proof. The 9 suns less Ron pill and Jiang Chen's qi had merged, indicating that this pill was personally concocted by Jiang Chen. There was no need for too much explanation. With their eyesight, they could naturally see it. Looking at the expressions of these influential seniors in the alchemy world, Wu Ningzhu was overjoyed. This kind of feeling was even happier than when she concocted the 9 suns less Ron pill herself. The legendary 9 suns less Ron pill has appeared. Shen is only a 6th grade combat emperor, but he is able to concoct such a pill. This is beyond common sense. Your existence itself is a miracle. Dan King praised from the bottom of his heart. All along, as an alchemist, one's combat strength would be relatively weaker. However, not only is young master's alchemy skill incomparable, his combat strength is also rare and terrifying. He is only a 6th grade combat emperor, but he is almost invincible under the minor saint realm. This old man has never seen such a genius before. Rudely nodded his head and praised Jiang Chen. Father, this 9 suns less Ron pill is a gift for our first meeting. I hope Father will accept it. Also, here is some 9 suns holy water. It will be my betrothal gift for Sister Ning. Jiang Chen said. He took out a bottle of 9 suns holy water and handed it to Dan King together with the 9 suns less Ron pill. Dan King was stunned. The others were also shocked. No one had thought that Jiang Chen would give the 9 suns less Ron pill and a bottle of precious 9 suns holy water as a gift. Such a betrothal gift was too precious. It was so precious that even a 5th grade minor saint would be at a loss. The higher the level of alchemist, the more they would understand the value of a 9 suns less Ron pill. Jiang Chen's gift of a 9 suns less Ron pill and a bottle of 9 suns holy water was too big. Dan King was now a 5th grade minor saint. If he could get the help of a 9 suns less Ron pill, it wouldn't take long for him to advance to the 6th grade minor saint. Shen this gift is too precious. Dan King didn't dare to accept it. We are family in the future. You don't have to be so polite with me. Besides, I still have something that I need your help with. Jiang Chen didn't give him any chance to explain. He directly threw the 9 suns less Ron pill and the bottle of 9 suns holy water into Dan King's arms. Dan King didn't reject it and kept the 2 treasures. Since that's the case, I will accept it. Just tell me what conditions you have. I will definitely agree to it. Dan King said solemnly. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile in his heart. This was exactly what he wanted. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to get the mulberry divine tree. Young master is able to concoct a pill like the 9 suns less Ron pill. It's enough to show that you are extremely skilled in concocting pills. This old man just happened to run into some difficult problems in concocting pills recently. I wonder if young master can help me solve this problem. An old man said. Everyone understood that this old man didn't just want to ask for advice, he also wanted to test Jiang Chen. In their opinion, Jiang Chen was able to concoct the 9 suns less Ron pill mostly because of the help of the heavenly tribulation. However, they didn't know how good Jiang Chen's concocting skills were. "Elder, please tell me," Jiang Chen said with a smile. How could he not know what this group of old men wanted to do? However, he also expressed his understanding. This group of old men had spent almost half of their lives on concocting pills. It was normal for them to run into problems that they couldn't solve. If he could help them solve their problems, it would be of great help to their cultivation and concocting pills in the future. Jiang Chen was also happy to do Dan King a favor. More importantly, he wanted to show them his ability. Alchemists would only respect other alchemists. When the time came, even Dan King would have to respect him. Then, it would be logical for him to ask for the mulberry divine tree. This old man has been researching the golden spirit pill recently. This kind of pill is extremely difficult to concoct because it needs to fuse the medicinal ingredients of the golden spirit pill with the essence of Tai gold. The essence of Tai gold is used to forge weapons. It is completely opposite to concocting pills. Moreover, the essence of Tai gold is extremely difficult to smelt and can't be fused with spiritual herbs. This made this old man suspect that the pill formula of the golden spirit pill was fake. However, this pill has really appeared before. The old man opened his mouth and asked. This question had been bothering him for a long time. If I'm not wrong, Elder must have first fused the 58 spiritual herbs needed to concoct the golden spirit pill, and then tried to fuse them with the essence of Tai gold, right? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Hearing this, everyone, including Dan King, looked at Jiang Chen with a different gaze. A pill like the golden spirit pill was extremely rare. Jiang Chen actually said that it needed 58 spiritual herbs. From this, it could be seen that Jiang Chen was really capable. That's right. The old man nodded. You have fallen into a misunderstanding. The medicinal ingredients and the essence of Tai gold used to forge weapons cannot be fused together. There is a medicinal ingredient in the golden spirit pill called the golden silk cassia. This medicinal ingredient is very obscure and is not the most precious among the 58 spiritual herbs. It is often overlooked. However, to fuse the essence of Tai gold, it must be the golden silk cassia. Jiang Chen paused for a moment and continued, therefore, the first step in concocting the golden spirit pill is to separate the essence of Tai gold and the essence of the golden silk cassia and let them fuse together. This way, the essence of the Tai gold will be completely integrated into the medicinal ingredients. Then, it will be fused with the other 57 spiritual herbs. This way, there will not be any conflicts and the golden spirit pill will be formed. Hua. Chapter 745. Young Master's words have really awakened this old man. The golden silk cassia is just an ordinary spirit herb. It is so inconspicuous among the 58 spirit herbs that it is easily overlooked. However, the attribute of the golden silk cassia is the same as the Tai gold. It can absorb the essence of the Tai gold first and transform it into medicinal power. I first fused the golden silk cassia with the other spirit herbs. Because the medicinal power of the other spirit herbs was too strong, the attribute of the golden silk cassia was completely covered up. Naturally, it was unable to complete the fusion with the Tai gold. My God, I didn't think of such a simple reason. Young Master is really brilliant. The old man admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. Although it was a very simple reason, if Jiang Chen hadn't pointed it out to him, he was afraid that he would be stuck in a dead end for the rest of his life. He would never be able to get out of it and this problem would never be solved. Not only him, even Dan King and the other alchemists were looking at Jiang Chen in shock. They had discussed this problem before, but they couldn't find a more suitable solution. They even thought of finding other spirit herbs to replace a part of it, but in the end, they still failed. They didn't expect that the solution to the problem would be so simple. The old man only asked his own question and Jiang Qin gave the answer almost without thinking. It was enough to show that Jiang Chen's attainments in alchemy were beyond them. "Chen, you really made foster father look at you in a new light." Dan King had a feeling that he had picked up a treasure. "Foster father, you're flattering me. I can't say much about other things, but when it comes to alchemy, I'm sure I can do it. Elders, if you have any questions, just tell me and I'll solve them all at once." Although Jiang Chen's words sounded casual, they were filled with great confidence. This confidence came from deep within his bones, and he wasn't bragging. Besides, after the explanation of the 9 Suns Les Ron pill and the Golden Soul pill, no one dared underestimate Jiang Qin anymore. They had no idea why a young man like Jiang Qin, who was only in his 20s, would have such a profound attainment in alchemy. This was not something they could imagine. However, there were always miracles in this world, and Jiang Qin was one of them. He was able to attract heavenly tribulation when he was only a combat soul warrior, and he was able to concoct the 9 Suns Les Ron pill. This was a miracle. There were always some things in this world, and some monstrous geniuses that couldn't be judged with common sense. "Young master, this old man indeed has a lot of questions to ask, but," another alchemist said. In the next hour, a few alchemists took turns to ask Jiang Qin questions about alchemy, telling him all the questions they had in their lives. Even Dan King had a few questions, but Jiang Qin didn't even need to think about it. He immediately gave them the answers, and it was the best way to solve their problems. This scene was very shocking. Jiang Qin was like a teacher teaching his students. Every movement he made was filled with majesty, as if he knew everything. There was nothing in this world that he didn't know. Those minor saint alchemists would sometimes lower their heads and ponder, and sometimes they would be enlightened. They were like children, their expressions were all on their faces. There was another elder in the hall who wasn't an alchemist. They saw everything that happened, and the shock in their eyes had reached an extreme level. Even though they weren't alchemists, they had followed Dan King for a long time, so they more or less had some understanding of alchemy. This was the first time they had met someone as amazing as Jiang Qin. They would be lying if they said they weren't shocked. What kind of freak is he? How can he be so powerful? Is he really only 20 years old? Why do I feel that he is like an old fox that has lived for thousands of years? That's right. An ordinary young man would tremble in fear when he meets so many minor saint seniors, but this young man's expression didn't change from the beginning to the end. He was incomparably calm. This kind of temperament isn't something that a young man should have. Plus, his attainment in alchemy has far surpassed Dan King. This guy is a freak. The two of them shook their heads and smiled bitterly. After living for so long, they finally saw what a real miracle was. Ha! All these years of confusion have finally been solved. It's like a sudden enlightenment. I feel that my concoction technique will have a great improvement, a qualitative leap. Plus, I feel that it won't take long for me to break through to the 4th grade minor saint. Young master, there's no way I can ever repay your kindness. If young master is angry in the future, I will definitely do my best to help you. That's right. The benefits that young master has given us today can't be exchanged with countless treasures and wealth. This is the true essence of alchemy. The benefits that it brings to us are endless. Young master is really a genius. He has such attainment at such a young age. I'm afraid that even the most outstanding alchemist in Saint Origin world wouldn't be able to match young master. Until now, not only these alchemists, even Dan King admired Jiang Qin wholeheartedly. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was no longer the sixth-grade combat emperor with extraordinary combat strength, but a senior whose attainment in alchemy was out of their reach. They had the greatest respect for Jiang Chen. That's right, it was respect. Jiang Chen was qualified to be respected by them. Wu Ningzhu's pair of beautiful eyes were staring at the man next to her. The adoration in her eyes couldn't be concealed. As a matter of fact, Wu Ningzhu felt like she was seeing Jiang Chen again. She had never thought that Jiang Chen's attainment in alchemy would be so terrifying. Those complicated problems weren't a problem for Jiang Chen at all. He could solve them with ease. Wu Ningzhu felt incomparably proud of such an outstanding man. She had never thought that Jiang Chen would have such terrifying attainment in alchemy. Ancient people. So what? So what if they were the pure land of divine continent? Even the great saint alchemists of the 8 major families couldn't be compared to Jiang Chen. No matter how strong the ancient people were, Jiang Chen would surpass them sooner or later. Wu Ningzhu had no doubt about this. Father, I have one more request. I hope that father will agree to it. Jiang Chen suddenly said in a serious tone. The timing in front of him was undoubtedly ripe. What do you need? Just tell me. If there's anything in Danqing County that you like, just take it. Danqing said straightforwardly. Now, with the addition of the essence of the divine tree, the recovery ability would be unimaginable. Chapter 746. Chenair, this is the mulberry divine tree. The entire Danqing County is affected by it. Since you want to extract the essence of the divine tree, just do it now. King of Elixirs said. To him, this was a huge loss. Thank you, father. Jiang Chen nodded. He knew very well what this mulberry divine tree meant to Danqing. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was Danqing's life. This was probably Danqing's greatest treasure. Now that he was willing to let Jiang Chen extract the essence of the divine tree, it showed that Danqing really wanted to befriend Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had always been generous to his own people. Today, he had accepted Danqing's kindness, he would definitely repay him in the future. Since Danqing had spoken, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't be polite. He clenched his hand and Yuanli surged out from his palm like a tide. The Yuanli in the shape of a dragon instantly covered the entire mulberry divine tree. As if it could feel an external force trying to absorb its essence, the mulberry divine tree began to tremble violently. Wood dragon seal, calm down. Jiang Chen shouted. He secretly casted the wood dragon seal. Immediately, the mulberry divine tree quieted down as if it was summoned, allowing Jiang Chen to extract its essence. Upon seeing this, Danqing and the other minor saints couldn't help but exchange a glance with each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Jiang Chen's endless means had shocked them. The mulberry divine tree had its own spirituality, but now, it was completely controlled by Jiang Chen in an instant. It seems like young master's combat skill is really miraculous. Even the mulberry divine tree was subdued by it in an instant. Elder Lu stroked his beard and nodded. His words were filled with admiration for Jiang Chen. The essence of the mulberry divine tree was incomparably vigorous. With the help of the wood dragon seal, it took Jiang Chen more than 10 minutes to absorb half of the essence of the divine tree. After losing half of its essence, the mulberry divine tree was no longer as vigorous as it was at the beginning. It looked a little dispirited, and its trunk was a little crooked. However, the foundation of the mulberry divine tree was still there, and it wouldn't affect its future growth. The essence that had been lost would slowly grow back. It just needed some time. Alright, half of the divine wood essence is just enough. Any more would be a waste. I will leave now to transform the wood dragon seal and advance to the 7th grade combat emperor. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Without the slightest hesitation, he circulated the dragon transformation art to rapidly absorb the massive amount of divine wood essence that had entered his body. At the same time, the wood dragon seal began to undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Buzz buzz, a buzzing sound came from Jiang Chen's body. An invisible force made his robe flutter. The chi that a 6th grade combat emperor emitted was something that even a 9th grade combat emperor couldn't compare to. Jiang Chen simply sat down cross-legged, using all his strength to break through to the 7th grade combat emperor. Everyone here was on his side. Jiang Chen could feel at ease and wouldn't be disturbed. Young master has absorbed the essence of the divine wood essence. He is now working hard to refine it. Judging from his chi, he is going to advance to the 7th grade combat emperor. Amazing. Young master is a peerless genius, one of a kind throughout the ages. He's simply a monstrous genius. Don't talk, don't disturb young master's cultivation. A few of them were standing not far from Jiang Chen, watching Jiang Chen's transformation closely. This was an important place in Danqing County. There was no need to worry that someone would come and disturb him, unless it was someone who was courting death. After half an hour, Jiang Chen had finally absorbed all the essence of the divine wood essence. At this time, the wood dragon seal had undergone a complete transformation. Jiang Chen couldn't help himself. Both of his hands waved and a seal appeared. A long green dragon that let out a deafening roar was struck out by Jiang Chen. Roar after the green dragon appeared, it was as if a real dragon had appeared. It roared continuously. It was more than 100 meters long and was circling above the herb garden. It looked extremely mystical. What a powerful green dragon seal. The attack of this green dragon is extremely powerful. Even a 9th grade combat emperor would be killed by it. However, this green dragon doesn't only have a powerful attack, its body also contains vigorous energy. It feels like it is the representation of life. Someone exclaimed. Under Jiang Chen's control, the green dragon didn't attack anything. Instead, it exploded in the sky above the herb garden, turning into green rain that sprinkled down. This green rain was like the rain of life in the heavens and earth. The chi of life contained in it could be smelled. Voila! The green rain fell and sprinkled on the spiritual herbs in the herb garden. Those spiritual herbs that were already flourishing were as if they had received great nourishment. They revealed a cheerful emotion. All the spiritual herbs and flowers were swaying. In the blink of an eye, they had grown a lot. Even the withered mulberry divine tree's condition instantly improved after receiving the nourishment of the green rain. Heavens! After young master absorbed the essence of the divine wood, he used that terrifying battle skill to unleash it. To think that it would have such a powerful effect. In the blink of an eye, the plants and spiritual herbs have grown to such a state. This is too terrifying. Amazing. This is simply a miracle. I can smell the true breath of life. That green rain seems to represent the origin of life. It has an extremely powerful recovery ability. Danqing, young master has magnified the effect of the divine wood infinitely. That's right. Yes. If our Danqing County could receive such green rain frequently, the heaven and earth yuan qi would be even denser than before. Young master is really a miracle. After absorbing the mulberry divine tree, not only did it not go to waste, but it also brought out such a great effect. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. No one wasn't shocked. Even Danqing's mouth was wide open. Initially, he felt sorry for the mulberry divine tree. Now, it seemed that this divine wood could only bring out its greatest value in Jiang Chen's hands. Leaving it in his hands was simply the biggest waste of God's gift. After Jiang Chen absorbed the essence of the divine wood, the wood dragon seal wasn't just an offensive combat technique. It had become a powerful regenerative and healing ability. It was imaginable that any ordinary injury could be healed by Jiang Chen using the powerful wood dragon seal. It was more powerful than any spiritual pills. Regarding this point, Dan King and the elders were very clear about it. Because of this, they were even more astonished. Wang Wang at the same time, a buzzing sound was heard from Jiang Chen's body. His qi began to fluctuate violently. His qi was rising continuously. Look, young master is going to break through to the 7th grade combat emperor. Elder Lu exclaimed once again. At this moment, new dragon marks began to form in Jiang Chen's body. Blood-colored dragon marks filled the entire Qi Sea. 51,000 dragon marks. 52,000 dragon marks. Ka Chao, the 7th grade combat emperor's grade, was broken through. It was the huge impact from the wood dragon seal. It pushed Jiang Chen to the 7th grade combat emperor. After reaching the 7th grade combat emperor, Jiang Chen's qi didn't stop immediately. It continued to rise. After a few minutes, the rising qi gradually stopped. The current Jiang Chen had 53,000 dragon marks in his body. Not only had he reached the 7th grade combat emperor, he had also reached the peak of the 7th grade combat emperor. He only needed to condense another 1,000 dragon marks to reach the 8th grade combat emperor. Roar! Jiang Chen let out a roar towards the sky. His voice was like a dragon's roar. His entire being was mystical to the extreme. His qi was like a vast ocean, carrying a strong impact. So powerful. A 7th grade combat emperor could have such a powerful qi. This is the strongest combat emperor I have ever seen. With young master's current combat strength, no matter how strong a 9th grade combat emperor is, they wouldn't be able to withstand a slap from him. He's only a 7th grade combat emperor, but I feel that young master is able to fight against an ordinary 1st grade minor saint. This is terrifying. That's right. Even if he couldn't defeat a 1st grade minor saint, it would still be extremely difficult for a 1st grade minor saint to kill him. I have never seen a 7th grade combat emperor being so powerful. Everyone was shocked once again. Jiang Chen was a peerless monstrous genius. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that there was such a monstrous genius in this world. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh of relief. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were incomparably bright, like the stars in the sky. No one dared to look into his eyes. At this moment, Jiang Chen's body made a caw-caw sound when he moved. It was a powerful feeling. Jiang Chen felt that if there was a 9th grade combat emperor standing in front of him, he would kill him with a slap. He would even dare to fight against a 1st grade minor saint. Even if he couldn't defeat the 1st grade minor saint, his opponent wouldn't be able to kill him. Chen Er, I didn't expect that this mulberry divine tree could bring you such great benefits. Great, this is great. Dan King was incomparably happy. Father, Jiang Chen, will remember this favor. I will definitely repay you in the future. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Dan King. This time, getting the mulberry divine tree could be said to be unprecedentedly smooth. All of this was because of Dan King. Alright, we are family. There is no need to be so courteous. You and Ning Er go and prepare. The wedding will be held 3 days later. Dan King patted on Jiang Chen's shoulder and laughed. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, miss. The other elders congratulated Jiang Chen said. When he heard that the wedding was going to be held, Jiang Chen's heart couldn't stay calm anymore. He was a man who dominated the world and feared nothing. But now, he suddenly felt scared. As a man of two lives, he had never thought that he would get married one day. When the words ancient people came out from the elder's mouth, Dan King and the other minor saints' facial expression changed. Although they weren't from Pure Land, they knew very well about the powerful ancient families in Pure Land. This elder actually came from the ancient people. How terrifying was that family? It wasn't something that Dan King County could fight against. But what puzzled them was, what was the relationship between Wuningshu and the ancient people? This old man is Gumu. Greetings, young miss. The elder bowed slightly to Wuningshu and addressed her as young miss. What? Dan King exclaimed. Everyone on the scene couldn't keep their calm anymore. Could this Wuningshu be the young miss of the ancient people? That was too ridiculous. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. Obviously, this Gumu came for Wuningshu. The ancient people must have sensed the bloodline of Wuningshu. That was why they came looking for her. Where is my mother? Wuningshu asked immediately. Don't worry, young miss. Golan is fine. I'm here today to bring young miss back to the clan. How can the bloodline of the ancient people be left outside? Gumu said. His words were plain and ordinary. No one could find anything strange about it, but Jiang Chen frowned. Gumu addressed Wuningshu as young miss. This showed that Wuningshu's mother was from the ancient people. She might be the daughter of the patriarch of the ancient people. Since Golan had such a high status, how could Gumu address her directly by her name instead of calling her young miss? From this, it could be seen that Golan's status among the ancient people wasn't as good as what Gumu said. Back then, you forcefully separated my parents and abandoned me. Now that you want me to return to the clan, I don't care. I'm now the adopted daughter of the King of Elixirs. Today is my wedding day and I hope you won't interfere. Ancient people, I will return to the ancient people sooner or later. I will personally look for my mother. Wuningshu didn't have the slightest respect for the ancient people. Towards this clan, she only had hatred. The bloodline of the ancient people is so noble. How can young miss marry an ordinary person? Your marriage can only be decided by the clan. Young miss, follow me back to the clan now. Gumu said. I have nothing to do with the ancient people. What right do you have to decide my marriage? Let me tell you, other than Jiang Chen, I won't marry anyone. Wuningshu was infuriated. If that's the case, I'll kill this brat. Gumu's eyes narrowed as he looked at Jiang Chen. You dare. Wuningshu was enraged. If young miss agrees to follow me back to the clan, I will spare him. Furthermore, don't you want to see your mother? The bloodline of the ancient people flows in your body. You are destined to be a member of the ancient people. Gumu said faintly. Wuningshu wanted to say something but was stopped by Jiang Chen. Sister Ning, go back with him. You have the bloodline of the ancient people. They won't do anything to you. Furthermore, if you want to look for your mother, you have to go to the ancient people. As for our marriage, I will personally go to the ancient people. Jiang Chen said. He understood the ancient clans of the Pure Land. Since the ancient people had found Wuningshu, they would definitely bring her away. No one could stop them. All right, I will go to the ancient people and see how my mother has been all these years. Chapter 748. Miss has the complete bloodline of our ancient people. Returning to the ancient people will allow you to obtain the cultivation resources of the ancient people. Your cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Gumu nodded and said. This time, he was ordered to bring Wuningshu back. Now that Wuningshu was willing to go back, it was naturally for the best. If someone tried to stop him, he would directly take action. Wu Ningzhu ignored Gu Mu. She didn't have a good impression of the ancient people. However, she had to go to the ancient people. It wasn't easy for Wu Ningzhu to figure out her identity. This was the biggest reason why she came to the divine continent. She wanted to go to the ancient people to see her mother. She always had a feeling that her mother didn't live a good life in the ancient people. Wu Ningzhu came to the front of Dan King and bowed deeply to him. "Father, regarding my identity, I only learned about it recently. It's true that I have the blood of the ancient people in my body. However, I have never had any interaction with such an unfamiliar big clan. Ning is unable to repay your kindness. A father for a day, a father for a lifetime. You will always be Ning-er's father." Dan King quickly helped Wu Ningzhu up. He didn't have any descendants in his life. He completely treated Wu Ningzhu as his own daughter and doted on her. Now that Wu Ningzhu was about to leave, it was impossible to say that he wasn't sad. However, Dan King was very clear that since Wu Ningzhu's identity was related to the big clan in the Pure Land, it was not something he could control. Ancient people are a big clan in the Pure Land. You can go to the ancient people to cultivate. I am very happy for you, Dan King said with a smile. Although the cultivation conditions in Dan King County were very good, it was still a lot worse compared to the ancient people. Later, Wu Ningzhu walked up to Jiang Qin and gave Jiang Qin a big hug. "Little man, remember our wedding." To Wu Ningzhu, her long-awaited wedding was mercilessly interrupted just like that. Naturally, she was furious in her heart. However, there was nothing she could do about it. Putting aside the Gu family, just Gu Mu alone was so powerful that no one could resist him. "Don't worry, you are my Jiang Chen's woman." Jiang Chen smiled. In a flash, Wu Ningzhu appeared beside Gu Mu and said in an extremely calm tone, "Let's go." "All right." With a smile on his face, Gu Mu turned around and prepared to leave. "Wait a moment." Just at this moment, Jiang Chen let out a loud roar. His body moved and like a phantom, he appeared in front of Gu Mu and Wu Ningzhu. "Brat, if you dare to block my path, I can kill you instantly." Gu Mu's eyes flickered with two flames. He seemed to be a hot-tempered person. "There are many people who want to kill me. Unfortunately, I am still alive and kicking. Old man, don't act high and mighty in front of me." Jiang Chen gave Gu Mu a casual glance. His eyes showed that he didn't put Gu Mu in his eyes at all. Dan King and the others couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene. This young master Jiang Chen was too ferocious. His audacity was unimaginable. He was completely lawless and didn't put anyone in his eyes. The person standing in front of him was a powerful 7th-grade minor saint. If the opponent was angry, he could kill Jiang Chen with a flick of his finger. Gu Mu was stunned at first, then he was infuriated. A puny 7th-grade combat emperor dared to show off in front of him, completely not putting him in his eyes. This was simply outrageous. However, just as Gu Mu was about to slap Jiang Chen to death, Jiang Chen spoke again. "I stopped you just now because I want to give you some good fortune. If I'm not mistaken, you weren't this hot-tempered in the past. You used to be a very humble and steady person, but because your fire attribute cultivation method has reached a bottleneck, you couldn't break through it. Now, your body has accumulated fire poison, which is the result of your anger. The hotter your temper is, the harder it will be for you to break through the bottleneck. Even if the fire poison doesn't affect you much, you can only be a 7th-grade minor saint for the rest of your life. It is impossible for you to break through to the 8th-grade minor saint." The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth carried a hint of a smile as he said in an indifferent tone. Gu Mu's eyes widened as soon as he heard this. He slowly put down his raised palm and looked at Jiang Qin in disbelief. He knew his problem very well, but he had never told anyone about it before. This young man in front of him was his first time meeting him, but what Jiang Qin said was exactly the problem he was facing. He had been stuck in a bottleneck for the past few years and was affected by the fire poison in his body. His temper was getting hotter and hotter, but he didn't know how to break through the bottleneck. Today, this young man had pointed out all his problems with just a few words. He couldn't help but feel surprised. While Gu Mu was still in a daze, a divine sense surged into his mind like a tidal wave. The content of this divine sense was actually the method that Jiang Qin had taught him. Gu Mu was immediately attracted by the content of the divine sense. He was stunned on the spot. Not long after that, his body began to tremble violently. Gu Mu's body was trembling. His bones were producing cracking sounds. The surface of his body was soon covered with a layer of fiery red flame. His expression alternated between happiness and excitement. The divine sense of Jiang Qin had actually helped him solve the problem that had troubled him for so many years. All of a sudden, an incomparably strong chi shot out from Gu Mu's body. Jiang Qin reacted quickly. He pulled Wu Ningzhu's arm and dodged the attack. The chi that erupted from a 7th grade minor saint wasn't a good thing if the distance was too close. The entire sky above Danqing County had turned into a sea of fire. An intense pressure was emitted from Gu Mu's body. Many of the people below turned pale and trembled violently. Some of the weaker ones even prostrated on the ground. My God! What happened? How did this bastard advance to the 8th grade minor saint? Elder Lu, who was on the high platform, was shocked. It's young master. Gu Mu almost went berserk during his cultivation. He will never be able to advance to the 8th grade minor saint for the rest of his life. It was young master who gave him some pointers. My God! What kind of monster is young master? Just a casual pointers could actually help a person who was stuck in a bottleneck advance to the next grade. This is unbelievable. This Gu Mu has been stuck in the bottleneck for a very long time. Now that he has received the pointers from young master, he broke through the bottleneck immediately and advanced to the next grade. No one wasn't shocked, especially those minor saints on the high platform. Their eyeballs almost popped out. The others might not know what happened just now, but they saw it clearly. Gu Mu advanced to the next grade after receiving the pointers from Jiang Qin's divine sense. This made everyone's impression of Jiang Qin rise to an unreachable level. Young master is most likely the reincarnation of a great immortal. That's why he is so miraculous. Elder Lu sighed. He exchanged a glance with Dan King and couldn't help but nod. Dan King was even more determined to befriend Jiang Qin. Little Qinzi, why did you help him? Wu Ningzhu looked at Jiang Qin. Help him. I am helping you. Jiang Qin smiled. Wu Ningzhu was stunned for a moment. Then, a trace of happiness appeared on her face. You are the best. Wu Ningzhu wasn't an idiot. Given Jiang Qin's temperament, it was already good enough that Jiang Qin didn't fly into a rage after what Gu Mu had done to him. But now, Jiang Qin had disregarded the past and helped Gu Mu advance to the next grade. On the surface, it seemed like he was helping Gu Mu, but in fact, he was helping himself. Although Wu Ningzhu had the complete bloodline of the ancient people, she had never been to this big family before. She was afraid that Gulan's situation in the family wouldn't be too good. Otherwise, there wouldn't be no news of Gulan for so many years. Wu Ningzhu wouldn't have a good life in such a strange and powerful family. Jiang Qin helping Gu Mu was equivalent to finding a backer for Wu Ningzhu. Gu Mu's qi lasted for more than 10 minutes. His cultivation had stopped at the 8th grade minor saint. With a flick of his divine sense, the sea of fire returned to his body. The entire sky returned to its original calmness. Ha! 8th grade minor saint, I have broken through. I, Gumu, have finally broken through. The fire poison in my body has completely disappeared. Ha! Gumu faced the sky and laughed like a madman. That kind of excitement wasn't something that ordinary people could understand. All these years, he had been stuck at the peak of the 7th grade minor saint. He didn't have the chance to reach a higher level. Today, with the guidance of Jiang Qin, not only did he advance to the 8th grade minor saint, his thoughts were clear and the bottleneck was lifted. In the future, it wouldn't be impossible for him to advance to the 9th grade minor saint or even the great saint. As the saying goes, perfect enlightenment. Once you have an epiphany, you would be enlightened. The benefits would be boundless and the path of cultivation would be unobstructed. Gumu stopped laughing and came to the side of Jiang Qin. The way he looked at Jiang Qin had completely changed. There was no longer any of the ferocious look in his eyes. Instead, it was filled with shock and gratitude. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked. A young man who looked like he was in his 20s was able to resolve his doubts regarding his cultivation. This young man was definitely a master. Even if Gumu was a powerful 7th grade minor saint, he wouldn't dare to look down on Jiang Qin. Little friend Jiang Chen's kindness is as great as the heavens. I, Gumu, am unable to repay it. Gumu bowed slightly to Jiang Qin. His tone was very sincere. This kind of gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. There wasn't any hypocrisy. If one didn't stand in Gumu's shoes, they would never know how great the kindness that Jiang Qin had given him today was. This was a kindness that Gumu would use his life to repay. You don't have to thank me. You should know better than me why I am helping you. Sister Ning has just arrived in the ancient people's world. I don't want to see her being bullied. Jiang Qin said straightforwardly. Don't worry, young master. As long as I, Gumu, am here, I will ensure the safety of Miss Ning and the ancient people. Chapter 749. Gumu left with Wu Ningzhu. When he left, his attitude was completely different from when he came. When he came in an aggressive manner, as if no one would dare to disobey him. When he left, he didn't have the slightest bit of spirit. He left with gratitude towards Jiang Qin. That's right. The current Gumu was filled with gratitude towards Jiang Qin and he left with his promise to Jiang Qin. Junior Jiang is truly a god. Could he be the reincarnation of a high immortal? He could actually help a 7th grade minor saint advance. This is too miraculous. Guo Xiaofei saw everything from afar. He admired Jiang Qin even more. It wasn't only him. In many people's hearts, Jiang Qin was a living miracle. He was truly a heaven-defying person. If there was anyone who wasn't surprised by the scene, it would be Nebula Kid who knew the identity of Jiang Qin. Although we have known each other for a long time and have gotten used to seeing him create miracles, he can always create miracles again and again. Nangong Wintian's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. It wasn't that he wasn't shocked by Jiang Chen's miracles, but he had already gotten used to it. That was why he appeared to be very calm. For God's sake. That old bastard really deserves to die. Today is little Chinzi's wedding day, but it was ruined just like that. They didn't even have the chance to enter the bridal chamber. The Huang dog's face was filled with anger. It seemed like he was angrier than his wedding being ruined. If it was me, I would have fucked him and even guided him, allowing him to obtain great benefits. Looking at the Huang dog's expression, if it wasn't for his lack of strength, he would have rushed to Gumu and bit him to death. What do you know? Little Chinzi isn't helping Gumu. He is helping Sister Ning indirectly. I really didn't expect that Sister Ning is a descendant of the ancient people. Now that Gu Mu has received help from Little Chinzi, he must be grateful to Little Chinzi. The ancient people will definitely take good care of Sister Ning. Nangong Wentian said. Of course I know. De Huang Dog naturally understood Jiang Chen's way of doing things, but he was a little depressed and aggrieved in his heart. A great wedding was ruined. Anyone would feel uncomfortable in their heart. What Junior Marshal Brother Jiang did was very correct and wise. With Junior Marshal Brother Jiang's current cultivation and strength, it is completely unsuitable for you to be enemies with a pure land like the ancient people. Guo Xiaofei said. He admired Jiang Chen's ability to deal with things calmly. If he had gone against Gu Mu impulsively today, even if he could save his life, he would have completely offended the ancient people. The ancient people weren't people that the likes of Xiaoyao Palace and Qin family could compare with. They were a pure land, a top power in Saint Origin world. A casual blow from them could annihilate a power like the Nebula sect 100 times over. After Wu Ningzhu left, Jiang Chen's body flashed. The red groom's attire disappeared and was instantly replaced by a pure white gown. His expression was calm but a little cold. What happened today had made him extremely angry. He had lived 2 lives and this was his first wedding. It was impossible for him not to be angry because the ancient people had left a very bad impression in his heart. Dan King waved his hand and said, "Disperse." At this moment, Dan King's mood was also very gloomy. A joyous occasion had been ruined. He felt that he had lost a lot of face. What made him feel even worse was that his daughter was taken away just like that. On the same day, Jiang Qin went to Dan King to bid farewell. "Qin heir, although you and Ning heir aren't married yet, you can be considered as my foster son. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Stay here for a few more days. I happen to have some questions about alchemy that I want to discuss with you." Dan King said. He was a little reluctant to see Jiang Qin leave. "Foster father, there are still some very important things waiting for me in Xuanyu. The reason why I came to Danyuan City was because of Sister Ning. Now that the important matter has been resolved, I have to go back as soon as possible. Xuanyu is going to be in chaos soon. I may need foster father's help in the future. We still have a lot of time to meet each other," Jiang Qin said with a smile. He had to rush back now. Currently, the relationship between the major powers in Xuanyu was like fire and water. The key point was that he had killed the first and second geniuses in the sky ranking of the 3 major powers. This had made the 3 major powers even angrier. However, what Jiang Qin really cared about wasn't these. What he cared about was the northern and southern dynasties. As long as the northern and southern dynasties existed in Xuanyu, it would be a great hidden danger. Moreover, Jiang Qin had a feeling that the day when the northern and southern dynasties would take action in Xuanyu wasn't far away. Although he had reached the 7th grade combat emperor, it was still far from enough to deal with the upcoming chaos in Xuanyu. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. "If that's the case, I won't keep you any longer. If you need any help from foster father in the future, just tell me," Dan King said. He had now treated Jiang Qin as one of his own. After bidding farewell to Dan King, Jiang Qin brought De Huang Dog, Nangong Wendian and Guo Xiaofei back to Dan King County. Apart from the wedding being ruined, Jiang Chen's trip to Dan King County had also brought him a great harvest. He had obtained the mulberry divine tree, completely transformed the wood dragon seal, and advanced to the 7th grade combat emperor. Now, he had already obtained 4 of the 5 elemental spirits. The only thing he lacked was the metal spirit. Regarding the metal spirit, Jiang Qin already had a target in his heart. Or, it should be said that he already had a target and had already thought of how to deal with it. He was now waiting for that day. Furthermore, Jiang Qin had a feeling that as long as all the 5 elemental spirits were gathered, the 5 elemental combat dragon seal would completely transform and reach the grand completion. At that time, not only would the power of this combat technique increase by several folds, the dragon transformation art would also usher in a new transformation, making up for the loss of his previous enlightenment. With the dragon transformation art, his combat strength would be even scarier. Along the way, 3 men and a dog rushed at full speed. After 2 days, they returned to Xuanyu. Jiang Qin didn't waste any time and went straight to Nebula Sect to look for Tan Lang and Tan Ji Hao. "Little Qinzi, you are back." Seeing that Jiang Qin had returned, Tan Lang's face immediately revealed a hint of joy. These days in Nebula Sect, his and Tan Ji Hao's condition had recovered a lot. Except for the broken meridians that couldn't be restored, other injuries had been completely healed. Their complexions were much better than when they had just come out from Tan Family Village. "Let's cut the crap. I have already obtained the mulberry divine tree and mastered the wood spirit. Now, I will restore your meridians." Jiang Qin opened his mouth and said. Hearing that the broken meridians could really be restored, the 2 of them were stunned at first. Immediately, their faces revealed an ecstatic expression. That was the excitement that came from the bottom of their hearts. That's right, they were too excited. When their meridians were broken, they thought that their lives were over. Never did they expect that they would recover one day. This was equivalent to seeing the sun again. Restoring meridians was not an easy task. Even if Jiang Qin had the support of the strong wood spirit, he would need at least 1 day to completely restore the meridians of Tan Lang and Tan Ji Hao. In the completely enclosed courtyard, Jiang Qin's palms were placed on the back of Tan Lang and Tan Ji Hao respectively. Both of them were covered by a huge amount of wood spirit. Their bodies were emitting green light, rippling with vigorous chi power. Both of their faces were covered with sweat. Their bodies were trembling in pain, as if they were going through some kind of metamorphosis. The rebirth of broken meridians was an extremely painful process. The degree of pain was even worse than when the meridians were broken. Moreover, the more the meridians were restored, the more intense the pain would be. At the last moment, even with the tenacity of Tan Lang and Tan Ji Hao, they couldn't help but let out a scream. Fortunately, they weren't ordinary people. No matter how painful it was, they managed to endure it. 1 day later, Jiang Qin retracted his palms and let out a long sigh of relief. With such a huge consumption, even he felt a little tired. On the other hand, Tan Lang and Tan Ji Hao, who had their meridians restored, were in high spirits and full of chi power. I've finally recovered. I can feel my elemental force circulating. This feeling is really great. Tan Ji Hao laughed excitedly. He couldn't help but be excited. In this world, there were many things that one would only know how precious they were after losing them. To a cultivator, if his cultivation and right to cultivate were taken away, that kind of painful torture would be more unbearable than death. This is great. Finally, I can cultivate again. I'm no longer a useless person. Tan Lang was also very excited. Both of them bowed deeply to Jiang Qin at the same time. The kindness of rebirth of broken meridians was no different from saving their lives. Not only did Jiang Qin save their lives, he also helped them recover from their injuries. This was a great kindness that they couldn't repay. Your meridians have been nourished by the powerful wood spiritual chi. It's so much stronger than before. It's no doubt that you've been reborn. It'll be very beneficial for your future cultivation. You too should stay in the Nebula sect and cultivate well. Jiang Qin said with a smile. After healing their injuries, one of his wishes had been fulfilled. The next thing to do was to think about how to deal with the upcoming chaos in Xuanyu. After adjusting his condition, Jiang Chen received Nebula Kid's summon. In the hall where Nebula Kid was staying, Jiang Chen arrived without any obstruction. Today, Jiang Chen's status and position in the Nebula sect was incomparably high. In addition, with Nebula Kid's special permission, Jiang Chen could walk anywhere he wanted. Jiang Chen, I've heard about what happened in Danyuan City. You've done a good job this time. You've made King of Dan a great ally. Nebula Kid said with a smile. Chapter 750. Let's not talk about Dan King County for now. Sect Master, I am going out for a period of time. Jiang Chen said. Oh. Where do you want to go? You have too many enemies now. You have killed the geniuses of the three major powers of Xiaoyao Palace in Danyuan City. They hate you so much that they can't wait to tear you into pieces. At this time, you can only stay in the sect to be safe. Nebula Kid said. According to Jiang Chen's current situation, staying in the Nebula sect was indeed the safest option for him. The Nebula sect isn't safe. The whole of Xuanyu isn't safe. Xuanyu is going to be in chaos soon. I have a feeling that the northern and southern dynasties are preparing a big conspiracy that will break out soon. I don't want to stay here and perish together with the Nebula sect. I want to lead the Nebula sect to prosperity. The reason I am going out is to gain experience and improve my cultivation to deal with the upcoming chaos. Jiang Chen said solemnly. He wasn't exaggerating at all. He and the northern and southern dynasties had been enemies since they were in the eastern continent. No one knew the northern and southern dynasties better than him. They were the same kind of people. If they wanted to do something, they would do it. Nebula Kid's facial expression slightly changed after hearing what Jiang Chen said. As far as the current situation in Xuanyu was concerned, although there were constant conflicts between the major powers and their relationship wasn't good, it was still far from a real chaos. If this was said by someone else, Nebula Kid wouldn't believe it and would think that the person was joking. However, it was completely different when it was said by Jiang Chen. Nebula Kid had no choice but to believe it. At the same time, he felt a sense of crisis. Although his cultivation was strong, if what Jiang Chen said was true, his strength was far from enough to protect the Nebula sect. However, Jiang Chen might be able to do it, even though Jiang Chen was only a 7th-grade combat emperor. Where are you going? Nebula Kid asked. Western regions. Jiang Chen said. For him, the fastest place to improve his strength was the Devil World outside of the Western region. The Devil World was a place where devils lived. Jiang Chen practiced the dragon transformation art, which was the nemesis of these devils. Coupled with the edifying light, which could purify all kinds of evil devils, Jiang Chen would not only have the opportunity to greatly improve his strength, but also purify more powerful devils for his own use. This was the reason why Jiang Chen wanted to go to the Western region. Alright, the Western region is an important place for Buddhists, but you still have to be careful. Nebula Kid nodded. He didn't ask where Jiang Chen had gone to the Western regions. After all, he couldn't ask about Jiang Chen's affairs. Jiang Chen, you should know about the brilliant mirror, right? Nebula Kid suddenly changed the topic and asked. Isn't the brilliant mirror the treasure of the Nebula sect? When I first came to the Nebula sect, the brilliant mirror detected that I had other intentions. Jiang Chen was stunned. He didn't know why Nebula Kid mentioned the brilliant mirror at this time. That's right. The brilliant mirror is the treasure of the Nebula sect. However, it's a treasure that has been passed down for generations. It's a powerful minor saint weapon, and it's at the peak of the minor saint weapon. It's only second to the legendary great saint weapon. It already has a certain level of spirituality. This treasure has always been used as a treasure for assessment in the Nebula sect. It has no other use. It's not because the brilliant mirror has no other uses, but because no one can control it. Nebula Kid said. He couldn't help but smile bitterly when he mentioned the brilliant mirror. Oh. Jiang Chen was surprised. As the greatest saint in the world, he naturally knew that powerful holy weapons had a certain level of spirituality. Such weapons often chose their own masters. If the person who owned the weapon didn't have the ability to tame it, he wouldn't be able to control the weapon. That's right. Although I'm the leader of the Nebula sect, I can't control the brilliant mirror and get its approval. However, you're different. You're the reincarnation of the greatest saint in the world. Your means are extraordinary. Maybe you can control the mirror. In this way, we'll have a trump card against the northern and southern dynasties. Nebula Kid said. It seemed that he was going to give the brilliant mirror to Jiang Qin. Even Jiang Qin didn't expect this. The brilliant mirror was a treasure passed down in the Nebula sect. Its level was at the peak of the minor saint weapon level. Nebula Kid had made a great decision to give such a treasure to someone else. He had completely treated Jiang Chen as one of his own. Where's the brilliant mirror? I'd like to see it. Jiang Chen's interest was immediately piqued. He wasn't really interested in combat weapons. The Heavenly Saint sword was his natal weapon, and it would become stronger as he grew stronger. However, until now, the Heavenly Saint sword was still an emperor weapon, while the brilliant mirror was a powerful minor saint weapon, second only to a great saint weapon. If he could obtain a combat weapon like this, his combat strength would be greatly improved. Therefore, he was very interested in the brilliant mirror. Voila! Nebula Kid seemed to be prepared for this. He extended his finger and drew a line in the void. A crack appeared in the void. Nebula Kid's body flashed and disappeared into the crack. Jiang Chen took a step forward and followed Nebula Kid into the crack. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. It was a void space. It wasn't big, only a dozen li in radius. There was an extremely ordinary altar in front of him. It was the only thing in the entire space. Apart from that, there was nothing else in this space. On top of the altar, there was a large mirror. This mirror was entirely reddish gold in color, and it was engraved with incomprehensible runes. It looked very mystical. When as if it had sensed someone's arrival, the mirror emitted a buzzing sound. Rays of light overflowed from it, giving off a holy aura. The mirror was 1 zhang large. It was placed on the altar like a scorching sun, making people not dare to look at it directly. This is the true form of the brilliant mirror. Do you know why it's called the brilliant mirror? Nebula Kid looked at Jiang Qin. Tell me. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders. This mirror symbolizes light and holiness. It represents the righteous Tao. If you're fighting against someone from the evil Tao, you won't be able to use this brilliant mirror even if you obtain it. Furthermore, this brilliant mirror is extremely effective against evil Tao cultivators. The greatest power of this mirror is its counterattack. It can reflect the opponent's attack back at you with the same amount of power. If your opponent is an evil Tao cultivator, the brilliant mirror will reflect twice the amount of power back at you. Its killing power is astonishing. Nebula Kid explained the power of the brilliant mirror. Such a powerful ability made even him feel a trace of fear. After listening to Nebula Kid's words, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly shone. He had to admit that the brilliant mirror's ability was too powerful. It could absorb the opponent's attack and reflect it back. It was simply a heaven-defying ability. What a great mirror. If I can control it, it'll be a rare trump card. Jiang Chen couldn't help but praise. It's a pity that no one can control the brilliant mirror. Even if I'm the sect master here, I can't get the recognition of the brilliant mirror. Nebula Kid smiled bitterly. All these years, he had lost count of how many times he had tried to communicate with the brilliant mirror, but every attempt ended in failure. To him, this was a huge blow. This was also the reason why he was willing to give the mirror to Jiang Qin. It was a waste for such a powerful treasure to be placed here as it had no place to use it. Let me try. Jiang Chen's eyes shone. He was very interested in challenging things like this. All right, if you can get the recognition of the brilliant mirror and control it, this mirror will belong to you. Nebula Kid said. Jiang Qin nodded. His body flashed and directly jumped onto the altar. He came close to the brilliant mirror. The brilliant mirror felt that someone was approaching and trembled even more violently. It was a great repulsion. You symbolize the brilliant mirror. I also symbolize the brilliant mirror. Surrender to me. Jiang Qin said with an indifferent tone, but his tone didn't allow for rejection. He slowly stretched out his palm, and his palm was covered with a golden light. He was secretly circulating the dragon transformation skill. The dragon transformation skill was a peerless skill with extreme yang energy, and its essence was the same as the brilliant mirror. Jiang Qin placed his hand on the brilliant mirror. Suddenly, he felt a burning sensation. The brilliant mirror that was originally trembling violently weakened after sensing Jiang Qin's aura. Seeing this, Nebula Kid's eyes suddenly lit up. He secretly thought that Jiang Qin was indeed more powerful than him. He didn't know how many times he had tried, but every time, the brilliant mirror would tremble violently. There had never been such a situation before. Although this situation was still far from being enough to subdue the brilliant mirror, it was already very rare for the brilliant mirror to be able to do this. At least, it meant that Jiang Qin still had a great chance. Then, Jiang Qin released his divine sense and soul power, directly penetrating into the brilliant mirror. He wanted to obtain a deeper level of communication with the brilliant mirror. Wang, however. The brilliant mirror once again trembled in response to the external divine sense and soul power. The brilliant mirror considered Jiang Qin as an external invader and produced a great repulsion towards him. Sigh. Nebula Kid couldn't help but sigh. Looking at the brilliant mirror's performance, Jiang Qin was probably going to fail. However, he didn't have much hope. The brilliant mirror isn't easy to subdue, but I won't give up. In this world, there isn't a combat weapon that I, Jiang Qin, can't subdue. Since the dragon transformation skill isn't enough, I will add the edifying light. You symbolize the light. The edifying light is the supreme existence of Buddha sect. It can suppress all evil and it also symbolizes the light. It won't be a disgrace if you and the edifying light work together. Chapter 751. The moment the edifying light appeared, Nebula Kid's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. Although he didn't know what that light was, the power and light intent that it represented was real. He knew that the light wasn't as simple as it looked. After the edifying light entered the brilliant mirror that wasn't as resistant as before stopped resisting. It became completely quiet. It was an unprecedented silence. The golden light became even more radiant. Such a situation gave Nebula Kid an intuition that the brilliant mirror had found the true holy object that represented the light, and it had to obey it completely. In fact, that was the case. The dragon transformation art had already made the brilliant mirror no longer repelled. Jiang Chen's edifying light was the supreme existence of light, the supreme holy object of Buddha sect. It instantly resonated with the brilliant mirror. In addition to the divine sense and soul power that Jiang Qin had infused into the edifying light, the brilliant mirror had completely accepted Jiang Chen's divine sense and soul power. It had imprinted Jiang Chen's soul imprint on the brilliant mirror. Rise. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. With a slight sound, the huge brilliant mirror flew up from the altar. The mirror that was 3 meters in size gradually shrunk. In a few minutes, the brilliant mirror had shrunk to the size of a palm and was held in Jiang Chen's hand. It's really a good treasure. Jiang Chen couldn't help but praise it. He could feel the power of the brilliant mirror. Although it was just a small mirror, if it wasn't recognized by Jiang Chen, even if he was a 9th-grade combat emperor, he wouldn't be able to pick it up. But now, the brilliant mirror was nothing in his hand. Good, Jiang Chen. You are worthy of being the reincarnation of the greatest saint. You have extraordinary luck. This brilliant mirror has been passed down for many years. No one has ever been able to pick it up. Today, you have finally subdued it. However, your current cultivation is still too weak. You can't unleash the true power of the brilliant mirror. It will be difficult for you to use it. Even so, the brilliant mirror is still a rare trump card. Nebula Kid was incomparably excited. Although the brilliant mirror had fallen into someone else's hand, his wish had been fulfilled. He could see the brilliant mirror's power in his lifetime. In his heart, he had already treated Jiang Chen as one of his own. Ever since he knew Jiang Chen's true identity, he had made up his mind to follow Jiang Chen. He was a man with foresight. Following the greatest saint would bring him endless benefits in the future. The brilliant mirror is indeed not bad. With this mirror, I will be more confident in dealing with the upcoming chaos in Xuanyu. Jiang Chen walked down from the altar with a sway of his body and approached Nebula Kid. His chi was unparalleled. Every move he made was filled with a domineering aura that could make people admire him. I, Nebula Kid, am happy to be able to see the brilliant mirror's power in my lifetime. Nebula Kid nodded. I will leave Nebula Kid and head to the Western Domain. During my absence, you have to work hard to break through to the 5th-grade minor saint and find a way to ally with the Moyin cult. Let's not talk about Xiaoyao Palace. The Tan family and Sky Hill School are our enemies. However, if they don't ally with us and go near Xiaoyao Palace, they will become the food of the northern and southern dynasties sooner or later. The Nebula sect and Moyin cult must ally with each other. Jiang Chen told Nebula Kid. Currently, the situation in Xuanyu was very clear. Because of the northern and southern dynasties, Xiaoyao Palace wanted to dominate the entire Xuanyu. Sky Hill School and Tan family were enemies of Jiang Chen, but their relationship with Xiaoyao Palace wasn't very good either. Their situation was the most dangerous. The Nebula sect and Moyin cult must ally with each other to increase their strength and defense. Alright. Just go. With Wu Emo and Zai here, there won't be any big problem in Xuanyu. Nebula Kid said. He was, after all, a powerful minor saint. With him and Wu Emo here, it wouldn't be easy for Xiaoyao Palace to eliminate them. After that, Jiang Chen left the spatial zone where the bright mirror was stored. This time, he didn't disturb anyone. He left the Nebula sect alone and headed towards the Western Domain. This time, Jiang Chen was truly going alone. He didn't even bring the Huang dog with him. When Jiang Chen left, it was night time. In the dark of the night, he disappeared into the night sky like a stream of light. However, Jiang Chen didn't notice that in the depths of a mountain 100 miles away from the Nebula sect, a dark shadow was lurking there like a ghost. It was unknown how long this dark shadow had been lurking there. After seeing Jiang Chen leave, a talisman appeared in the dark shadow's hand. Under the control of the dark shadow, the talisman turned into a green smoke and disappeared. The divine continent had a total of 8 big domains. Heaven Domain, Earth Domain, Xuanyu Domain, Yellow Domain, Gan Domain, Kun Domain, Horizontal Domain, and Horizontal Domain were named according to the Heaven, Earth, Xian, Huang, and Qian Kun. Horizontal domain was also known as the Western Domain due to its special geographical location. It was the Holy Land of Buddhism. Jiang Chen's journey from Xuanyu to the Western Domain was the farthest. Even with his current cultivation, it would take him 2 or 3 days to reach there. However, Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He had a solid foundation now, so he needed some time to digest it. On the way to the Western Domain, Jiang Chen took the opportunity to comprehend the dragon transformation skill. Ever since he started cultivating it, it had always brought him different miracles. In the beginning, he thought that the dragon transformation skill was just a simple skill, but when he started cultivating it, he found that it was completely different. Every time the dragon transformation skill transformed, it would bring great benefits to Jiang Chen. Especially the last time, a drop of dragon blood had appeared. Last time, when he was fighting against the brilliant mirror, an ancient dragon roar had appeared in the depths of his soul, which had shattered the brilliant mirror. In addition, when he had comprehended the dragon transformation skill the last time, Jiang Chen knew that the dragon transformation skill was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. It must be related to a very important secret. When he was in the Eastern Continent's purgatory, there was a blood charm in Inferno City. Jiang Chen still remembered it very clearly. It was that blood charm that helped him deal with the Earth Devil. That blood charm gave Jiang Chen a feeling of blood connection. He understood that he didn't have a direct relationship with the blood charm, but it was related to the dragon transformation skill and the blood charm. Regarding the blood charm in the Eastern Continent's purgatory, Jiang Chen had never forgotten it. One day, he would go back to purgatory to find out what the blood charm was used for, and what kind of relationship it had with the dragon transformation skill. Jiang Chen was completely immersed in the dragon transformation skill. Time passed unknowingly as he hurried along the road. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's whole body quivered, and he was instantly awakened from his cultivation state. Swoosh! Swoosh! Jiang Chen's divine sense moved. Ada and Air immediately rushed out from the spatial ring and stood in front of Jiang Chen to protect him. Jiang Chen had cultivated the Great Soul Derivation technique, so his senses were much sharper than an ordinary person's, especially when it came to danger. Just now, he felt a dangerous qi. The vast void was filled with darkness, but in Jiang Chen's eyes, there was no difference between darkness and light. Jiang Chen's eyes were like a poisonous snake in the dark, scanning the surroundings. Come out! Jiang Chen shouted coldly at the void in front of him. What a sharp sense! You really aren't an ordinary person. It's a pity that such a genius will fall today. An old voice was heard. In the next moment, a ghost-like figure appeared out of nowhere. It was an old man who seemed to be in his 70s or 80s. He had a stooped body and looked very skinny, as if he could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, if anyone treated this old man as a weak ordinary person, the consequences would be very serious. Second-grade minor saint. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank. A powerful second-grade minor saint was lying in ambush for him. It couldn't be that he was here to have a chat. The old man raised his eyes. His eyes were very bright. He first looked at Jiang Chen, then at Ada and Air who were standing beside Jiang Chen. His mouth revealed a disdainful smile. As a powerful second-grade minor saint, he wouldn't put 2 first-grade minor saints in his eyes, let alone 2 dead objects. Who are you? Jiang Chen's tone was calm. He didn't show the slightest bit of panic. Good composure. You are still able to maintain your composure after seeing your father. This is really rare. What a pity. I am from the Tan family. I think you should know what I am here for. The old man revealed his identity, but Jiang Chen didn't feel surprised at all. It was normal for the people of the Tan family to find him. Moreover, since he was from the Tan family and was waiting for him here, his purpose was self-evident. You have killed so many geniuses of the Tan family. This is an unforgivable crime. The reason why I am here today is to kill you and get rid of a disaster for the Tan family. I have been lying in ambush, waiting for you to walk in front of me. Then I will attack you secretly and crush you into pieces. I didn't expect you to have such sharp senses to be able to sense my presence. It's a pity, but it's not a big deal. I can kill you with my bare hands. The elder said faintly. A dignified second-grade minor saint needed to set up an ambush to kill a seventh-grade combat emperor. It was a very shameful thing to do, but when it came out from the elder's mouth, there wasn't a hint of discomfort, as if it was a very normal thing to do. Many people want to kill me, but I am still alive. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you leave now, you might still be able to make it. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to kill me, you will be killed by me. If a second-grade minor saint of the Tan family dies, it will be a great loss to the Tan family. Jiang Chen said coldly. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, the elder was stunned for a moment. He thought that his ears were playing tricks on him. A seventh-grade minor saint wanted to kill him even though he had two first-grade minor saints as his helpers. This was an incomparably funny matter. The two Dark Soul Kings let out an earth-shattering roar and rushed towards the giant palm print. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. He used the Heavenly Saint sword again. All the Yuan force in his Qi Si was channeled into the Heavenly Saint sword. He joined hands with Ada and Air to attack together. Hong Long. The violent rumbling sound and the powerful shockwave almost burned the void. The battlefield within 100 miles radius was turned into chaos. A second-grade minor saint was too powerful. Even if Jiang Chen, Ada and Air joined hands to attack, they still weren't a match for the elder. They were sent flying away by a single strike. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He had suffered a great shock. Immediately, he circulated his wood spiritual qi and combined it with the dragon transformation art. The injury caused by the shock was instantly healed. Such a powerful recovery ability was truly terrifying. However, Ada and Air didn't have such a terrifying recovery ability. Visible cracks could be seen on the bodies of the two Dark Soul Kings. Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Ada and Air were dead creatures. No matter how powerful his wood spiritual qi was, he couldn't heal them. If this is the case, Ada and Air will die in today's battle. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He knew very well that although Ada and Air had the combat strength of a first-grade minor saint, they didn't have much of an advantage. They weren't a match for a second-grade minor saint. If this battle continued, Ada and Air would be completely killed in a few rounds. Given the current situation, running away was certainly not an option. The elder had already used a powerful domain to seal the entire void. There was no way for them to run away. They could only fight against the elder, but Jiang Chen didn't care. He still had a more powerful technique. As for Ada and Air, it didn't matter if they died. When he arrived at the devil world, he could use the edifying light to edify even more powerful devils. These devils were much stronger than the Dark Souls. The Dark Souls themselves didn't have any Yuan Qi and they didn't know any combat techniques. They could only rely on their sturdy bodies to fight. He has actually recovered. The elder looked at Jiang Chen and couldn't help but be stunned. His attack just now had clearly injured Jiang Chen. His qi was in a mess, but Jiang Chen had completely recovered in an instant. He wouldn't dare to believe it if he didn't see it with his own eyes. This brat is truly an anomaly. I absolutely can't let him live. It seems like I have to use my strongest attack. I can't give him the chance to breathe. The elder's eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. I will kill these two dark souls first, then I will get rid of Jiang Qin. The old man moved again. He suddenly shouted, "Prison capturing technique." Both of the elder's hands reached into the void, conjuring two terrifying golden cages. With the addition of the powerful domain, Ada and air were directly restrained by the cages. Furthermore, this elder was very cunning. He conjured a third prison to trap Jiang Qin, but Jiang Qin used the spatial shift to escape. Rumble. Under the elder's great strength, the golden cages released a terrifying power, crushing Ada and air on the spot. The two Dark Soul Kings had died miserably. However, Jiang Qin had brought them out and had made great contributions to Jiang Qin. Now that they had died miserably in front of Jiang Qin was extremely angry. However, he was waiting for the elder to unleash his strongest attack so that he could use the brilliant mirror to deal with it. The edifying light definitely couldn't be used on the elder. This elder wasn't an evil spirit, so the edifying light wouldn't have any effect on him. Jiang Qin, surrender. Even if you have 3 pairs of wings, you won't be able to survive today. The elder's aura became incomparably sharp. He didn't look like a hunchbacked elder at all. His divine might was unparalleled, like a king. Kill me first if you have the ability. Jiang Qin's silhouette flickered as he executed the 9 phantom wolves. Combined with the spatial shift, the entire void was filled with Jiang Qin's silhouettes. Even the elder was somewhat dazzled. This brat is too mystical. It's better to kill him directly to avoid any accidents. The elder's thoughts turned solemn. His purpose for coming here this time was to kill Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had displayed too many abilities. This was a mystical fellow, an existence that had attracted a heavenly tribulation. In order to avoid any accidents, the elder was prepared to kill Jiang Qin with a single strike. The elder's aura rose once again, sweeping through the void like a huge wave. He raised his palms and gathered all the energy in his body into a single point, condensing into an incomparably resplendent beam of light. This beam of light was like a heavenly pillar. It was many times more terrifying than Jiang Qin's 9 solar dazzling fingers. Here's my chance. Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled. He was waiting for the elder to use his strongest attack. This was the perfect time to test the power of the brilliant mirror. With his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to use the brilliant mirror to deflect the attack of a 2nd-grade minor saint. If the opponent was a 3rd-grade minor saint, he would be in danger. Jiang Qin's cultivation grade was limited, so the power of the brilliant mirror was limited. Jiang Qin, accept your death. The elder bellowed. The powerful beam of light emitted a deafening sound, crushing the void as it lunged at Jiang Qin. Brilliant mirror, come out. Jiang Qin swung his arm and the brilliant mirror emerged. Jiang Qin channeled his yuan force into the mirror. The palm-sized mirror suddenly grew to 100 meters in size. However, what happened next made Jiang Qin have the urge to curse. The brilliant mirror was like a bottomless pit. In a blink of an eye, all the yuan force in Jiang Qin's qi si was sucked away. Such a situation was extremely rare for a freak like Jiang Qin who was never afraid of exhaustion. Jiang Qin's body couldn't help but tremble. He quickly refined some heaven elixir to stabilize himself. He couldn't let the elder see through his trick. Wang after the brilliant mirror received Jiang Qin's yuan force, it emitted a dazzling light. It was like a scorching sun in the dark. The mirror aimed at the golden beam of light that the elder had unleashed. The beam of light directly collided with the radiant mirror. However, the expected violent explosion did not appear. The powerful attack seemed to be directly absorbed by the radiant mirror. In the next instant, a deafening sound rang out. Hong Long. Chapter 753. What? The elder's facial expression changed dramatically. Everything that happened in front of him made him fall into a state of great shock. It was like a dream. He was too familiar with the golden light beam. It was the attack that he had launched just now. Jiang Chen didn't have much time to think. The powerful attack had already arrived in front of him. The elder had to block it, but even though he was a powerful second-grade minor saint, he was still in a state of panic. He had never thought that such a scene would happen. So, he just stood there, waiting for Jiang Chen to be destroyed by his own attack. The powerful attack suddenly bounced back. The elder wasn't prepared at all. This was his strongest attack, the strongest attack of a second-grade minor saint. Even if he was at his peak condition, he would need to exert all of his strength to block it. Hong Long. The elder had no choice but to raise both of his hands again to block the attack. Unfortunately, he didn't have a treasure like the brilliant mirror. He couldn't deflect the attack back. All the force of the attack landed on his body. The powerful force of the attack sent the elder flying. It seemed that the elder had to be at least a dozen miles away before he could stabilize his body. Wah! An arrow of blood spurted out from the old man's mouth. The old man's complexion turned pale. Normally, the old man shouldn't be so weak. Even if he encountered such a powerful attack, he should be able to deal with it easily. However, it was too sudden and too strange. Who would have thought that the attack he sent out would actually return to attack him? He was completely caught off guard. He didn't even have time to prepare to defend himself. That's why the old man was seriously injured by his own attack. It could be said to be a joke. Kid, what kind of treasure is that? The elder Lang asked. His eyes were fixed on the brilliant mirror in Jiang Chen's hand. He could naturally see that everything that happened just now was because of this powerful mirror. Without this mirror, Jiang Chen would have died for sure. Brilliant mirror. Jiang Chen said indifferently. What? The brilliant mirror of Nebula sect has such a miraculous power. The elder exclaimed. The Nebula sect had a miraculous mirror called the brilliant mirror. This wasn't a secret. Many people knew about it, but no one knew the true use and power of the mirror. After a long period of time, people had forgotten about this mirror. No one would have thought that the brilliant mirror would have such great power. Old man, I have the brilliant mirror in my hand. You can't kill me. You will only get yourself killed here. Jiang Chen took a step forward with the brilliant mirror in his hand. The brilliant mirror emitted a buzzing sound and dazzled with golden light. It looked extremely miraculous. The elder's expression changed. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Jiang Chen. He saw that Jiang Chen's face was flushed red and his aura was extraordinary. He didn't seem to be dispirited at all. Jiang Chen was also extremely nervous. However, he had to maintain his calm and put on a strong appearance. Once the elder realized that he was an arrow at the end of its flight and couldn't activate the brilliant mirror a second time, the elder would disregard everything and kill him. Brat, consider yourself lucky today. I will take your life in the future. The elder left a ruthless remark and vanished. He didn't choose to continue his attack because he was severely injured and couldn't exert his full power. Moreover, if his attack was reflected by the brilliant mirror again, he would be caught off guard. If he couldn't kill Jiang Chen, he might even lose his life. For the sake of safety, the elder decided to let Jiang Chen go today. He had seen clearly that Jiang Chen's brilliant mirror could only reflect the attack of a second-grade minor saint. The cooked duck had flown away, and he was in such a sorry state. This was an incomparably shameful thing. He would be despised by the other elders when he returned to the Qin family. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already appeared tens of thousands of miles away. His consumed yuan qi had been fully recovered. Through the battle with the second-grade minor saint, Jiang Chen understood that even though the brilliant mirror was very powerful and could be used as a powerful trump card, he shouldn't place all his hopes on it. The consumption of this mirror was too great. To the current Jiang Chen, it was equivalent to a one-time use item because his opponent wouldn't give him the chance to recover his yuan qi during a battle. A few days later, Jiang Chen arrived at the Western Domain. This place was filled with a holy qi, just like a kingdom of Buddha sect. However, even in such a place, he could still smell the stench of blood and slaughter. The Western Domain wasn't a big place. There weren't only Buddha sect in this place. There were also many powers of different sizes. When Jiang Chen arrived at the Western Domain, he couldn't help but think of the Tianyi Gate. In the past, he and the Tianyi Gate had become mortal enemies. Later on, even the Dark Shadow Assassin organization was involved. However, Jiang Chen didn't come to the Western Domain to become the enemy of the Tianyi Gate. With his current ability, he couldn't afford to become the enemy of the Tianyi Gate. His purpose this time was the Devil World. He wanted to undergo a peak training in the Devil World, reap endless benefits, and advance his cultivation to the next level. Since I'm already in the Western Domain, I must pay a visit to the Green Lotus Mountain. I can also take this opportunity to see how Tyrant is doing. Jiang Chen smiled. Before going to the Devil World, he planned to pay a visit to the Green Lotus Mountain. This time, Tyrant had come back to receive the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. He would definitely receive endless benefits and be reborn. It just so happened that it had been a long time since Jiang Chen last parted with Great Master Ran Feng. The Green Lotus Mountain was as peaceful as ever. This was the most famous place in the Western Domain. No one dared to disturb this place. Even though Great Master Ran Feng had joined the Great Lane Temple, the people of the temple wouldn't disturb his peaceful cultivation for no reason. As soon as Jiang Chen set foot on the Green Lotus Mountain, a silhouette appeared beside him. It was Great Master Ran Feng. Jiang Chen put his palms together and greeted, "Great Master." "Welcome, little friend Jiang Chen. This old monk is very happy to have you here." Great Master Ran Feng behaved very kindly. He had already witnessed Jiang Chen's miraculous abilities. He didn't dare to slight this peerless genius. Moreover, he had once received help from Jiang Chen and obtained a 9 Suns Less Ron pill. Under the nourishment of the 9 Suns Less Ron pill, his cultivation was progressing day by day. Great Master has an imposing appearance and vigorous aura. You're already half a step into the Great Saint Realm. It seems like it won't take long for you to break through to the Great Saint Realm. Jiang Chen said with a smile. It's all thanks to little friend's 9 Suns Less Ron pill, Great Master Ran Feng said gratefully. His gaze moved back and forth on Jiang Chen's body. When he sensed Jiang Chen's current cultivation, he couldn't help but sigh again. "Little friend, you're really a peerless genius. It's a miracle that you've reached such a realm in such a short period of time. I came to the Western Domain this time to train in the Devil Realm. I happened to drop by the Green Lotus Mountain to have a look. I wonder how Tyrant is doing now?" Jiang Chen asked. "He's doing well. He's doing better than I expected. I've already passed the inheritance left behind by the patriarch to him. He's now in secluded cultivation. How much he can grow depends on his own luck." Chapter 754. Jiang Chen had no doubt about this. Tyrant was indeed a peerless genius in the Buddhist sect, and he had an unparalleled root of wisdom. His future achievements would definitely not be any weaker than Ancestor Green Lotus. Jiang Chen had no doubts about this. By the way, Great Master, Tyrant brought back a stone tablet this time. Do you know the origin of that tablet? Jiang Chen suddenly thought of that terrifying tablet. Back in the Death Mountain, if it wasn't for that tablet, many of them would have died. That tablet was so mystical that even Jiang Chen hadn't seen it before. Logically speaking, if Jiang Chen hadn't seen it before, Great Master Ran Feng wouldn't know about it. However, this tablet was different. The fact that it could acknowledge Tyrant indicated that it had a certain relationship with the Buddhist sect. Perhaps, Great Master Ran Feng knew something about it. The first thing Tyrant did when he returned was to show me the stone tablet. However, even I have never seen that stone tablet before. What's even more ridiculous is that this old monk can't even lift that stone tablet. Only Tyrant can lift it. This stone tablet is fated with Tyrant, which is also his fortune. Great Master Ran Feng smiled. What? Jiang Chen was stunned. Back then, he couldn't lift the tablet as well. He thought that it was because of his lack of strength. He didn't expect that even a 9th-grade minor saint like Great Master Ran Feng couldn't lift it. If that was the case, then the origin of the tablet must be extraordinary. However, there is an illusion in our Buddhist sect. Many years ago, Gautama Buddha had a divine tablet beside him. Later on, both Gautama Buddha and the divine tablet disappeared, but Gautama Buddha didn't vanish. He probably went to a higher world, such as the immortal world. If the tablet in Tyrant's hand is related to the divine tablet of Gautama Buddha, it means that this illusion is real. Great Master Ran Feng guessed, but this illusion was too long ago. There was no way to verify it. In any case, Tyrant obtaining the tablet was a real fortune. After listening to this illusion, Jiang Chen couldn't help but knit his brows. Gautama Buddha had disappeared many years ago, and the Death Mountain had existed for a long time. Jiang Chen guessed that Gautama Buddha had gone to the Death Mountain, to that super sect. Perhaps, the destruction of that super sect was related to Gautama Buddha. Of course, all of this was only Jiang Chen's guess, and there was no way to verify it. Forget it, I don't want to think too much about it. I don't want to get involved in the affairs of your Buddhist sect. Tyrant is my brother, so I'm naturally happy that he managed to obtain such a great opportunity. Jiang Chen said with a smile. There was no way to verify things that happened too long ago. Jiang Chen also didn't want to verify it. The Death Mountain, that superpower, wouldn't return to the past anyway. It was just like after his rebirth, no matter how glorious his previous life was, it had nothing to do with him. Jiang Chen chatted with Great Master Ran Feng for a while before he left, flying towards the Devil World. He wanted to see Tyrant, but Tyrant was at a critical juncture of his closed-door cultivation, so he didn't want to disturb him. After all, his main purpose for coming here was the Devil World. Great Master Ran Feng didn't ask why Jiang Chen wanted to go to the Devil World. In his opinion, although Jiang Chen was young, he was very mature. Jiang Chen always had a purpose in everything he did. If he wanted to say something, Jiang Chen would naturally say it. If he didn't want to say something, Great Master Ran Feng wouldn't ask. The area of several thousand miles outside the Devil World was desolate and uninhabited. Normally, very few people would come here. However, the eminent monks of the Great Layin Temple and the disciples of some big powers in the Western Domain would often come to the Devil World to train. The place where Jiang Chen landed was the place where he came with the Tianyi Gate. This place was the weakest part of the Devil World, and it was very easy to enter. With Jiang Chen's current strength, entering the Devil World was a piece of cake. Buzz. A deafening buzzing sound came from the weak spatial boundary. Even standing outside, one could see the gloomy devil chi. Every once in a while, there would be devils coming out of the spatial boundary. However, their numbers were very small. Most of the devils that came out of the spatial boundary didn't have a high cultivation base. Once they came out, they wouldn't be able to cause any big waves and would be quickly eliminated by human cultivators. If there was a powerful devil that came out, it would attract the attention of the Great Lane Temple. The Great Lane Temple would immediately send experts to eliminate or suppress them. Roar! A loud roar suddenly sounded out from the devil realm. A sharp black claw stretched out from the devil realm. Seeing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but smile. It looked like he had arrived just in time, and an evil devil was just about to come out from the devil realm. However, since this evil devil had met Jiang Qin, it was really unfortunate. The sharp claw was trying its best to pierce through the spatial boundary so that its whole body could come out. Don't waste your effort. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the devil's sharp claw. He pulled it out from the spatial boundary. The terrifying devil felt the breath of a human. It immediately opened its huge mouth and bit at Jiang Chen. Too bad, this devil was just too weak. It was just a devil king, and Jiang Chen could easily kill it with a single breath. Facing the devil's attack, Jiang Chen casually raised his palm and slapped it into pieces. A devil's soul floated out and was kept by Jiang Chen. Even if he refined the devil's soul of a devil king, it wouldn't have any effect on Jiang Chen. Now, he must refine the devil's soul of an advanced devil emperor or even a minor devil saint to have any effect. However, this devil's soul was useless to him. It was useful to others. He planned to absorb a large number of devil's souls and bring them to the Moine cult. For the Moine cult, these devil's souls were real treasures. After easily killing a devil, Jiang Chen's body flickered and directly entered the devil world. The chilly wind whistled. Devil chi was everywhere, blotting out the sky. There was no scorching sun in the devil world. There was no distinction between day and night. It was the same color all year round. Jiang Chen's current location was the first layer of the devil world. He had come here before when he was training with the Tianyi Gate. The strongest devil in the first layer was only a 9th grade devil king. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 devil emperors. For Jiang Chen, this first layer wasn't a challenge at all. Jiang Chen stepped on the spatial shift and turned into a stream of light, flying towards the depths of the devil world. He was now going to the 2nd layer. There would be a large number of devil emperors in the 2nd layer. There might even be minor devil saints. This was the place Jiang Chen really wanted to go. If he could improve his cultivation, he would even dare to go to the 3rd layer of the devil world. Jiang Chen knew that after the battle in the Death Mountain, the northern and southern dynasties would certainly use his immortal physique to improve their strength. He didn't know to what extent they had improved. Naturally, Jiang Chen didn't dare to be negligent. He predicted that the chaos in Xuanyu was not far away. This time, he came to the devil world to train and improve his cultivation. Jiang Chen's current foundation was very strong. Even if he used the dragon transformation skill to devour those devil's souls to break through to a higher realm, it wouldn't affect his foundation. Roar! A powerful devil king let out a loud roar and rushed out from the void. It stood in front of Jiang Chen, blocking Jiang Chen's path. This devil king was very strong, it had already reached the 9th grade. This devil king originally wanted to devour Jiang Chen in one bite. Unfortunately, it had met Jiang Chen. It was destined to be a tragedy. Bang! Jiang Chen's attack was incomparably barbaric. He punched the devil king's head, smashing it into pieces. The devil's soul jumped out from the skull and was caught by Jiang Chen, keeping it in his spatial ring. The gap between the two of them was too big. They weren't even on the same level. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. It didn't take long for him to reach the deepest part of the first level. There were some other cultivators in the first level. Some of them couldn't help but feel shocked, and they saw Jiang Chen turning into a beam of light and rushing into the second level. Who was that just now? How could he enter the dangerous second layer? But that person's chi is very strong. I'm afraid that he is a terrifying high-grade combat emperor. Such an existence won't be a challenge in the first layer. But the second layer is too dangerous. I heard that there are minor devil saints in the deepest part of the second layer. If one is unlucky enough to meet them, even a 9th grade combat emperor would be lost in there. Who cares? There are dangers everywhere in this place. We can lose our lives at any time. We just need to take care of ourselves. Due to the fact that the market for demonic spirits was relatively large, many cultivators would come to the demon realm for training. They would kill demonic spirits and use them to exchange for cultivation resources. Due to that, human cultivators would often appear in the demon realm. Bang! When Jiang Chen entered the second layer of the devil realm, it was as if he had broken through a layer of barrier. The devil chi in the second layer was much colder and scarier. There was also a trace of corrosive force. The devil chi here was much denser than the first layer, but it didn't affect Jiang Chen at all. He had many treasures that could restrain the devils. The dragon transformation art was the natural enemy of these devils. Jiang Chen had a unique advantage in dealing with the devils. He could suppress them completely. With Jiang Chen's current 7th grade combat emperor strength, he wouldn't be a match for a 1st grade minor saint human cultivator even if he could fight against them. However, if he were to encounter a 1st grade minor devil saint, Jiang Chen was confident that he could kill them. Under the absolute suppression, the devils couldn't unleash their full strength in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen flew for about 10 minutes in the second layer of the devil realm. A black castle appeared in front of him. It was a devil city, a tribe of the devil race. Alright, I've found a tribe. It doesn't look small. There must be a lot of powerful devils in it. I will start with this tribe and start a massacre in the devil realm. I will reap boundless benefits. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a cold smile. Immediately, his chi fluctuated, and he flew into the castle. Outside the castle, there was a group of Devil King grade devils guarding it. When they saw a human, they roared and charged at Jiang Chen. Die! Chapter 755. Jiang Chen was too ferocious. He was like a mighty sun, true god descending to the world. His whole body was filled with steaming flames. These flames were the natural nemesis of devils. All the devil chi was burned into nothingness. More than a dozen Devil King level existences were smashed into pieces by Jiang Chen's punch. Devil souls floated out and were collected by Jiang Chen. Each devil soul was a fortune. Every time Jiang Chen attacked, he was accumulating wealth. The powerful combat waves had alarmed the entire castle. Jiang Chen didn't bother to conceal himself. There was nothing to say. He was going to use the most barbaric way to destroy this castle. Roar! Roar! The roars of devils began to spread out from the castle. Shadows of devils were everywhere. Devil chi soared into the sky, blotting out the sun. A lot of powerful devil chi was released. Those were powerful devil emperor level existences. Each of them roared again and again. This was their trump card. They were incomparably infuriated that someone dared to attack their castle. Jiang Chen saw a devil that was dozens of meters tall laughing towards the sky. This devil's cultivation base was extremely powerful. It had already reached the level of 9th grade devil emperor. Obviously, this ninth-grade Devil Emperor was the master of this castle. He was the strongest powerhouse in this tribe. Jiang Chen casually swept across with his divine sense and sensed everything in this tribe. There were at least tens of thousands of devils here. Jiang Chen wasn't interested in ordinary devils. He was only interested in the devils above the 7th-grade Devil Emperor. This tribe wasn't too strong, but it wasn't too weak either. There were 2 9th-grade Devil Emperors, 6 8th-grade Devil Emperors, and nearly 27th-grade Devil Emperors. All of these devils were Jiang Chen's prey. Roar! Roar! The devils roared. Under the command of the Devil Chief, thousands of devils swarmed towards Jiang Chen. For a moment, the sky within a few thousand miles turned dark. Devil wolves soared into the sky. Fire dragon burns the heavens. Jiang Chen roared all of a sudden. With a wave of his hand, a dozens of meters long fire dragon was shot out. The fire dragon was incomparably valiant. It let out a deafening roar. The flames that were casually emitted from its body scorched the void. The mighty fire dragon rushed into the devil camp. Boom boom boom, for a time, a sea of flames filled the air, and the roars and screams of demons could be heard everywhere. The overwhelming number of demons couldn't stop Jiang Chen's fire dragon for even a moment. They were all incinerated on the spot. Some of the weaker demons even had their demon spirits incinerated into nothingness. The gap between the strength of both parties was too big. They weren't on the same level at all. In addition, Jiang Chen's flames were the greatest nemesis of these devils. Large numbers of devils were burned to death. Demon spirits flew out from the dead devils' bodies like meteors, flying towards Jiang Chen. All of them were stored away by Jiang Chen. These were all resources. In less than a minute, the number of devils that had died under Jiang Chen's fire dragon was at least 1,000. The whole scene was like cutting grass. The ferocious devils couldn't withstand a single blow, and the remaining devils were still dying in large numbers. This situation stunned the Devil Chief. He could see clearly that this human in front of him was only a 7th-grade combat emperor, but the power of the fire dragon was so strong. The Devil Chief roared again. Countless devils began to stop their attacks. All the 8th-grade and 7th-grade Devil Emperors rushed forward, surrounding Jiang Chen tightly. The devils that had reached this level were incomparably valiant. If a human cultivator of the same level fought with a devil, there was almost no chance of winning. However, Jiang Chen's expression didn't change even after being besieged by so many high-grade Devil Emperors. He made a grabbing motion with his hand, and the fire dragon returned to his side. Jiang Chen grabbed the tail of the fire dragon and began to sweep the surrounding Devil Emperors. Roar! Those Devil Emperors roared. They didn't dodge or evade, but launched their attacks at the same time, ready to tear this arrogant human into pieces. Although the fire dragon had the effect of suppressing their origin, they were very confident in their own strength. They believed that in the face of absolute power, even if it was a little restrained, it wouldn't be a problem. Peng peng peng. However, the result was extremely cruel. Although 6 8th-grade Devil Emperors and 27th-grade Devil Emperors had displayed their strongest attacks, none of them could stop the attack of Jiang Chen's fire dragon. Blood-curdling screams filled the sky. After a round of sweeping, half of the Devil Emperors died tragically. If the rest of them didn't escape fast enough, they would also die in Jiang Chen's hands. Hua la la. Powerful devil souls entered Jiang Chen's body. This time, Jiang Chen didn't store the devil souls, but began to refine them. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation art, the devil chi contained in the devil souls was instantly purified, turning into the purest energy and was absorbed by Jiang Chen. The energy transformed by so many high-grade devil souls was undoubtedly very powerful. In Jiang Chen's Qi Si, dragon marks began to condense one after another. Previously, when Jiang Chen was refining the essence of the mulberry divine tree in Danqing County, his body had already accumulated 53,000 dragon marks. He was only 1,000 dragon marks away from the 8th grade combat emperor. Now that he had arrived in the devil world, it was very easy for him to break through to the 8th grade combat emperor. However, the dragon transformation art was also difficult to advance in the later stages. The energy required for each advancement of Jiang Chen's Qi Si was extremely huge. After refining so many devil souls, there weren't many dragon marks condensed. Ha! All of you, die. Let's have a feast. Jiang Chen laughed madly. His black hair was fluttering in the wind. He suddenly rushed forward and attacked with the fire dragon seal. Combined with the true dragon palm, the remaining 8th and 7th grade devil emperors couldn't even escape from Jiang Chen's attack. All of them died tragically in the blink of an eye. All of their devil souls were plundered by Jiang Chen. What? Upon seeing what happened, the devil chief exclaimed. What he said was actually human language. His face was filled with astonishment. The strength of this human was far beyond his imagination. He was too ferocious. Such a battle was completely one-sided. The devils didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. As long as they were touched by this human's attack, they would die immediately. Even the powerful 8th grade combat emperor was no exception. Damn it! Let's attack together and eliminate him. The devil chief roared. He and the other 9th grade devil emperor attacked at the same time. A black devil weapon appeared in their hands at the same time. This devil weapon was emitting an incomparably gloomy qi. It looked incomparably terrifying. Such a devil weapon wasn't a low-level weapon. The devil weapons in the devil's hands were undoubtedly rare treasures. If these devil weapons were used in the hands of the Moyin cult, it would increase the overall strength of the Moyin cult to a new level. The two 9th grade devil emperors came. Compared to the previous devil emperors, they were many times stronger. They believed that a puny 7th grade combat emperor wouldn't be their opponent even if he had the flame that could suppress them. Unfortunately, the two devil emperors made a grave mistake again. Those who hadn't witnessed the terror of Jiang Chen would never know what it was like to fight him. It was the same as walking towards death. Jiang Chen kept the fire dragon. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of the two 9th grade devil emperors and struck out 2 punches. The 2 punches were simple and fast. Each punch landed on the devil weapon of the devil emperor. Clang! The 2 devil emperors were sent flying away by Jiang Chen's punches. The devil weapons in their hands also fell out of their hands. They exclaimed in shock. Only now did they know how powerful their opponent was. Bang! Jiang Chen didn't give the 2 devil emperors any chance. He took a step forward and appeared above one of the devil emperors with lightning speed. He stomped on the giant head of the devil emperor. The head of the devil emperor was smashed into pieces. Blood spurted out like a fountain. A demon's soul was grabbed by Jiang Chen. At the next moment, Jiang Chen appeared above the other devil emperor like a ghost and stomped on it. The devil emperor was stomped to death on the spot. To Jiang Chen, who had cultivated the Azure Dragon 5 steps, the power of each stomp was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. To these devils, a stomp from Jiang Chen meant death. Only 5 minutes had passed since the start of the battle. All the devils above the 7th grade devil emperor were killed by Jiang Chen. The number of devils that died in Jiang Chen's hands was uncountable. Now that the 2 9th grade devil emperors were killed by him, the rest of the devils revealed fear in their eyes. They didn't dare to have the slightest intention to fight anymore. They immediately fled in all directions. Voila! Jiang Chen moved again. He came to the sky above the castle. Countless flames surged out from his body. In an instant, the space within 100 miles was plunged into a sea of fire. Arg! The devils screamed continuously. All the devils that were engulfed by the flames died without exception. Devil souls flew towards Jiang Qin along the sea of fire and were kept by Jiang Qin. However, there were just too many devils here. Now that they were fleeing in all directions, no matter how powerful Jiang Qin was, he couldn't kill all of them. However, the number of devils that died in Jiang Qin's hands was at least 5,000 to 6,000, which was at least half of the total number of devils. Such a terrifying massacre was undoubtedly shocking. A powerful devil tribe was annihilated so cleanly. Even a human minor saint wouldn't be able to do what Jiang Qin did. The whole process was as easy as breaking a stump. All the devils were like ants to Jiang Qin. As long as Jiang Qin wanted to, he could pinch them to death with just a thought. Then, an incomparably powerful force shot out from Jiang Qin's body and fell on the castle below. The sturdy castle was destroyed in an instant. All the buildings were destroyed completely. A complete castle had turned into ruins. Chapter 756. Just as he entered the second level of the devil world, Jiang Qin had annihilated a tribe and killed thousands of devils. However, the devils' reproduction ability was very strong and they had a tenacious survival ability. The number of devils that Jiang Qin had killed was like a drop in the ocean compared to the entire devil world. Jiang Qin was flying forward while refining the devil souls that he had obtained. There were 27th grade Devil Emperor Devil Souls, 6 8th grade Devil Emperor Devil Souls, and 2 9th grade Devil Emperor Devil Souls. Jiang Qin used the dragon transformation art to refine and absorb all of them. As for the Devil Souls that were below the 7th grade Devil Emperor, he didn't refine them. To him, these Devil Souls weren't very useful. It would be better to keep them for other purposes in the future. The Devil Souls that he needed now were at least 8th grade Devil Emperors and above. A 7th grade Devil Emperor wouldn't be able to hold on anymore. The dragon transformation art was getting more and more terrifying. The speed of refining the Devil Souls was also very fast. In just a short 10 minutes, Jiang Qin had refined all of the Devil Souls. However, this amount of Devil Souls only allowed Jiang Qin to condense 500 dragon marks. He still needed another 500 dragon marks to reach the 8th grade Combat Emperor. Although he had already predicted this, Jiang Qin still couldn't help but shake his head. Such a huge consumption was too ridiculous. He was only a 7th grade Combat Emperor. When he reached the Minor Saint, Great Saint, or even the higher grade of the immortal world, he didn't know how much more he would need. This was simply an enormous project. However, Jiang Qin wasn't worried. The more difficult it was to advance the dragon transformation art, the more profound the foundation that it would bring to Jiang Qin, and the stronger his combat strength would be. Putting aside other things, Jiang Qin's current 7th grade Combat Emperor could already deal with a 1st grade Minor Saint, an invincible existence below the Minor Saint realm. This was all the credit of the dragon transformation art. Although Jiang Qin had reached the level of the greatest saint in his previous life, he wasn't as monstrous as he was now. The gap between them was just too big. There's no time to think too much. I need to continue killing devils and advance to the 8th grade Combat Emperor first. Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled. His arrival in the devil world was like a nightmare to the entire second level. No one knew how many devils were going to suffer. The area of the second level of the devil realm was huge, it was like a huge domain. Scattered devils could be seen everywhere. It was rare to see a tribe with castles like the one he had seen before. Jiang Qin was going to search for a large number of devils. Killing these scattered devils was simply a waste of time, and the benefits he could reap would be very limited. He had to find a stronger tribe and obtain more high-grade devil souls to break through to the 8th grade combat emperor. Jiang Chen was flying at full speed. He didn't even spare a glance at those scattered devils. He was too lazy to deal with them. His requirement for advancement was too great. He had to find a stronger tribe. During these few hours, he encountered some powerful devils along the way, but they were all killed by Jiang Chen. They weren't a match for him at all. 100 miles ahead, the devil Qi had reached its peak. It was denser than any place that Jiang Chen had ever been to. Jiang Chen could sense it with his divine sense. There was a huge devil tribe in front of him. This tribe was much stronger than the one he had killed before. It was highly possible that it was the hinterland of a powerful devil in the 2nd level. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. 100 miles of distance was covered in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, a devil city appeared in front of him. This city was at least 10 times bigger than the previous one. Dozens of huge devil clouds were floating above the city. The sky was dark and the earth was dark, giving people an extremely oppressive feeling. The devil Qi here was extremely dense. It was mixed with coldness and a strong corrosive force. It made people feel extremely uncomfortable. If an ordinary person came to this place, the environment here alone wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even a powerful human cultivator would be affected by the environment here and wouldn't be able to exert his full combat strength. It was the same principle as Jiang Chen's flames suppressing the devils, preventing them from exerting their full strength. However, this kind of situation didn't exist for Jiang Chen. He was born to be the nemesis of devils. Clang! Jiang Chen drew out the heavenly saint sword with a clang. Without saying a word, he flew to the sky above the devil city and slashed a devil cloud into half. A powerful sword light fell from the sky like a waterfall, directly slashing a magnificent building below into pieces and igniting a sky-high flame. Roar! Roar! Devils were dancing wildly. Boundless devil roars filled every corner of the devil city. Devil waves soared to the sky, forming an ocean of devil Qi in the sky. Jiang Chen was like a small boat in the middle of the ocean, but he was as steady as Mount Tai. His body was emitting steaming flames, like a scorching sun in the dark, unaffected by the devil Qi. An intruder dared to attack the hinterland of the devil race. This was simply courting death. All the ferocious devils locked onto Jiang Chen. This place was indeed much stronger than the previous castle. There were more than 10 9th-grade devil emperors. Facing such a situation, Jiang Chen wasn't worried at all. Instead, the corner of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. The more high-grade devil emperors there were, the happier he was. What he needed the most now was the devil's soul of a 9th-grade devil emperor. If he could kill all the 9th-grade devil emperors here, Jiang Chen would be able to advance to the 8th-grade combat emperor. A few 9th-grade devil emperors rushed out. They saw Jiang Chen, but before they could do anything, Jiang Chen had already made his move. The heavenly saint sword emitted a bright sword light, reaching one of the 9th-grade devil emperors in the blink of an eye. The devil emperor's face changed when he felt the power of the sword. However, Jiang Chen's sword was too fast, there was no time for him to dodge it. Arg! The devil emperor let out a blood-curdling scream. He was slashed into 2 halves by Jiang Chen on the spot. The sword light flicked and the devil's soul flew out, falling into Jiang Chen's hand. Roar! Roar! This scene was witnessed by many devils. Each and every one of them revealed a look of fear. Even the other 9th-grade devil emperors roared. Their eyes revealed a trace of fear. That's right, it was fear. This human in front of them was too terrifying. He killed their powerful ninth-grade Devil Emperor with a single strike. This stunned the rest of the ninth-grade Devil Emperors who were about to make their move. "You're right. Hong Long." At this moment, an intense rumble suddenly rang out. An incomparably tyrannical great demon appeared. It was a black-robed old man. This old man looked no different from a human. He had already reached the stage of taking human form. However, the chi of the devil origin that was emitted from his body was enough to prove that he was a devil. The elder's eyes were as cold as a knife. It fell on Jiang Qin in a swoosh. This was a powerful first-grade minor devil saint, which was equivalent to a first-grade minor saint human cultivator. Those devil emperors couldn't be compared to him. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid when he saw the first-grade minor devil saint. Instead, he felt even happier. It seemed like this place was indeed the hinterland of the devils. There was actually such a powerful minor devil saint here. However, Jiang Chen didn't care. Although he had lost 80 in air, his current cultivation grade was more than enough to deal with a first-grade minor devil saint. What a good human. How dare you come to the hinterland of the devil race? You must be courting death. The old man opened his mouth and spoke in human language. Just by looking at his appearance, the old man was no different from a human. No one would guess that he was a powerful demon. Cut the crap. Today, both of us will raze this place to the ground. Not even the fowls and dogs will be spared. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated and shouted at the elder. Ha! What an arrogant human brat. In that case, I will send you to heaven first. The elder laughed. He felt that this was the funniest joke he had ever heard. Putting aside the fact that this human wasn't a match for him, there were at least 100,000 devils in this hinterland. It was simply a fantasy for a human to kill all of them alone. Humph. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. The heavenly saint sword carried a sky-high fire wave and appeared in front of the elder in a blink. He could have used the edifying light to edify this minor devil saint so that he would listen to his command. However, a first-grade minor devil saint was no longer a threat to Jiang Chen. He didn't want to waste the quota of the edifying light. Hong Long. Wherever the heavenly saint sword passed, the void would be torn apart. Endless rumbling sounds could be heard, as if it was going to cut a hole in the sky. The expression of the old man who didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes changed dramatically, because he could actually sense a dangerous chi from the sword. That chi was truly frightening. Jiang Chen's expression changed dramatically. Jiang Chen had condensed another 500 dragon marks. His combat strength had increased a lot compared to before. In addition to the innate suppression of the flames on the heavenly saint sword, it was a piece of cake for him to deal with a first-grade minor devil saint. The elder didn't dare to be careless. He immediately launched a powerful attack to block. However, he couldn't block the powerful heavenly saint sword. His attack was shattered by the heavenly saint sword. Dang dang dang. The elder retreated a dozen steps before regaining his balance. However, his chi was already in a mess. With just one move, he had fallen into a disadvantageous position. He wasn't a match for Jiang Chen at all. This scene was witnessed by all the devils. Each and every one of them opened their mouths wide in shock. The shock brought to them this time was much more shocking than when they killed a ninth-grade devil emperor. The gap between a ninth-grade devil emperor and a first-grade minor devil saint was unimaginable. One was in the sky while the other was on the ground. Now, even a first-grade minor devil saint wasn't a match for his opponent. What kind of monster was this young human? How could he be so powerful? This kid is hard to deal with. Even I am not a match for him. It seems like I have to ask that person for help. Chapter 757. Boom! Jiang Chen didn't give the old man any chance. With a shake of his feet, he appeared above the old man's head like a bolt of lightning. The heavenly saint sword was enveloped by raging flames, turning into a sword of fire. The terrifying flames made all the devils tremble from the bottom of their hearts, as if they had met their natural enemy. When the sword was unleashed, not even ghosts were left behind. Just the sword energy alone was enough to kill hundreds of devils. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen's sword once again appeared above the old man's head. Presumptuous! Right at this time, a loud shout suddenly came from the depths of the second layer of the devil world. A black devil wave soared into the sky with extreme speed, appearing above the devil city in the blink of an eye. The devil wave rolled and rolled, turning into a middle-aged man clad in black armor. However, Jiang Chen turned a deaf ear to the great devil's shout. He continued to slash down with his sword. The old man cried out in alarm. He summoned all the energy in his body and condensed a black shield, trying to block Jiang Chen's sword. Shi-la! However, Jiang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination. Even though the old man had the cultivation of a first-grade minor devil saint, he was still suppressed by the true dragon fire and true thunder fire. The old man had already suffered some injuries, so how could he be a match for Jiang Chen? Under the attack of the heavenly saint sword, the originally sturdy black shield was smashed into pieces on the spot. The long sword's momentum didn't diminish at all. It forcefully chopped off one of the old man's arms, causing black devil blood to spurt out like a fountain. The old man bellowed in rage, but his eyes were filled with fear. Bastard! The middle-aged giant devil who had just appeared bellowed. His huge black palm slapped down at Jiang Chen. He had already arrived, but Jiang Chen still dared to hurt him. This was a blatant act of not putting him in his eyes. How could this be? Jiang Chen didn't even turn his head. He flipped the heavenly saint sword and slashed at the huge black palm. Bang! When the heavenly saint sword slashed at the huge palm, it was as if it was slashing at a piece of black iron. A clanging sound was produced, and a large number of sparks were produced. One could see how strong the opponent's physique was. Furthermore, the huge force from the huge black palm sent Jiang Chen flying several dozen li away. Jiang Chen felt his arm go numb, and his blood and qi were in turmoil. It was an indescribable pain. However, he immediately circulated the dragon transformation art and with spiritual qi, recovering from the shock in an instant. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at his opponent. He saw that the devil was wearing a black armor. On the surface of the armor, there was a ferocious devil pattern. There was a long black horn on the top of the devil's head. There were black scales on both sides of his cheeks, making him look extremely ferocious. What caught Jiang Chen's attention wasn't the devil's appearance, but his qi. This was a powerful second-grade minor devil saint, much stronger than the previous first-grade minor devil saint. Jiang Chen hadn't advanced to the 8th-grade combat emperor yet. Even with the suppression of the flames, he could only deal with a first-grade minor devil saint. He was no match for a second-grade minor devil saint. However, Jiang Chen wasn't worried about the appearance of this second-grade minor devil saint. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. With the brilliant mirror in his hand and the edifying light, he had 100% certainty that he could edify this devil. All the devils revealed an excited look when they saw the second-grade minor devil saint. This human was too scary. Even a first-grade minor devil saint wasn't a match for him. Only a powerful second-grade minor devil saint could take him down. This second-grade minor devil saint was a powerful existence in the center of the second level of the devil world. His name was Isha. He was extremely ferocious. If any devil offended him, he would eat them on the spot, not even spitting out their bones. Even if Yi Sha appeared, this human in front of them would certainly die. No second-grade minor devil saint was Yi Sha's match. Despicable brat, how dare you come to the heart of the devil world to kill? You really don't know what's good for you. I can see that your qi and blood are vigorous, so I will eat you. It will bring me great benefits. Yi Sha said to Jiang Qin. I'm afraid that you don't have the ability to kill me. Jiang Chen laughed loudly. His provocative words showed that he didn't put his opponent in his eyes. Courting death. Yi Sha was infuriated. He immediately stretched out his giant devil hand and pounced towards Jiang Qin. The giant black palm was covered with silvery black scales. It was incomparably ferocious, as if a mountain was pressing down on Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin frowned. He was afraid that the brilliant mirror wouldn't be able to reflect such an attack. The mirror could only reflect energy attacks. Yi Sha's attack was equivalent to a physical attack. Space shift. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. He didn't want to be entangled with Yi Sha anymore. He executed the space shift and dodged the attack, causing the giant black palm to miss its target. What a fast speed, but it's useless. Seal it for me. Yi Sha was surprised, but he didn't care. He immediately stretched out his palm again. This time, the giant black devil palm directly sealed the void, making it impossible for Jiang Qin to escape. Hong! A monstrous wave burst out from Jiang Chen's body. A giant fire dragon rushed out. The fire dragon seal was powerful and ferocious. It was many times stronger than ordinary combat skills. Jiang Chen wasn't weak now. It wouldn't be easy for a second-grade minor devil saint to kill him. The fire dragon collided with the evil demon's palm, blocking its attack. After that, Jiang Chen once again unleashed the dimensional shift skill and rushed out of the evil demon's attack range. The dimensional shift skill was an extremely powerful movement skill. In his past life, Jiang Chen had relied on this movement skill to travel across the world, and rarely met anyone who could match him. The so-called space shift meant that once one mastered it, even the shackles of space would not be able to bind him. He could directly escape. Roar! Yi Sha was infuriated when he saw Jiang Qin dodging his attack again. This bastard had a bad temper. How could he allow a combat emperor human brat to escape from him again and again? This was a challenge to him. Jiang Chen's attack was a challenge to him. Berserk Devil Dragon, die! Yi Sha was infuriated. He struck out a huge wave of devil waves, pouncing at Jiang Qin. The devil waves blotted out the sky and earth, forming a 300 meters long devil dragon that looked extremely ferocious. This was a powerful technique of the devil race that could destroy the heavens and earth. Seeing such an attack, Jiang Qin didn't show the slightest fear. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. He had been waiting for Yi Sha to execute a powerful energy attack. Even if this attack wasn't Yi Sha's full strength, it was enough for Jiang Qin. If it was the Yi Sha's most powerful attack, it wouldn't be good. Jiang Chen's brilliant mirror could reflect this kind of demonic attack. That was double the energy. If it was reflected, even if the Yi Sha wasn't killed, it would be crippled. This wasn't what Jiang Qin wanted to see. He didn't want to cripple the Yi Sha. If he could subdue such a big guy, not to mention how useful it would be in the future, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the devil world. Roar! The devil dragon roared and crazily rushed towards Jiang Qin. Voila! At this time, Jiang Qin took out the brilliant mirror. The huge mirror faced the devil dragon, and a huge amount of energy was poured into the brilliant mirror by Jiang Qin. This mirror was like a vampire, sucking away all the energy in Jiang Chen's body. Even if Jiang Qin was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but curse. The price he had to pay to use the brilliant mirror was too high. The devil dragon directly rushed into the brilliant mirror. Without a sound, it was completely absorbed by the brilliant mirror. Rumble. In the next moment, something strange happened. A gigantic demonic dragon that was twice the size of the previous demonic dragon rushed out of the mirror of light and attacked the Isha. The power that this demonic dragon carried was twice as much as before. Not only was its energy increased, but its attack speed had also doubled. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the Isha. What? Isha exclaimed. The scene in front of him made him feel like he was in a dream. The shock in his heart was many times stronger than when he fought against the Tan family village elder. When he fought against the Tan family village elder, it was just a single-time rebound of energy. Now, it was double the strength. However, Isha's reaction was also very fast. In his hand, a huge and gloomy devil weapon appeared, and he slashed at the devil dragon in front of him. Rumble. Boundless waves of battle overflowed in all directions. 1/10 of the buildings in the Devil City below were directly destroyed. Countless demons were caught in the crossfire and died on the spot. Just this attack alone crushed at least thousands of demons. Wah! Isha spat out a mouthful of blood and his whole body was sent flying. An attack with double the strength, even if it was not his strongest attack, the rebound was enough to make him feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, it was not a full-force attack. If it was his strongest full-force attack, the current him might not even be able to block it. Even so, the injuries that Isha suffered at the moment were extremely serious. His body was cracked. He roared with boundless anger. However, before he could stabilize his body, a snake-like light appeared in front of him and drilled into the depths of his mind. Isha immediately tore his head with both hands. His face was ferocious as if he had suffered endless pain. However, this situation only lasted for a few minutes before Isha stopped. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen opposite him. There was no longer the fierceness in his eyes. Isha dragged his seriously injured body and flew in front of Jiang Chen. With a thud, he knelt down. Master. Isha's greeting of Master was extremely sincere. He had been completely edified by the edifying light and was now Jiang Chen's slave. As long as Jiang Chen said a word, he would not hesitate even if he was asked to die immediately. Isha, you bastard. What are you doing? Why are you kneeling to the human clan? Chapter 758. It wasn't just the old man, all the demons, thousands of eyes were looking at the performance of the evil demon with incomparable shock. This scene made them feel as if they had seen the most inconceivable thing in the world. The evil demon that countless people feared was actually kneeling in front of a human boy. What was going on? Isha, don't forget your identity. This kid is a human, our enemy. The old man shouted again. One of his arms had been chopped off by Jiang Chen. It could be said that he hated Jiang Chen to the bone. Initially, he was counting on Isha to kill Jiang Chen to avenge him. But now, not only did he fail to kill his opponent, but the dignified second-grade minor devil saint of the devil race actually knelt down in front of his opponent. Bastard, don't be rude to Master. Isha suddenly turned his head and shouted at the old man. Although he had suffered a certain degree of injury, his foundation was strong. His cultivation was a second-grade minor devil saint. Even if he was injured, the other devils couldn't be compared to him. After being edified by the edifying light, Isha subconsciously obeyed only Jiang Chen. He completely regarded Jiang Chen as his master. He would not allow anyone to disrespect his master. Now, he only had one identity, and that was Jiang Chen's slave, not a giant devil of the devil race. Isha, I will help you recover from your injury now. Jiang Qin waved his hand. A green light flashed and enveloped Isha. Powerful wood spiritual chi entered Isha's body. Isha's injury recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thank you, Master. Isha kowtowed to Jiang Qin with sincerity. Damn kid, what did you do to Isha to make him listen to you? Isha, don't forget your identity. You are the little devil saint of the devil race. The old man was heartbroken. He had an impulse to go crazy. He had no idea what Jiang Qin did to Isha to make him listen to him. Isha, go kill him and bring me the demon spirit. Jiang Qin gave the order to Leng Leng. At the same time, he put away the brilliant mirror and secretly refined a large amount of heaven elixir. He began to recover his consumed origin power. Yes, Master. Isha didn't take Jiang Qin's words lightly. He stood up and appeared in front of the one-armed old man the next moment. Feeling the ice-cold killing intent from Isha, the old man couldn't help but shiver in fear. At this moment, he felt that the fierce Isha had returned once again. The aura exuding from his body was that of a giant devil of the devil race. However, Isha's purpose was to kill him. Isha, what are you doing? The old man panicked. Kacha! Without saying anything else, the evil spirit grabbed the old man's head and crushed it. Then, it took out the demon spirit and brought it to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin nodded and kept the demon spirit. The demon spirit of a first-grade minor devil saint was a rare treasure to him. Isha, kill all the 9th-grade devil emperors in this devil city and give me the demon spirit. Jiang Qin gave the order again. Yes, Master. Isha moved again. All he could do was to obey Jiang Qin's order without any doubt, even if Jiang Qin asked him to die immediately. Roar! Roar! The whole devil city was in chaos, especially those 9th-grade devil emperor devil leaders. Each of them was scared out of their wits and began to flee in all directions. They could see that Isha had been completely subdued by the human in front of them. Even a first-grade minor devil saint could be easily killed, let alone them. In their hearts, Isha was the legendary giant devil of the devil race. With their cultivation base, it was impossible for them to fight against him. All of you, die. Isha stretched out his arm. Black light beams shot out from his body, chasing after each of the 9th-grade devil emperors that were trying to escape. Arg! For a moment, the whole sky above the devil city was filled with endless screams. Those powerful devil emperors were smashed into pieces. Their demon spirits floated up and fell into Isha's hands. Isha only took a few breaths' time to kill all the 9th-grade devil emperors here. A 2nd-grade minor devil saint was too powerful. It was imaginable that if Jiang Qin gave the order to kill all the devils here, none of the 100,000 devils in the city would be able to escape. Under the control of a 2nd-grade minor devil saint's domain, escaping was just an extravagant hope. At this moment, all the devils were terrified. Even though there were countless devils in this devil city, none of them dared to make a move. Let alone Jiang Qin, Isha alone was enough to suppress all of them. This was their powerful devil saint. Normally, they didn't even have the qualification to kneel before Isha. Swoosh! Isha returned to Jiang Qin's side. A total of 11 9th-grade devil emperor devil souls were handed to Jiang Qin personally. Jiang Qin kept all the devil souls and said to Isha Lingleng, Isha, you have done well. I want to meditate now. Find me a place. Yes, Master. After Isha finished speaking, he brought Jiang Qin and flew towards the deepest part of the 2nd level of the devil world. Jiang Qin followed behind Isha. He wasn't interested in the 100,000 devils here and had no interest in killing them. Including the 9th-grade Devil Emperor that he had killed before, he had a total of 12 9th-grade Devil Emperor Devil Souls and a 1st-grade Minor Devil Saint Devil Soul. These 9th-grade Devil Emperor Devil Souls were enough for Jiang Qin to break through to the 8th-grade Combat Emperor. It was easy to break through to the 8th-grade Combat Emperor, but Jiang Qin needed a certain amount of time to stabilize his foundation before breaking through to the 9th-grade Combat Emperor. Therefore, what he needed the most now was to find a place to meditate. This kind of place wasn't easy to find, but Yi Sha was easy to find. Very quickly, under Yi Sha's lead, Jiang Qin arrived at an ancient Black Devil Palace. Master, this is the place where I cultivate. There isn't a single devil in 1,000 miles radius. Yi Sha said. If one wanted to find a quiet place in the 2nd level of the Devil Realm, this place was undoubtedly the best choice. Wherever Yi Sha was, no one would dare to move around. No one would dare to offend Yi Sha's holy might. This place was Yi Sha's trump card. Whoever dared to step into this place was simply courting death. Alright, Yi Sha, I want to break through to the 8th-grade Combat Emperor here. You are responsible for guarding me. Don't let anyone disturb me. Jiang Qin ordered. Yes, Master. Yi Sha bowed at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin nodded in satisfaction and strode into the Devil Palace. With the protection of Yi Sha, Jiang Qin could cultivate in peace without worrying about being disturbed. Jiang Qin casually found a place in the Devil Palace and sat cross-legged. Without any delay, Jiang Qin refined all the devil souls of the 9th-grade Devil Emperors. New dragon marks began to condense. In just an hour, all the devil souls were completely refined and absorbed by the dragon transformation skill. The powerful energy contained in the devil souls was all absorbed by Jiang Qin. 500 new dragon marks were condensed. Jiang Qin's chi surged, directly advancing to the 8th-grade Combat Emperor. The powerful energy hadn't been used up yet, it helped Jiang Qin condense another 100 new dragon marks. At this point, Jiang Qin stopped. As for the devil's soul of the 1st-grade Minor Devil Saint, Jiang Qin wasn't in a hurry to refine it. The advancement from the 8th grade to the 9th grade Combat Emperor was a very difficult process. The amount of energy required was many times greater than the advancement from the 7th grade to the 8th grade. Furthermore, Jiang Qin had relied on this barbaric method to break through to the 8th grade Combat Emperor. He was ready to take a break. In order to advance to the 9th grade Combat Emperor, his foundation must be very solid. In the following period of time, Jiang Qin used the dragon transformation skill to stabilize his foundation. Once his foundation was solid enough, he could start the 2nd round of plundering to advance to the 9th grade Combat Emperor. Yi Sha was guarding outside the Devil Palace. He was a loyal guard. He had suffered serious injuries, but after the recovery of the wood's spiritual qi, he had recovered a lot. Now, he could use the time when Jiang Qin was meditating to fully recover his injuries. The Immortal Depository Mountain was located in the 8 major domains. It was a forbidden land like the Death Mountain. No one dared to enter it during normal times. However, at the deepest part of the mountain, there was a transparent altar floating in the air. The golden light of the altar was dazzling, it was incomparably mystical. Incomprehensible runes were appearing on the surface of the altar. At this moment, a man wearing a golden robe was squatting on the altar. His eyes were closed tightly. His golden hair was fluttering in the wind. His whole body was carrying the chi of an emperor that made people revere him. Beside him was an incomparably majestic white tiger. The white tiger had its eyes closed just like him. Hoo-hoo. The golden wind was whistling. Golden runes fell from the sky unceasingly, wrapping the entire altar. These runes carried a trace of immortal chi, as if they didn't belong to this world. There seemed to be a passageway on the altar that could connect a man and a tiger to the upper world. This golden-haired man was none other than the Northern and Southern dynasties. Currently, the Northern and Southern dynasties had reached the terrifying 9th-grade combat emperor, Dian Feng. He was only a step away from the minor saint realm. Even the white tiger beside him had reached the peak of the 4th-grade minor demon saint and was only a step away from the 5th-grade minor demon saint. White Tiger possessed a powerful divine beast bloodline. Once he advanced to the 5th-grade minor demon saint, even a 6th-grade minor saint wouldn't be a match for him. Eternal immortal wind, descend. Nan Bei Chao suddenly let out a roar. A golden gust of wind suddenly poured down from the sky. Each gust of wind was like an immortal dragon, incomparably mystical. When this terrifying immortal wind blew down, the mountains around the altar were directly blown into powder. All living beings were destroyed. At the same time, a gust of immortal chi appeared on top of the white tiger's head and was channeled into his body. Chapter 759. Roar. An earth-shattering roar of a tiger was heard from the altar. The entire immortal vault mountain was trembling. Mountains were destroyed one after another. White Tiger leaped up to the sky. Currently, White Tiger's body was glowing with golden light. The word "King" on his forehead looked incomparably valiant. He had followed the Northern and Southern dynasties and obtained the resources of the immortal world. He had advanced to the 5th-grade minor demon saint realm and was much stronger than before. With his current condition, he could even suppress a 6th-grade minor saint. Eternal immortal wind, enter my body. At the same time, the Northern and Southern dynasties let out a loud shout. The endless eternal immortal wind turned into immortal dragons and entered his body. This eternal immortal wind had an incomparably strong destructive force. To all living beings, the eternal immortal wind itself represented destruction. However, not only was the Northern and Southern dynasties not affected by the eternal immortal wind, they could even absorb the eternal immortal wind and turn it into their own powerful resource. This was the power of the immortal physique. Ka-cha! The moment the eternal immortal wind entered the bodies of the Northern and Southern dynasties, the chi of the Northern and Southern dynasties rose to a new height. Immediately, they advanced to the peak of the 1st-grade minor saint realm, only a step away from the 2nd-grade minor saint realm. Voila! The light and the runes on the altar vanished in an instant. Then, the crystal-like altar vanished as well. The immortal depository mountain returned to its usual tranquility, giving off an incomparably gloomy feeling. After advancing to the minor saint realm, Nan Bei Chao's chi of Monarch became even denser. He stood there like a true emperor. Coupled with the divine beast following him, he gave off a majestic feeling that no one could profane him. Ha! Now that I have advanced to the peak of the 1st-grade minor saint, not even a 3rd-grade minor saint is a match for me. Plus, I have the help of the eternal immortal wind. With its help, I can advance to the 3rd-grade minor saint in a short period of time. At that time, I can even kill a 5th-grade minor saint. Jiang Chen, I don't believe that I can't kill you with my current strength. Nan Bei Chao's eyes lit up. Being defeated by Jiang Chen twice in a row was the biggest humiliation he had ever experienced in his life. He had to kill Jiang Chen with his own hands, only then would he be able to erase this humiliation and dispel the hatred in his heart. Currently, he was a 1st-grade minor saint in the Northern and Southern dynasties. With the eternal immortal wind, he could deal with a 5th-grade minor saint. Plus, he had the immortal physique. The Northern and Southern dynasties didn't believe that Chen could defeat him. Come, Chen, complete your heaven. White Tiger spoke. His voice was so loud that it could make one's soul tremble. Don't worry. I still need time to stabilize my cultivation. The next time I come out of seclusion will be the time when the world is in chaos. This is a domain. Let's start from here and conquer the entire domain. Heaven, earth, profound and yellow, these 4 domains will all be under my rule. Once I have done that, my monarch heaven art will undergo a true transformation. This time, no one will be able to stop me. Nanbei Chao's whole body was filled with confidence. His ambition was huge. It wasn't just limited to the mysterious domain. He wanted to rule the 4 neighboring domains, heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Once he finished ruling the 4 domains, he would obtain endless benefits. His monarch technique would also undergo a complete transformation. The northern and southern dynasties and White Tiger didn't leave the immortal depository mountain immediately. They stayed behind to stabilize their cultivation. In the hearts of the northern and southern dynasties, the 4 domains would be theirs sooner or later. As for Jiang Qin, the northern and southern dynasties didn't put him in their eyes. The last time he fought with Jiang Qin was only a 2nd-grade combat emperor. Now that he had obtained the help of the immortal depository mountain and reached the minor saint realm, the distance between him and Jiang Qin would surely increase. Even Jiang Qin wouldn't be able to catch up with him. In his point of view, killing Jiang Qin now was as easy as killing an ant. While the northern and southern dynasties were meditating, Jiang Qin was also meditating. Half a month had passed in the Devil Palace before Jiang Qin woke up from his seclusion. The current him had completely stabilized his foundation. His 8th-grade combat emperor's foundation was incomparably solid. With my current foundation, I can break through to the 9th-grade combat emperor, but the energy required to do so is much greater than that of an 8th-grade combat emperor. I only have the devil soul of a 1st-grade minor devil saint, which isn't enough. It seems like I need to go to the 3rd level of the devil world, but first, I need to refine the devil's soul of the 1st-grade minor devil saint to increase my strength. Jiang Qin turned his palm and the devil's soul of the 1st-grade minor devil saint appeared. Without any hesitation, Jiang Qin used the dragon transformation art to refine it on the spot. One had to admit that the devil's soul of a 1st-grade minor devil saint contained an enormous amount of energy. One devil soul had helped Jiang Qin condense 500 dragon marks. Adding the 100 dragon marks that he had before, he only needed to condense another 1,400 dragon marks to break through to the 9th-grade combat emperor. Under such circumstances, he could only hunt for more minor devil saints. The devil's soul of a devil emperor wouldn't be of much use to him anymore. Jiang Qin sent out his divine sense and Yi Sha appeared in front of him in an instant. Master. Yi Sha bowed at Jiang Qin and called out respectfully, Master. Jiang Qin's eyes fell on Yi Sha. He was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. Good, Yi Sha, I didn't expect you to advance to the 3rd-grade minor devil saint. Not bad. Yi Sha's cultivation grade was already at the peak of 2nd-grade minor devil saint, only a step away from the 3rd grade. The attack from the bright mirror and the help from the wood's spiritual chi could be considered as a blessing in disguise. In this half a month's time, not only had Yi Sha's injuries fully recovered, he had also advanced to the 3rd-grade minor devil saint. This could be considered as his good fortune. To Jiang Qin, the stronger Yi Sha was, the more help he could provide. It's all because of Master's help that Yi Sha could advance so much. Yi Sha said. Alright, Yi Sha, let me ask you. How many minor devil saints are there in the 2nd level of the devil world? Jiang Qin asked. Reporting to Master, I'm not too sure about this. The devil realm is too vast, and there are too many devils here. Normally, I would stay in this devil hall and not go out. However, in the 2nd layer of the devil realm, there aren't many minor devil saints. I'm afraid that I'm the only 2nd level minor devil saint. The main reason is because the resources and devil chi in the third layer are much denser. The majority of minor devil saints are in the third layer. Yi Sha said. Alright, let's go to the third level of the devil world now. I want to kill some minor devil saints to help me advance. Jiang Chen said. With his current cultivation grade, he could kill a second-grade minor devil saint even without using Yi Sha. However, he naturally wanted to make use of Yi Sha. After all, the third level of the devil world was incomparable to the first two levels. There were incomparably powerful experts of the devil race in there. There were even minor devil saints and great devil saints. If a human like Jiang Chen were to enter the third level, once he released his chi, it would be no different than courting death. But if it was Yi Sha, there wouldn't be a problem. There were too many devils, so naturally, there were too many forces. Just like the human race, although they were all humans, they weren't very united. Fights between forces were too common. If Yi Sha attacked, it would only be regarded as an internal conflict of the devil race and wouldn't attract the attention of the higher-ups. Yes, Master. Yi Sha was completely obedient to Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen asked him to kill someone, he would definitely rush out at the first moment. When Jiang Chen entered the third level of the devil world under Yi Sha's lead, the northern and southern dynasties and White Tiger had also left the immortal depository mountain. A storm was coming to the Earth domain. Earth domain's Huang family. The Huang family was one of the four major powers of the Earth domain. Their overall strength wasn't any weaker than Xuanyu's Tan family. Huang Xingwen, who was killed by Jiang Chen in Danyuan City, was the supreme genius of the Huang family. The patriarch of the Huang family, Huang Yilu, was a fourth-grade minor saint. He was a well-deserved overlord of the Earth domain. There were 4 burly guards standing in front of the gates of the Huang clan. Each of them had an incomparably arrogant air about them. In this region, being a member of the Huang clan, even if it was just a small guard, was an incomparably glorious matter, worthy of pride. The guards were talking and laughing. No one knew what they were discussing. At this time, 2 silhouettes suddenly descended from the sky, landing in front of the gate of the Huang family. It was a man and a tiger. They gave off a very powerful feeling. Who are you? Do you know what this place is? Is this a place that you can come to? A guard pointed at the northern and southern dynasties and shouted. Nanbei Chao didn't even cast a glance at the guard. He waved his hand and a gust of wind blew out, followed by 3 shrill screams. The 3 guards were crushed into powder by the gust of wind, leaving nothing behind. The remaining guard was dumbfounded on the spot. Looking at the golden-robed, golden-haired young man in front of him, he was frightened out of his wits. Ask your patriarch and all the higher-ups to come out and see me. I'm going to the martial arena of your family. The northern and southern dynasties said coldly. Then, with a sway, they flew into the Huang family with White Tiger and stopped at the martial arena of the Huang family. The northern and southern dynasties and White Tiger had entered the martial arena of the Huang family in such an imposing manner. That was to say, the guard didn't need to report to his superiors. In other words, it was fortunate that the guard could keep his life. Who is it? Who dares to trespass the Huang family? Does he want to die? Who has the guts to kill someone in front of the Huang family? Presumptuous. This is outrageous. No matter who he is, he must die for trespassing the Huang family. Chapter 760. The martial arena of the Huang family was very big. It became crowded in an instant. Other than the higher-ups, there were more and more people coming. In this area, the Huang family was the absolute overlord, a benchmark that couldn't be ignored. The Huang family had existed for so many years, but such a thing had never happened before. Someone dared to kill the guards of the Huang family and came to the martial arena to show off. At this moment, all the people of the Huang family were filled with righteous indignation. There were 7 to 8 minor saint experts who appeared because the qi released by the northern and southern dynasties and the white tiger was too strong. They had no choice but to come out. To a major power like the Huang family, a minor saint was an antique-level existence. It was very rare for them to show themselves. The experts of the Huang family looked at the northern and southern dynasties and the white tiger who were standing on the battle platform. Their eyes were filled with anger, but at the same time, they were shocked. The young man in front of them carried the qi of a superior, like an emperor. One look and they could tell that he was a dragon among men, a favored son of heaven. They had never heard of such a genius before, let alone seen him. What really shocked them was the white tiger. The white tiger was too divine, but divine beasts were too rare. Even if they could sense the divine aura of the white tiger, they wouldn't be able to guess that the white tiger in front of them was one of the legendary 5 divine beasts. "Brat, who are you? Why are you behaving atrociously in my Huang family?" An elder shouted. The northern and southern dynasties glanced at him and didn't give him a second glance. Although this elder was a powerful third-grade minor saint, he wasn't someone that the northern and southern dynasties would put in their eyes. The one he was looking for was Huang Yilu. "Ask your patriarch to come out. I will count to 3. If Huang Yilu doesn't come out, I will start a massacre. Today, the blood of the Huang family will flow like a river." The northern and southern dynasties were incomparably arrogant and domineering. "Presumptuous. Who do you think you are? How dare you disrespect our patriarch? Courting death." A young disciple of the Huang family shouted at the northern and southern dynasties. Although he was only an 8th-grade combat emperor, this was the Huang family. No outsider was allowed to behave atrociously. "You dare to blaspheme my dignity? Die!" The northern and southern dynasties glanced at the young disciple and suddenly flicked their fingers. A golden ray of light shot out. This ray of light was like a sharp sword. It was extremely fast and rushed towards the young disciple. This was the northern and southern dynasties. They had always been self-centered. In front of them, a single word could lead to a fatal disaster. A single disrespectful gaze could cause the northern and southern dynasties to die a tragic death. Impudent. A first-grade minor saint elder tried to stop it. He reached out his hand and grabbed the golden light. Puff! Ah! Accompanied by a scream, the old man's palm not only failed to grab hold of the golden light from the northern and southern dynasties, but was pierced by the golden light instead. Then, the golden light disappeared and pierced through the young disciple's head. He died on the spot in a pool of blood. What? This scene made countless members of the Huang family panic. Each of them looked at the northern and southern dynasties angrily. This young man who came out of nowhere was too overbearing. The Huang family had never offended such a person before, but he killed the young disciple as soon as he arrived. First, it was the guards, and now, it was the young disciple of the Huang family. He was too arrogant. Looking at his arrogant look, he didn't put the Huang family in his eyes at all. The lives of the Huang family were nothing but grass in his hands. This man is too arrogant. Great elder, let's attack together and kill him. An elder of the little saint realm shouted. Roar, however, before they could do anything, the white tiger raised its proud head and let out an earth-shattering roar. The terrifying roar of the tiger turned into sound waves and spread across the sky above the Huang family. Hong Long. Under the vibration of the sound waves, most of the houses in the Huang family began to collapse. Some of the weaker disciples on the training field had blood spurting out from their mouths and noses. They couldn't even stand properly. The weaker ones had already fainted on the spot. Even those minor saint elders felt their ears buzzing and their chests were stuffy. They couldn't describe the discomfort they felt. This was because the white tiger was roaring at the sky. If it was directed at them, they were afraid that many of them would die. When the white tiger unleashed its chi, it allowed the elders of the Huang family to see the true strength of the white tiger. It was a powerful 5th-grade minor demon saint. Let alone a divine beast, even an ordinary demonic beast was enough to annihilate the entire Huang family. Those few elders who were thinking of joining forces to attack the northern and southern dynasties were now pale. None of them dared to make a move. At this time, a powerful qi rose from the depths of the Huang family. In a blink, it arrived at the training field. The person who came seemed to be in his 40s. He had a strong physique and was a peak 4th-grade minor saint. Without a doubt, he was the patriarch of the Huang family, the #1 expert of the Huang family, Huang Yilu. Huang Yilu landed in front of the camp of the Huang family. His face was incomparably gloomy. Even though he didn't appear just now, he had already known everything that had happened in the training field. Patriarch, this man, the great elder said in a low voice. Huang Yilu waved his hand and interrupted him. I already know. After that, Huang Yilu took a step forward and clasped his fists at the northern and southern dynasties and the white tiger. May I know how to address this young master? Why did you come to my Huang family to cause trouble? If I'm not wrong, there shouldn't be any enmity between us, right? I am the reincarnation of an immortal from the northern and southern dynasties. I have inherited the will of an immortal and want to rule the entire continent. This is the white tiger of the 5 divine beasts. I believe you have seen the power of the white tiger just now. Now, I want to rule the entire region, followed by the Heaven region, Huang region and Xuanyu region. The 4 great regions will become one great power. In the future, all of you will have to obey the spirits of the northern and southern dynasties. If your Huang clan follows me, you will definitely have a lot of benefits in the future. The northern and southern dynasties were merely 1st-grade minor saints, but they could kill him instantly after unleashing their powerful storm. Such a person was too scary. Such a person could really rule a few big domains. This is the reincarnation of an immortal soul. He is incomparably powerful. Having a divine beast following him is an auspicious sign. It seems like this is the fate of my Huang family. However, following this man might give us some benefits. Since we have no other choice, we might as well submit to him. Let's see if he can really rule the 4 big domains. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.